The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
It is September the 26th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1580 AD, Francis Drake completes circumnavigation of the world, sailing into Plymouth aboard the Golden Hind. What did you just say, Matt? The name of the ship, it was the Golden Hind. Really? He's gonna sail across the world? And that's the ship name he once entered into the history books? Was he just history's first shit poster? No idea, but that's the name of the ship. It's a little late to change it now. In 1687, Acropolis in Athens attacked by the Entente army trying to eject Turks, damaging the Parthenon. In 1688, City Council of Amsterdam votes to support Prince William of Orange's invasion of England, which became known as the Glorious Revolution in the Netherlands. In 1815, Russia, Prussia, and Austria signed the Holy Alliance. In 1901, Great Britain annexes Ashanti Kingdom and places it under the governor of the Golden Coast, Ghana. In 1918, beginning of the Meuse-Argonne offensive, more than 1 million Americans in the largest and most costly offensive of World War I. In 1968, Oliver, directed by Oliver Reed and starring Mark Lester and Ron Moody, premieres in London. Best Picture, 1969. In 1969, Apple Records releases the Beatles' 11th studio album, Abbey Road. Their final recording as a quartet tops the charts in 11 countries. In 1983, Australia 2 wins America's Cup yacht race, first non-U.S. winner. Born on today were Francis of Assisi, T.S. Eliot, Pope Paul VI, Albert Anastasia, Winnie Mandela, Mohammed Singh, Olivia Newton-John, Linda Hamilton, Jill Soloway, George Gershwin, Carolyn Carter, Robert Kipchirriot, Serena Williams. Dying on this day were Daniel Boone, Levi Strauss, Bella Bartok, Brian Nelson, Paul Newman, and Brooks Robertson. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created for the Rio Grande Oil Company. All cars brought that sportsman. A hold up in Murder at 9th Vermont. 2 bandits. Number 1 tried in 23 years. Had black hair, medium height, wearing a dark suit. Number 2 blonde, medium height, also wearing a dark suit. Intercepted. Take no chance. That's all. Police departments of the largest cities in the West joined today with the officials of fire departments, sheriff's officers, and other emergency departments in paying tribute to one of their greatest allies in the war on crime, Rio Grande cracked gasoline. For it is this outstanding brand, more than any other, which enables radio police cars to answer your call for help within 2 minutes, which feeds fire engines at breakneck speed through city streets, which saves precious seconds as an ambulance rushes to rescue. In appreciation of the important part Rio Grande cracked gasoline plays in their daily work, police officials opened their confidential files so that you, who are also users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline, can hear on Calling All Cars the truth about crime. In appreciation of the improved performance and the outstanding economy afforded by Rio Grande cracked gasoline, officials of a score of cities and counties have again awarded yearly contracts to Rio Grande, specifying cracked gasoline exclusively to power the finest and fastest cars on the roads today. If you who listen to Calling All Cars enjoy this program, we ask that you show your appreciation by driving into your neighborhood independent station and saying, "Give me Rio Grande cracked, the same gasoline the police cars use." And now we present Chief of Detectives H.S. Fibber of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Fibber.
Speed is an important factor in crime detection. Clues fade rapidly, and unless followed immediately, the criminal may elude justice for some time before he is finally brought in. To follow such clues, police detectives must be painstaking and must have the initiative to follow on their own, quickly and without orders from headquarters, all leads they may discover. I am happy to say that the Police Department of Los Angeles has such men on its staff, and tonight's dramatization of the tracking and capture of Killer Hudson and his companions will show. A measure of the success of these detectives may well be attributed to the help given them by the very citizens who were able to consider bits of information that acted as signposts to guide them on. If you are, I sincerely hope that you will cooperate with them in bringing to justice the criminals they seek, whether petty thieves or murderers.
few nights before Christmas, 3 years ago, Albert Kahn, the proprietor of a malt and bottle supply store on South Vermont Avenue, was preparing to close up shop when a pair of young men walked into the place.
Oh, good evening, boys. Anything I can do for you?
Don't make no noise. You want the dough. Hand it over.
Well, what do you fellas trying to pull?
Yeah, don't you understand English? This is a holdup. See this gap? We mean business.
Where's that dough?
Sir, I tell you, I haven't any money. The business ain't so good these days. I ain't taking in much.
All right, shut up. There's a cash register, Bob. Go through it. I'll take care of this guy.
Okay.
Now, you'll get back there in the washroom.
Look here, boys. I ain't got no money here. I swear.
Shut up. Get in there and stay there. Listen, you, I ain't joking. You stay in there or I'll blow your head off. How about it, Bob?
I got all the answers.
Okay, let's cram. There's no way to lock that door from the outside.
Help! Police! Robbers! There they are! Stop them!
Knock them out with that gun, but Bob.
You can't steal money from me! Help! Police! Shut up! Come on here!
What's that call you? Oh, yo.
I'm a deputy marshal.
Well, it's nothing, officer. Just a little argument. Well, look at all these people watching us. Put up your gun. Look, I'm not armed. Very well, but who's this? My friend here just met a guy that has a grudge against them. Let him fight it out.
Oh, they can't do that. They'll have to take him in. Hey, look here, you man. Look out, he's got a knife. Take sort of meddle with me, you sneaking flatfoot.
Well, that's one of them. Look out, Bob. I'm going to bump off the other one.
Okay, let it go. Oh, come on, boys. Let's get out of here quick.
It's a matter of moments, almost seconds, before a police radio car has arrived at the scene of the crime. Detective Lieutenant Frank E. Ryan, on his way home for dinner, seeing the crowd park his car and investigate.
Oh, Ricky, what's trouble? Traffic accident?
Not this time, Frank. It's murder. One man stabbed to death and another shot. A holdup.
Oh, nice mess, isn't it?
I saw the whole thing, officer.
You did?
I heard that young fellow tell the officer to put his gun away and tell him that he wasn't armed. It was murder, all right.
Will you please give this officer over here your name and address?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad.
Do you think you could recognize these men if you saw them again?
Oh, I'd recognize that black-haired one anywhere. I'll never
Uh-huh.
forget those terrible eyes of his. He looked like a madman, I tell you.
Well, Frank, here are a couple of clues.
Revolver. Old style Ivor Johnson, huh?
That's right. And this one's even better.
What, billfold? Any identification in it?
Yeah, a receipt for a radio sold to a William Arrington who lives on South Dixon Street.
Fine. I'm going to run that one down right now.
An hour later, Joe Taylor, chief of detectives, holds council of war with Inspector Detectives Davidson and Detectives Joe Filkus and Bill Baggett.
This doesn't look like an amateur's job to me. The fact that these fellows would commit murder rather than submit to arrest shows they couldn't stand a pinch. Now, it's my guess that they've done time somewhere before this. And from what all the witnesses say, they are plenty tough. Now, if you run across them, boys, I don't want you to take any chances. Be ready for trouble. Oh, hello, Frank.
Oh, Steve.
How'd you make out on that South Bixler Street address?
I didn't. The manager of the apartment house says there's never been anyone called Arrington to live there since he took the place over 6 years ago.
That's a bad break. If those birds aren't rounded up tonight, we won't have a chance in 1,000 of finding them.
Maybe the fingerprints from that billfold and gun have made something. I'll call Barlow. Hello, Barlow. Taylor speaking. Get any prints from that billfold or revolver? Oh, yeah? Okay, goodbye. Prints were too smudged to do any good.
It's like the cards are stacked against us in this deal.
No. Wait a minute. Let me see the receipt for that radio.
Oh, yeah. Here, Chief.
The Great Western Furniture Company. Now, listen, Baggett. Take this receipt and go down there. Find out who that radio was sold to and what address it was delivered to.
Yeah, but that place is probably closed.
Well, there'll be a night watchman around there. Talk to him. Get to the man who sold that radio. We've got to hit this thing tonight.
Oh, stop your banging. Stop it. You can't get in. The store's closed.
Well, open it up. Can't you see this badge?
Oh, just...
your pardon, officer. I thought it was somebody wanting to buy a Christmas radio. They pestered me half the night this time of year. Yes, officer, just step inside. I'll shut the door.
Thanks. I'm trying to run down the sale of a radio. Here's the receipt for it. Can you tell me who might have sold that machine?
Well, now, let me see. This number here, 1768, see it?
Yeah.
Well, that's the salesman's number. Let's just look in my book here. Yeah. Here we are, 1768. Is, Harry Dobbs.
Well, can you get him on the phone for me?
Yes, I think I can. Just step back here, Smith.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'll switch on this light. Here you are. 3, 2, 1, 4, 3. They're ringing them now.
Hello, Mr. Dobbs. This is Lieutenant Baggett of the Los Angeles Police Force. I'm trying to get a line on the purchaser of a radio sold by you on November 16th. Yeah, I have the receipt here for a Thanasis portable model made out to William Arrington. You do? That's swell. Yeah. Yeah. Wait until I get that written down. Yeah, go ahead. You have the address? Fine. The Worcester Arms? Fine. No, I can't stop to tell you what it's about now. Just read tomorrow morning's paper.
In a very few moments, the detectives are interviewing the landlady at Worcester Apartments.
Well, there's nobody but the name of Arrington lives here.
Are you sure of that, ma'am?
Yes, but they may have lived here before. You see, I just took the house over 2 weeks ago.
Well, who was the landlady before you?
Mrs. Rudolph Sprang.
And where does she live?
Well, now, let's see. Oh, yes. She's at the Orange Hill apartment house now.
Orange Hill Apartments. That's fine. Come on, boys. We're going to interview Mrs.
But there was a Mr. Arrington lived there with his wife. He had a double apartment with Mr. and Mrs. O'Neill. And they
You say they've moved, Mrs. Spang?
Yes, just a few days ago.
Well, can you imagine that?
Arrington was about 25 years of age.
How tall was he?
Oh, I should say about 6 feet, and he had black eyes.
What did O'Neill look like?
Well, I should say he was younger, around 21 or 2. He had light brown hair, and his teeth sort of stuck out.
Would you call him a blonde?
Well, some would have guessed. He was a good deal lighter than Arrington.
You have no idea where these people went, huh?
No, I haven't. But he took their suitcases and their radio and called a taxi cab and drove away.
Taxi cab? What kind of taxi cab?
Why, let's see,
You've got to remember, Mrs. Spang.
Well, I do remember,
Well, what
Inspector.
kind was it, ma'am?
A green top. Yeah, I'm sure. It was a green top.
That's fine, Mrs. Spang, and thanks a million. Come on, boys, down to the Green Top office.
In a very short time, the driver who called for Arrington and O'Neill and their wives is located and faces the questioning detective.
Now, listen, Blackie. A lot depends on your memory. Within the last week, did you answer a call to the Orange Hill Apartments and take away 2 couples, some suitcases, and a radio?
Let's see. Seems to me I did. Yeah, that was last Thursday, wasn't it?
It might have been.
Sure, I remember that shirt.
Where'd you take them?
Let me look at my book a minute. Yeah, here it is. They went to the Shropshire Apartments on West 6th Street. Oh, yeah, that was where I carried their radio all the way back to apartment 3. And all this guy gives me is a dime. The radio was heavy, too. And then one of the broads asked me to connect it up. The noise.
What did these men look like?
Sort of tough guys. But they could be cut down to size. One of them had black hair, and the other sort of colored, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I guess we do. You remember anything else, Blackie?
No, I guess that's about all.
Okay, Blackie, and thanks.
Not at all, not at all. Never hurts to be on the right side of the fence, if you get what I mean.
Well, boys, let's get started for that 6th Street spot.
Afraid not
Relentlessly following each meager clue, the detectives arrived at the Shropshire apartment on 6th Street.
Yes, almost 11 o'clock. I suppose this is one of those places where they lock the doors after 10?
I hadn't thought about that.
It is.
Oh, I have to ring the bell.
No, wait a minute. That might spill the beans.
We've got to get in there.
Listen, you fellas wait here. I'll see if I can get in the back way.
Okay.
Ryan lets himself in by the back door of the apartment house and a moment later admits his colleagues through the front entrance. They look about for the manager's apartment. Here it is, number 2.
Who is it?
Open up, ma'am. It's police officers.
The police? Well, what's the matter? Well, what's the matter? What's happened? I want to know.
Don't make any noise.
Well, I want to know what's the matter. Now tell me this minute. I want to...
Have to be more quiet.
Well, all right,
We
but
better
can't you
talk
tell me...
inside. Yes, that's a good idea. You stay out here in the hall, Baggett. Let us know if you see anyone that resembles a suspect.
Okay.
If you don't mind, ma'am, we'll step inside.
But I wasn't expecting visitors. Why, I hardly know what to do.
Don't mind us, ma'am. We're just folk.
Oh, all right. Now, for land's sake, what is the matter?
Well, ma'am, have you a couple of tenants by the name of Arrington and O'Neill?
Possibly accompanied by their wives?
Yeah, they're here. What have they done?
Well, there was a nasty shooting and stabbing scrape over on Vermont early this evening, and one man was killed.
And them fellas did it?
Well, we don't know about that, but we want to talk to them. Are they in their apartment now?
Well, I don't think so. I saw them go out about 9 o'clock, all 4 of them. And I ain't heard them come back yet.
Oh, great Scott, Inspector. Do you suppose they've landed on us again?
Are you certain they'll be back, ma'am?
Well, I hope so. I'd hate to be beat out of my rent. Wouldn't be so hard for them to sneak out of the back way with their grip. No, I've had it happen before. I'll just take a look in their apartment right now. Now, wait a minute. Let's see. Here's the key, number 3.
We'll go with you, ma'am.
Well, all right.
You can sign up, Baggett?
Now, all quiet.
Good. Keep your eyes open. We're going back to look at the apartment.
Right.
Look, here we are now. Number 3. Wait, I'll knock first.
On your toes, Spike.
I am.
Well, I guess they're not here, all right. Here, wait until I switch on the light. Now, that's better now. Let's see. Well, I guess they'll be back. Look, here's their clothes in the closet, and their radio's still here.
That's fine. Now we'll just wait here, ma'am, until they get back.
Well, what can I do?
You can help most if you just remain quietly in your apartment.
Well, all right. But look here. Don't you go messing up this place.
Don't worry, we won't. No, it's... you ask that officer who's at the door to step back here.
Oh, all right.
Looks like these birds are wise to the racket, all right. Jumping around from one place to another every week or two. Hard to move every time they pull a job, huh?
What a life. One skip ahead of the law. You'd think they'd learn.
Yeah, but they're too stupid. You've got to be stupid to be a crook.
I guess you're right there, Frank.
You understand me, Inspector?
Yes, Bill. You wait in the landlady's apartment. Keep watching when you see this bunch come in. Give them plenty of time to get back here. We'll be waiting for them.
Right.
Let's get the lay of this place. Apparently 2 double apartments. I guess that this door here connects with the other half of the establishment. Locked from the other side.
Well, then they might come in from the other apartment, huh?
They might.
Yeah. Let me get at that lock. I think I can pick it open. Might just as well have something to do while we're waiting.
For an hour and a half, the 2 detectives wait. And then, at midnight, they hear footsteps. Exchanging a meaningful glance, they draw their guns.
Wait a minute. Something's crazy.
that man, Bill?
You there. Put your hands behind you and turn around. Come on, stand still. Here's a pair of bracelets for you. Shut up.
What's this all about?
That's what you're going to tell us. Keep your eye on this mug and these gals here, Bill. Come on, Inspector. Let's get the other guy.
There he goes in that taxi with the lights off.
Well, can you imagine that? Well, come on, let's herd the rest of them in.
Did you see him?
No, he made his getaway in a cab.
He didn't go through here. I was watching the door after they came in. Might have seen him.
Yeah, he got out some way. Maybe you wounded him, Inspector, huh?
I'm afraid not. Those shots were fired at the lock that jammed when I tried to get out of the apartment. Not at our departed plane.
Although O'Neill readily admits his identity, he denies all knowledge of or complicity in the murder of the young Deputy Marshal or shooting of Albert Kahn. The next day, Lieutenant Ryan takes O'Neill to the Cedars of Lebanon Hospital to face his victim of the previous night.
You may come in now, Lieutenant.
Thank you. Mr. Kahn? How are you today?
I'm pretty weak. But all in all, not so bad.
Oh, sure. You look swell. They say you'll be out of here in no time.
I hope so. Who's this into? Aha, the robber. So you've caught them. Good business it is, Lieutenant.
This is the man that held you up then, huh?
That's one of them. He tried to kill me. But it was the Black Heaven that shot me.
The guy's screwy. I never seen him before in my life.
You tried to deny it. You little pussy. If I his hair.
Mr. Kahn, you must be quiet. You'd better go, Lieutenant.
Very well. Come on, O'Neill.
Ryan returns with O'Neill to Inspector Davidson's office at headquarters.
Well, Inspector, Mr. Kahn just identified O'Neill as one of the two men who robbed and shot him.
Is that correct, O'Neill?
Oh, I guess I'm hooked, all right.
Yeah. You ready to talk?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hand me the stenographer to take a statement.
How much did you get for this job, O'Neill?
$12 was my cut. Bill said he lost all the silver in the fight, and we only had $24 in paper when we got back.
$12 for a human life, huh?
Well, that guy had no right butting in.
Where's Bill gone, O'Neill?
How should I know?
Are you sure you don't know?
If I did, I wouldn't tell you, Dick. You've got me. Aren't you satisfied?
No. Are you? You want to take this rap by yourself?
What difference does it make? Besides, I don't know where Bill's gone. Only I'll bet he gets as far away from Los Angeles as possible.
On $12.
$12 will take some guys a long way.
O'Neill is booked on a charge of suspicion of murder. His wife and Harrington's girlfriend are held 2 days as material witnesses, but when they convince the police that they know nothing about the case, they are released. With only O'Neill in custody, the work of the police is but half finished. Ryan ponders ways and means of arriving at a complete solution of the crime.
Inspector, I'm convinced that this other man, Harrington or Bill or whatever his name is, has a criminal record.
Yes, but how are they going to locate him with nothing more than an eyewitness description?
Well, there is a way. May take years.
What's that?
I'm going to start with the mug book of the hold-up men, and I'm going to ask those witnesses one by one to go through them with me until we find the man we want.
Go to it.
Laboriously, Ryan starts his search. After nearly 2 weeks of consulting witnesses, one of them recognizes a picture that might be Harrington. The suspect is interviewed, but does not match the descriptions of height and weight, and is furthermore by no means a professional criminal. Ryan continues his search of the mug book for a man taller than the first suspect. but resembling him otherwise. On January 23rd, 1931, just a month after the crime, he finds the mug of one William Hudson, whose picture is immediately and unanimously identified by the various witnesses as the murderer. Police bulletins bearing Hudson's alias Errington's picture and fingerprints are broadsided across the country. Finally, on February 7th, word comes that Hudson had been arrested in Salt Lake City on the vagrancy charge several days previous. On direction from Los Angeles, Hudson is held, and Ryan travels north with an Oregon boot, a leg iron weighing 30 pounds, to bring back his man. Hudson doesn't open up to Ryan until they're on the train on the way back. And then Ryan employs some subtle psychology on him. Well, now that we're all settled down, Ryan, I'm warning you there's no use trying to get nothing out of me.
What are you getting at?
I ain't answering no questions, see?
Well, I hadn't intended to ask any.
Well, that's a good thing, because I ain't the blabbing kind, get me? You can't make me talk. I'm tough, and I can take it, see?
Say, you are tough, aren't you? I wouldn't want to get in the jam with you myself.
Yeah, and you'd be right there.
Yeah, I guess there's plenty more like me. Take that little girl that was cashiering in that restaurant in Spring Street that you and O'Neill held up last month. You know, she told me that O'Neill did all the talking, but it was you she was scared of. Said it was the way you kept looking at her.
She's a smart kid. She knows her onions.
Yeah, and that girl in the drugstore out near Westlake Park. You remember her?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What'd she say?
Said she had hysterics for an hour after you left.
Mm-hmm.
Said she'd never seen such a mean-looking man in her life.
Well, when I go into a place, I let them know that I mean business.
Sure you do. I can see that. But this fella Con, you know, he seemed to have plenty of nerve.
No, he was a fool. He didn't know what a tough guy he was up against. Come near letting him have it.
Yeah, man, I think. Smart one, too. You know, I've often wondered how you ever knew we were in that apartment waiting for you that night.
Well, I had a hunch. When I got the door half open, I thought I saw something moving, so I took it on the lam.
Yeah? Where'd you go? You away in that taxi?
Taxi, nothing. I was up the stairs before you knew what was coming off. I went up to the roof, jumped across to the building next door, watched you fellas look for me, and then come down the fire escape after you'd gotten tired and gone home.
So that's how it was, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess us detectives were pretty dumb that time.
That time? Was there any time when you wasn't dumb?
Well, I can't seem to remember, Hudson, but, you know, it's you that's wearing the Oregon boot, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's just because I slipped up. I shouldn't have come by way of Salt Lake City, where to pick up the bag.
Well, that's one way of explaining it.
Hey, tell me, Ryan, did anyone ever get away with one of those Oregon boots locked on them?
Let me see. Yeah, I believe there was a case 4 or 5 years ago up in Idaho. Fella got away, and they didn't find him until 3 years later.
Well, how did he get the boot off?
He didn't. It was still locked around the skeleton of his leg.
Both of these men were brought before justice to answer for their crimes, which they did in full on October the 2nd, 1931, when they were hanged in Folsom Prison.
Thank you, Commander. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss the thrilling true case next week. Read about it and the many other cases which are now being broadcast twice each week in the new September issue of the Calling All Cars News. Any Rio Grande dealer will gladly give you a free copy of this unique publication of illustrated crime, movie, and radio news. Boys and girls will find a full page of gifts, which are offered free to all users of Rio Grande Cracked gasoline. Every time you purchase gasoline, you help some youngster get a junior detective outfit by merely specifying Rio Grande Cracked. And you do yourself a favor as well. For no other gasoline on this market can give you greater speed or power. Very few brands can even equal the outstanding performance of Rio Grande Cracked. It costs no more to get the only gasoline that gives you police car performance. Rio Grande dealers, all of them independent merchants, unite in recommending Sinclair motor oil to their customers. From practical experience, they have learned the folly of using oils that contain wax and useless petroleum jelly. At last, they have de-waxed, de-jellied oils made by Sinclair, which cost only 25 cents and 30 cents a quart in steel cans. Every Rio Grande dealer urges you to use Sinclair motor oil because you can unqualifiedly guarantee that it will never fail to lubricate your motor correctly.
Translation broadcast 14. Special charges broadcast 970. That's all.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Now Legs introduces the comfort of cotton in Legs Control Top and Sheer Energy Pantyhose with a new pure cotton panel. Our panel's not just a lining, but 100% cotton all the way through for the coolness and freshness you've been looking for. You'll love the pure cotton panel in Legs Control Top and Sheer Energy Pantyhose. Cotton. Comfortable news from Legs.
When you have a headache, what does extra strength mean to you?
Means your headache's gone, you're feeling good. It means Excedrin.
It means fast relief. Plain and simple, it means Excedrin.
Extra strength means no more headache. Extra strength means Excedrin.
Excedrin, with more pain reliever, more total strength than regular strength aspirin or non-aspirin tablets. For millions of people, extra strength means Excedrin.
Extra strength means Excedrin.
Some mornings, there's a little monster in all of us.
Morning, Fred.
And until that first cup of coffee, we can all be pretty beastly.
Morning, Fred.
That's when your 7-Eleven store can be a lifesaver.
Good morning, Fred.
With a good cup of fresh brewed hot coffee to perk up your morning. 7-Eleven coffee brings out the best, not the beast in you.
Hey, Ralph!
On the 32 days of fabulous February, Saturday, Florence threatens a strike, but George is hearing none of it. Next, Maude moves to Saturday with the most outrageous telethon you'll ever see. Then Kojak is suspended, but that doesn't stop him from going after a crooked DA. The Jeffersons, Maude, and Kojak, Saturday starting at 9, 8 Central and Mountain.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, gents. Thanks to Gary and Durwood. Incidentally, Rosie and I are ready.
Ready? I'm still checking my music.
Oh, you. Well, I'm ready.
Okay, Eager Beaver, start things then.
It's wonderful. It's marvelous. You should care for me. It's awful nice. It's paradise. It's what I love to see. You've made my life so glamorous. You can't blame me for feeling amorous. Oh, it's wonderful, it's marvelous that you should care for me. Wonderful, it's marvelous, you should care for me. It's so awful nice, paradise, what I love to see. You've made my life so glamorous. Don't you go blaming me for getting amorous. It's wonderful, it's marvelous that you should care for me.
Rosie, what's on the social schedule for Sunday afternoon?
Oh, maybe a ride out to the country, take a picnic lunch along.
And, of course,
soft drinks in no-return cans.
Suspected it.
Why complicate life? You just toss canned soft drinks into your picnic cooler, and you're off. Real easy.
How about bicycle trips?
What do you mean?
Well, canned soft drinks are lightweight. You don't want to pedal any extra weight around, do you?
That makes sense.
Canoe trips. Cans are great space savers. You never have too much space in a canoe.
Or in your picnic cooler.
And how about that coolest of all trips, the trip over Niagara Falls in a barrel?
That's going a bit far.
Yeah, that's reaching a little,
Yeah.
isn't it? But if I ever did do that bumpy ride over the falls bit, the only kind of soft drinks I'd take would be in cans.
You have a point there.
And on that high note from our sponsor-type friends at U.S. Steel, we roll on.
I have often walked down this street before, but the pavement always stayed beneath my feet before. All at once am I several stories high, knowing I'm on the street where you live. Are there lilac trees in the heart of town? Can you hear a lark in any other part of town? Does enchantment pour out of every door? No, it's just on the street where you live. And oh, the towering feeling just to know somehow you are near. The overpowering feeling that any second you may suddenly appear. People stop and stare, they don't bother me, for there's nowhere else on earth that I would rather be. Let the time go by, I won't care if I can be here on the street where you
And now, friends, here's some words and music containing a bit of sage counsel for you all.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
With the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley's Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
And now to a song that has a far-back, honestly sentimental content. And a mood and a feeling that, it doesn't seem to me that present-day songwriters come up with too often. I think it's a lovely melody, and the words disclose a charming little miracle, the tender little miracle of scarlet ribbons.
I peeked in to say goodnight, and then I heard my child in prayer. And for me some scarlet ribbons for my hair. All the stores were closed and shuttered. All the streets were dark and bare. In our town, no scarlet ribbons, not one ribbon for her hair. Through the night my heart was aching. Just before the dawn was breaking, I peeked in, and on her bed, in gay profusion, lying there, lovely ribbons, scarlet ribbons for her hair. If I live to be 200, I will never know from where came those lovely scarlet ribbons for her hair.
Say, Bing, you remember the other day we were kidding about the fellow who thought he was getting such terrific mileage on his car. He was getting some 38 miles to the gallon?
Yeah, that's the guy who's getting such marvelous mileage, but he didn't know that his wife was putting gas in the car,
That's right.
too.
He had help from the little woman, and he was pretty elated there for a while.
Who wouldn't be getting all that mileage?
Well, he didn't get it.
Well, that's not the point. The guy felt good for a while, so what's the difference? Actually, his wife helped his morale a great deal. It was a wonderful thrill while it lasted.
Yeah, he was a big man gas-wise until the bubble burst.
Well, anyway, I have another similar case. This is a Lulu.
Would you drop it right here in the mountain?
Had to. The other night, a lady down in Memphis left the car lights on, and naturally, the battery commenced to run down. The husband saw the lights on, so he gave the typical lecture.
Yeah, the typical lecture, about 8 miles long.
Rosie. Anyway, this fellow went outside, and he just barely managed to get the engine started. So he left the motor running to build up the battery.
That's all you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, when your wife leaves the car lights on, runs the battery down, if you're lucky enough to get it started, leave the engine on. recharge the battery.
That's right. That's just what this fellow did, Bing. But, he happened to forget that he left the motor running, you see.
Oh.
So, when he woke up the next morning, he not only had a dead battery, but an empty gas tank.
Tragic.
I see that now.
I see it.
The car ran out of gas. The switch was on, and the battery really went dead this time.
That's what happened, Rosie.
That's the way it is with all you mechanical geniuses. You got to handle everything. There you are. If this man had left that car alone, he would only have a weak battery, but by taking over and acting the big shot, he not only has a dead battery, but he had no gas. You fellas aren't so smart after all, are you?
No, I guess not.
Oh, that's pretty stupid.
Oh, boy. Let's have some music. There's much to be said for two automobiles for two people if they're man and wife.
Oh, yeah.
Please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Oh, honey, though our friendship ceases from now on. And listen, if you can't say anything real nice, it's better not to talk at all. My advice. We're parting, you go your way, I'll go mine. Best that we do. Here's a kiss, I hope that this brings lots of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone. We're parting, you go your way, I'll go mine. Best that we do. Here's a kiss, I hope that this brings lots of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone, gone, gone. Please don't talk about me when I'm gone.
Maybe Buddy will play something for us now, huh, Bing?
Why not? We never know Buddy's mood, Whatever he feels, he plays.
He's very temperamental, but quite good, I think.
Oh, quite.
Yes. let's have a little conference.
Why?
We're not seeing eye to eye on things, you know.
Well, that's natural. We're both rugged individualists. We both seem to have strong opinions about things.
Well, maybe we had better just call the whole thing off. What do you think about that?
Well, let's kind of talk it over. See if we can have a little meeting of the minds. Come to some agreement that's not so drastic.
I'm agreeable. Let's talk it over.
I say either, and you say either.
You say neither, and I say neither.
Either,
Either,
neither.
neither.
Let's call the whole thing off. I like potato, you like potato.
You like tomato, and I like tomato.
Potato,
Potato,
tomato.
tomato.
Let's call the whole thing off.
But oh, if we call the whole thing off, then we must part.
Oh, if we ever part, then that might break my heart.
So if you like pajamas and I like pajamas,
I'll wear pajamas and give up pajamas. For we know we need each other, so we should call the whole thing off. You say laughter and I say laughter.
you say after and I say after.
Laughter,
Laughter,
after.
after.
Oh, let's call the whole thing off. You like vanilla and I like vanilla.
You sarsaparilla and I sarsaparilla.
Vanilla,
Vanilla,
pistachio.
strawberry.
Let's call the whole thing off. But oh, if we call the whole thing off, then we must part.
And oh, if we ever part, then that might break my heart.
So you go for oysters and I'll go for oysters.
I'll order oysters and cancel the oysters.
For we know we need each other, so we better call the calling all off. Let's call the whole thing off.
We must toddle along now, Rosie.
We'll return Monday, friends.
Oh, we'll toddle back Monday for sure. See you then, friends.
In Porgy and Bess, they sing, "A woman is a sometime thing." But here on the CBS Radio Network, we consider the ladies all important. That's why 3 times every weekday, we present Betty Furness in Dimension of a Woman's World. Now, these features are chock full of helpful hints. So, ladies, take this hint and listen.
Let my star pupil use that AIM.
AIM tastes good.
Taste does not fight cavities. Fluoride fights cavities.
AIM has fluoride. AIM fights cavities.
My children have always used...
Mrs. Davis, fluoride can't fight cavities unless it gets used. Bobby likes the taste so much he may be brushing longer. And I know he keeps on getting good checkups.
Good checkups? We'll try AIM.
Take AIM against cavities.
Hey, I got all 3 rings.
That's not the only rings you got. You got ring around the collar. Yep, ring around the collar.
Those dirty rings. You try spraying, even scrubbing with powders, and still you've got...
Ring around the collar.
Try Whisk. Whisk sinks in and starts to clean before you start to wash, then gets your whole wash clean.
This time, you deserve the prize.
I do.
No more ring around the collar.
Use Whisk around the collar for ring around the collar. Every time.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special. The beer will pour.
Innkeeper, a ration of Lowenbrow for me and my men.
Lowenbrow? You guys finally win a race?
Oh, yeah, we found the secret. We lashed Joe to the mast so he couldn't fall overboard. You guys.
When you want the taste of a truly great beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
You know the best part about sailing? Yeah, this part.
Let it be Lowenbrow.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Now, Bing, seeing as how you're being such a dear, sweet boy, how about a bit of meadowlarking from you?
I'm glad to oblige, Judy. Shall we say amor, amor?
So sweet that I repeat means I adore you. Amor, amor, my love. Would you deny this heart that I have placed before you? I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter things in your ear, but somehow or other nothing sounds quite so dear as this soft caressing word I know. Nights are lonely. Amor, amor, my love. Make life divine. Say you'll be mine and love me only. Life divine, say you'll be mine and love me only. Amor.
Bing, that was really full of amour.
I, too, would like to add my accolade.
Lay it right in here.
But now, Judy, I'd like to say a few words to the groaner in private, if I'm not too referendum.
Oh, of course, Jimmy. I'll be only too filibuster to oblige.
Thanks. Very dispensary of you.
Let's have it, Jimmy. What seems to be the trouble?
It's like this, Bing. Here I am in Hollywood, and the more than I get here, I'm a sensation, a terrific success.
Really?
Yeah, I got a room.
That's great. And what's the beef?
It's my personal life. It's a shambles. Wherever I go, the finger of scorn is pointed at me. I can't face my friends.
How come?
I ain't got a butler.
You ain't got no butler, huh? The shame of it, the shame of it, the utter... overwhelming shame, yes.
Give him an inch, they'd take 8 lines. Please repeat that line, Mr. Bingo.
The overwhelming shame of it.
Yes, all I get from them fair weather friends of mine now is mockery and derision. But from you, Bing, I expect there's something warmer, Sarcasm, at least. Don't you see how it is, Bingo? I want to be a gentleman. I just got to be a gentleman.
Why?
Because that's what it says on the door of my room.
Well, now, not everyone can sleep in a tiled bedroom. But, Jimmy, the health problem being what it is, could I get you a butler? Where could I get him?
I just saw you talking to one, that feller over there.
Oh, you mean Arthur Treacher?
Yeah. He looks like Ned Sparks in a bad mood. But he's a great butler, I know. I've seen him buttle.
Oh, Arthur Treacher isn't a butler. He's an actor. You've only seen him buttle for people in pictures.
So what? If you can help Ronald Coleman on with his pants, pour tea for Norma Shear, and simonize Don Amici's teeth. I expected that to do no good. He's good enough for me.
Well, I don't know how much good it'll do, but I'll introduce you to him. Arthur Treacher, would you step over here for a moment?
Certainly, old boy. Glad to oblige.
Arthur, I'd like to have you know Jimmy Durante.
Why?
One moment, Jeeves. Don't hand me none of that drawing room lip.
Well, this is no part of this. I shall join Miss Garland in the dispensary. You may call me.
And now I'm a good man. Let's get to the business at hand. I'm looking for a gentleman's gentleman.
Well, so far you're 2 gentlemen short.
Precisely why you are here. I admit that I need a little polish.
A little polish? You could use a gallon of glow coat.
What a delightful sense of humor. No doubt you've heard the old maxim, brevity is the soul of wit.
Of course.
Well, shut up. Just answer me this. Will you or will you not be my butler?
My dear sir, this is a farce. I am not a butler. I'm a motion picture actor.
A dubious career at best. Look what pictures did to me. Typed me. Every picture I was in, they made me play a fellow with a big nose. Why?
It's quite obvious. And get it off my chin.
Pardon me, I was carried away. But butling is the only job for you, teacher.
Treacher is the name, Treacher.
Pardon me.
My dear sir, even if I were to give up the cinema and become a butler, I most assuredly would never enter the service of a creature of your ilk.
And what, pray, is wrong with my ilk?
You, sir, are boorish, crass, overwhelmingly illiterate, and completely repugnant.
How much of that is good?
None of it. It was purely a commentary on your lack of breeding. And if you tell me you breathe fine through that great beak of yours, I shall scream.
Teacher?
Treacher is the name, sir. Treacher.
To err is but human. Go and get your salary. You're fired. What's more, you get no reference from me. Goodbye.
I can think of no more desirable culmination to this repulsive association.
Well, now that you've apologized, I'll keep you on. Look, teacher. I'm in a spot. You gotta help me out. I appeal to your baser instincts.
Well, Mr. Durante, I suppose one should lend a hand to one's fellow human, though I use the word loosely.
Spoken like an Englishman and an alley. Thank you. I'm just a tool of an educated brain.
Right. Now, as regards the duties of your butler, I presume you'll want him to serve tea each afternoon?
Never touch the stuff.
You never drink tea?
Nope. Them little bags get stuck in my throat.
Quite old, my dear. Now, tell me about your tub.
My tub?
Yes. You tub daily, of course?
Repeat that line.
Getting rather tiresome. You tub daily, of course.
If the water's warm, I tub. If it's not, I basin.
It's no use, Mr. Durante. I don't know where I could find a man you'd be happy with, and distinctly vice versa.
Happiness ain't everything, Mr. Teacher.
Treacher is the name, sir.
Money is what makes the world go round, and I'm prepared to pay a butler a huge sum of $18 a week.
$18 a week? Why, I paid my man $100 a week right up till the day he left me.
You say he left?
Yes.
And the job pays $100 a week?
That's right.
Brother, you've got a new butler.
Well, Arthur, congratulations on snagging a butler like Durante. I can't wait to come over to your house to dinner and I have a beautiful new green dress that split pea soup will look lovely on.
Oh, don't worry. I'll see that James doesn't serve the soup. I'll have the maid take care of that.
Okay, and I'll take care of the maid.
The 32 Days of Fabulous February. This Saturday on Bob Newhart. Showbiz brings out the real Dr. Hartley. Next, Tony Randall moves to his new time, and he's in love with everybody. Bob Newhart and Tony Randall, Saturday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
Tomorrow on CBS.
Oh. For now we can begin. Bob Hope brings you his last review, and smiles are here again.
Thank you so much, and welcome you all to our fun shop. While we manufacture the laughter, it's Pepsodent sales that we're after. To make you smile, the more worthwhile. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope back again for the GOP. Good old Pepsodent. Tonight I'm just a lull between election returns. You know, there's been so many campaign speeches on the air lately. I turned on my radio last night and it handed me a cigar. And what those politicians say about each other, it sounded like they were doing their Christmas wrapping early. Well, election day is almost over and I'm pretty tired. My uncle ran for office in Eagle Knob, California, and I've been voting all day. But it doesn't pay to be honest. I voted 12 times a day and I only got paid for 10. When my uncle got through voting, the ballot box was so stuffed it had to take 6 bicarbonates of soda. My uncle isn't exactly crooked. I'd say he was sort of a pretzel with skin. When he was running for office last year, he said he'd do the public good, and when he was elected, he kept his word. He did them good. Oh, but you'd like him. He's a great man. He came up from the gutter, and boy, is he homesick. He's a very thorough politician. 2 hours before the polls open, he put in his application for a recount of the recount. He had so many cigars in his pocket, he looked like a pipe organ. But I want to take this opportunity to thank the 26 intelligent, honest, right-thinking voters of Eagle Knob who voted for my uncle. The other 2,000 know what they can do. But the people are really slow in Eagle Knob. I entered the polling booth there, pulled back the curtain on the voting machine, and what do you think I found? A guy still voting for Hoover. Oh, but that's enough of that. Phil, tell the ladies and gentlemen who's elected to entertain the Pepsodent voters tonight.
Well, Bob, we have one of the famous Marx brothers, Chico Marx, and in our usual roundup, Skinny Ennis and his band, the Mad Professor Jerry Colonna, through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, 6 hits and a miss, and Bob Hope.
Oh, that's Phil Goodman, ladies and gentlemen, the big outdoor man. We went up to his cabin in the woods over the weekend to do a little deer hunting. I came back without a buck. Reminds me of Santa Anita. But, boy, I said there's nothing like getting out in the open. I love to go hunting in the woods. It fills me with something. Buckshot. But it's marvelous up there around Phil's cabin. The deers eat right out of your hand. Here in Hollywood, they eat right out of your pocketbook. Isn't that a slick line? Oh, but I'd tell you, the first day Goodwin shot at the moose, he came so close, he shot the milk pail right out from under it. The second day out, I came face to face with a bear. It was pretty horrible for both of us. It was a very old bear. It didn't have a tooth in its mouth. They were all in my arms. Bill shot at the bear 15 times without hitting it. Suddenly, the bear ran in the woods and came out a second later with a large red bullseye over its heart. A large red bullseye over its heart. Hey, we went a little deeper into the woods and ran across an elephant. The elephant came up to me and said, I've been hiding in here all day. How did we make out in today's election? I told him, and he went deeper into the woods. You know, as Skinny Ennis and his band were up there hunting, Skinny's a great hunter, he fired one shot and ran up to Goodwin and said, is the guitar player out of the woods? Goodwin said, yes. Then Skinny said, really? Then I shot a bear. Bill, that's a nice cabin you have up there.
Did you really like it, Bob?
Yes, Bill, except the bed you gave me.
Well, when I made it up, I asked you if you wanted one lump or two.
Bill, that bed was so uncomfortable, even the beaver got out.
Well, anyway, the trip was a success. All except the last day. I fell on a porcupine.
Really? Did you get the needles?
Well, Bob, I have so many needles in me, every time I eat spaghetti, my stomach knits a sweater.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Skinny. Say, Skinny, did you ever hunt bear?
Yeah, but I don't like it. It's a leaf pickle.
Pickle.
Yeah, but I'm disappointed in you, Bob.
Why, what about Skinny?
Well, you know that bird dog you sold me?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't sing a note.
What a hunter, Skinny. You couldn't bring down a duck off a meat hook.
Well, everybody liked you up there, Bob.
Really, Bill?
Uh-huh. Even the parrot in my cabin.
The parrot?
Yeah, he woke me up in the middle of the night and said, is that Bob Hope, the comedian? Mm-hmm. And I said, yes.
Yeah.
So the parrot laid an egg as big as an ostrich and said, let me see him top that.
Thank you, Bill. And now our six tips of the miss are going to sing out Johnny Mercer's version of the musical football player Jamboree Jones. Take it, talent.
I began my story out in West Virginia in a little college. All the student body only cared for football, never mind the knowledge. Never mind the sheepskin, they preferred the pigskin, seemed to have it in their bones. They knew all about it, couldn't live without it, all except a certain Mr. Jamboree Jones. He played the clarinet with all his might. He studied night and day, he practiced day and night. No running up the field for Mr. Jones. He'd rather run up the scale and down the scale. What comes? Meanwhile, the team marched on to greater fame, till they were asked to play the famous Rose Bowl game. Oh, Roses, and on that day of days, the students beamed. What did they do when the team marched on the field? I want to tell you, ladies and you gentlemen, they screamed, rock, 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 zip, boom, bop, 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 the la, yeah, go, watch them go. Boom. Started on the kickoff, they pulled every trick off, they couldn't win it. Instead of going forward, they were going backward, 5 miles a minute. Seeing their position, they called intermission, they heard the referee say, 17-0, ain't exactly nothing. You've got 5 minutes to play. And from the stand, there came a distant wail, and it was Jamboree. I swing and hold them nails. Oh, we like. And then the students, they began to yell. The players marched up the field and down the field. Pell-mell, and today the Hall of Fame still proclaims the hero's name. Jamboree, they can't forget what a football game with a clarinet.
In 1754, a certain young Englishman received a letter from his father which read, "I hope you take great care of your teeth, and that you clean them well every morning and after every meal. But I do insist that you never use any of those sticks or hard substances which always rub away the gums and destroy the varnish of the teeth." And who do you think wrote this letter in 1754? It was none other than the famous Lord Chesterfield. Now, fortunately, the sticks and hard cleaning substance he speaks of have completely disappeared from modern American life. But the rest of Lord Chesterfield's advice is as important today as it was nearly 200 years ago. Think how he would have greeted Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium. Irium is the cleansing agent found only in Pepsodent of all toothpaste. Gently, quickly, effectively, it helps Pepsodent toothpaste brush away stubborn surface stains, leaving your teeth gleaming with natural brilliance. And always remember, Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium is safe in its action on teeth. Safe for children, safe for adults, because it contains no grit, no drugs, no bleach. Try Pepsodent today and see how effectively it reveals the true beauty of your teeth.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take great pleasure in presenting one of the foremost comedians of Hollywood, one of the famous Marx Brothers whom you saw recently in the great RKO Picture Room service. Here he is, Chico Marx. Thank you very much. Well, so long, Bob. Wait a minute, Chico, what are you leaving for?
When the people applaud, that's enough for me.
Wait a minute, we got to do a show.
I know, but I got to go home and learn how to play the piano.
Well, can't you learn how to play next week?
No, next week I'm giving a concert.
Yeah, well, what about our audience? You've got to do something for them.
Okay. Wait
a minute, Chico, this is no place to sell ice cream.
Why not? We need some good humor around here. Besides, Bob, I got to make us some money.
But, Chico, you're getting a check for this program.
Whose check?
My check. Look, Chico, what are you going to do tonight?
Well, I think I just stand in the back and hit.
Well, you'll have plenty of company.
Well, goodbye, Bob. I must go home now.
Say, Chico, you like that house of yours, don't you? How many bedrooms have you got?
Bedrooms? Let me see. We got no bedrooms.
No bedrooms? What do you sleep in at night?
In my nightshirt. Some joke, eh, boys?
Yeah, I think it's my turn to stand back here and hit. Say, have you got any bathtubs in the house?
Well, I tell you, we got a new plan. We got a shower right over the bed.
Shower right over the bed?
Mm-hmm. All we got to do in the morning is to turn the water on, and then we don't get wet.
Well, why don't you get wet?
We don't sleep in the beds.
Look, Chico, if you don't sleep in the bed, where do you sleep?
In the park.
Yeah, but if you sleep in the park, what do you need the house for?
Well, we got to have some place to keep the beds.
I don't know, but that sounds kind of stupid.
Yeah, I got that from my uncle. He was a kind of stupid, too. Way over like this.
I get it, Chico.
Well, so long, Bob. I got to go now. I'm just itching to go home.
Now, wait a minute, Chico. You got to play the piano.
All right, so where was I?
You were just itching.
Okay, we start from scratch. Wait, they're taking my coat off.
All right, say, that's a nice coat, but why do you wear it inside out like that?
The other side belongs to Groucho. He's wearing it.
I wish I was with him. Ladies and gentlemen, Chico Marx will now play his own arrangement of an original composition based on the Second Hungarian Rhapsody by Franz Liszt.
You want to buy a ticket for the Rose Bowl football game?
For the Rose Bowl, I'll say. How much?
Well, for you, $5.
$5? $5?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay, here's your $5.
Okay, here's your piece.
Yeah. A piece? Wait a minute. How about the rest of the ticket?
That's no good. I can't make much profit selling a whole ticket.
Well, you only gave me the top part of the ticket.
That's all right. You only sit on the top part of the seat. Hey, Bob, I forgot to tell you. You know you got to go to seat for that football game right in the middle.
In the middle?
Uh-huh. Yeah, right behind the middle of the scoreboard.
Behind the scoreboard, but how do I see the game from there?
Well, I tell you. I sell you a nice brace and a bit. Then you'll make a nicer hole for yourself.
I'm in the hole now. How much does that cost?
$4.25.
$4.25 for a brace and bit?
Yeah, $4 for the brace and 2 bits for the bit.
I wish Groucho was here to give me an answer for that one.
I miss him more than you do. Hey, Bob.
Sounds like Harpo. It's all right, Chico. Anybody can drop a script. Go ahead. It's all right.
I know, but I saw those jokes before.
You'll see him again, too.
Hey, Bob.
What's that?
I'm going to do you a real big favor.
Oh, don't go home so early, Chico.
No, I'm going to let you have a pair of field glasses for the game.
Well, Chico, I'm not so sure I can afford it. How much are you going to let me have them for?
Very cheap, only 25 cents.
Well, that's reasonable enough.
Now, how about some lenses for the glasses? $50.
Look, Chico, how much would you charge me if I don't go to the game?
Well, what seat are you not going to sit in?
How about not sitting on the 50-yard line?
That's no good. There are too many people not sitting there now. You'd be in the way. Hey, Bob, we got some more jokes.
Well, here we go again. What is it now, Chico?
I got something else you need very badly at the game.
What is it, a radio?
No, it's a map. Shows you how to get to go out for the game.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Chico. Oh, I think it's a little late to put on your glasses. Look. Chico, it's pretty crowded on New Year's Day. Let's take a look at that map.
Here you are. Now, look. You take a number 66, and you go out about 4 miles.
Uh-huh.
That brings you to 33.
Yeah.
Now you go out of 33 about 2 miles. Now 66 and 33, that makes 99. Now you're on the right road. Now you take a 99 for 280 miles, and that brings you to the Grand Canyon. Oh, boy, that's a beauty.
Say, that gives me an idea, Chico. I've never been there, and I'll need a vacation about New Year's. Is there any fishing?
Sure, fishing and hunting. You want to buy a license?
I was afraid of that. Wait till I go home and sell my annuity. Say, maybe you'd like to buy these football tickets back.
No, thanks.
I'll let you have them for $3 apiece.
No, thank you.
Oh, all right. You can have them for nothing. I won't need them now.
No, I don't want them.
What's the matter? Don't you want to see the game?
I saw the game. California won, 13-0.
Wait a minute. That's the score of last year's game.
That's all right. You got a last year's ticket.
Yeah. Skinny Ennis sings that beautiful number by Larry Clinton, My Reverie, based on a theme by Claude Debussy. Okay, Skinny, take. Oh,
love is a dream in my reverie. I can see that this love was meant for me. Only a fool never stood in a world of romance to be so cruel as you are to me. I dream of his ways as gently. Without you, life will never begin to be. So love me as I love you in my reverie. Make my dream reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie. As I love you in my reverie, make my dream reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie. In my reverie.
The sunshine of your smile tonight. A little clouded over, maybe looking just a little sad? Well, then why not decide to swing over to Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium? Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent of all tooth powders, contains Irium, the new cleansing agent. And Irium is the remarkable discovery that helps Pepsodent remove stubborn surface stains from your teeth. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, use Pepsodent tooth powder and you'll be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say you never dreamed your teeth could sparkle so, and you never knew your mouth could feel so fresh, so clean as it does when Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium is always on the job. Best of all, Pepsodent powder containing Irium is safe in its action on teeth because it contains no grit, no drugs, no bleach. So if you want these effective cleansing results, try Pepsodent tooth powder with Irium.
Stop beating round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, mulberry bush. Stop beating round the mulberry bush.
Although it's made him dizzy, that old bush leaguer Bob Hope is going around in circles to give you his version of Stop Beating Round the Mulberry Bush. All right, circulate, Bob.
Mulberry bush when there's a moon.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, Bob.
I'm in trouble. I got a summons for $50,000.
You did? What's the matter?
Well, look, last week
Yeah?
I called up my girl and I told her to stop beating around the mulberry bush and to come right out and tell me she loves me.
Yeah?
I asked her to marry me and she accepted.
Well, I don't see any breach of promise there.
Yeah, but I had the wrong number.
Oh, boy, this is serious, Bob. What you need is a good lawyer.
What I need is $50,000.
Listen, I know just the man for you.
Well, one thing, is he good?
Is he good? Why, he got my sentence cut down from 90 to 60 days.
Really?
Gee, for having one headlight out, too.
Oh, that's wonderful. If you ever go through a red light, let me know and I'll give you a farewell party.
Come on, Bob, let's go. Well, here it is, Bob. Law offices of Cohen, Goldfarb, Cohen, and O'Cavity.
How did O'Cavity get in there?
He put up the money. Let's go in.
Hey, gosh, it's dark in here. Oh, pardon me.
That's all right. I'm only the desk.
I wish they'd turn the lights on.
We never do that during lunch hour.
Why not?
The bosses get jealous when they see me eat. Hello, law offices of CGC and OK. A divorce? What kind would you like, Reno, Mexico, or radio? What's a radio divorce? When you get married again, we guarantee you a spot on the Eddie Cantor program. Goodbye.
Say, look, miss, my friend Bob Hope wants to hire a good lawyer.
Well, you better try someone else. The last case he defended was Paul Revere for parking his plug in front of a plug.
A case. Come right in. Have a seat. Have a cigar. Have an accident?
Are you Attorney O'Cavity?
Yes, and you can't lose. It's an open and shut case. You were home alone that night reading a book. Now, I'll call Central Casting and get 2 witnesses who were with you.
Very nice, but I have a breach of promise suit on my hands.
Breach of promise? She can't do that to you. Promising to marry you? Breaking your heart? Leaving you crushed and broken like a second-hand Dixie cup? We'll sue for $20,000.
That's well, but there's just one catch.
What's that?
She's suing me for $50,000.
Oh, lucky me. We'll make a settlement. Let's say $25,000 for her and $25,000 for me.
Wait a minute. Where'll I get the money?
Haven't you entered the movie quiz?
Say, what a lawyer. He probably went through law school on a student tour.
Oh, pardon me. There goes another ambulance. This trial. Hold on to the customer while I do a little road work.
Say, don't tell me Attorney O'Cavity's an ambulance chaser.
Mister, he's been chasing ambulances so long, he has roller skates on his briefcase.
Oh, darn those ambulance drivers. Put grease on the running board again. Say, what were you saying before they rang for me?
I said I was being sued.
Oh, that's nothing. So Sally ran.
Yeah, but she'll probably wiggle out of it.
Say, how about making out your will? Only $25 extra. Oh, there it goes again.
Wait a minute. I'm going with you this time.
Okay, hang on. We'll wrap off the courthouse.
Say, boy, this is a busy court. Listen to the hustle and bustle.
Hello, Hustle.
Hello, bustle.
The sixth session of the Court of Sessions is in session, and I do mean session. Yeah, man.
There's the girl right over there, Susie Subpoena. We all call her Sweet Sue. Hello, Sue.
Hello, Cavity. Well, here we are again.
Here you are, get your cracker jack, popcorn, alibi, bail bonds, and a Tootsie Footsie ice cream. Who's that?
That's the girl's lawyer, Ravelli.
Hey, boss, do you call me?
Yeah, I want to make a deal with you.
That's fine. How about draw poker? Here's your card.
My card?
I got a 5 aces. I think I'll open. What do you got? I got a headache.
Ravelli, if you were my lawyer, I'd say you were crazy.
As
a matter of fact, if you were my lawyer, I'd say I was crazy. Sounds just like Groucho, no?
No.
Tell me, why is your client suing me for breach of promise?
I'm running a special on the breach of promise this week. Next week, a habeas corpus with green flowers.
With green flowers?
Yeah, habeas Irish rose. Some sort, eh?
No.
I object.
Well, I read anybody's lines. What do you... What do you...
I object.
What are you objecting for? The trial hasn't started.
Well, I'm just warming up.
Order in the court. Order. The judge is about to appear.
Greetings, Gates. Let's arbitrate. Hello, Sue. How are you?
Hello, Judge.
Well, where were you on the night of October 25th?
At home.
You should have been with us. What a brawl. Is the jury present?
Hello, Judge.
Sue, you remember the boys?
Sure. Hiya, fellas.
Hello, Sue. What new?
I'll give 3 to 1 I lose this case.
That's no good. You can get 12 to 1 from the jury.
Judge Colonna, I think this...
30 days.
But, Judge, that isn't 60 days. Wait a minute. You can't give me 60 days.
Ah, yes, knave. My time is your time. Bring the defendant and the plaintiff to the bar.
You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but... And see your dentist twice a year?
I do.
I do.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
I object. You're here to dispense justice.
Very well. Justice will be dispensed with. Continue with the case. It's your shot, Mr. Ravelli. Okay, I take the witness. Hey, Hope, where were you on the night of February the 30th?
There wasn't any night of February the 30th.
Oh, so you stole that too, eh? I'm ashamed.
I'm not exactly proud of you either, Ravelli.
I object.
Objection overruled.
All right, I object again.
Objection overruled.
That's fine. Now I got a pair of overrules.
Judge, I'm getting sick and tired of this case.
Yeah, come on, Judge. Stop beating around the mulberry bush and settle this case once and for me.
Silence. I have reached a decision.
Oh, please.
I'm afraid to listen. What kind of a trial is this, anyway? Am I going to get justice?
Ah, justice. Just as a famous justice once said. Hope. Until...
you're the judge.
Objection overruled. I'm throwing this case right out of court.
What happened, Judge?
I forgot to let go of the case.
Mulberry bush, stop me too long. The mulberry bush, come out and say you love me.
Excuse me, Bob. Oh, Bob, what have we for next week?
Oh, well, next week we're really going to town, Bill. We have that man with us.
Yeah, that man?
That man, Groucho Marx. He's coming over and explaining the whole thing. Then we'll have our regular cast, Skinny Anderson's band, Six Hits and a Miss, Jerry Colonna, Bill Goodwin.
And Bob Hope.
Thank you. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsi and Company bids you good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Sing Company. Sing Company. Sing Company. Sing Company. Sing Company. Sing Company.
Why go anywhere else when Fred Montesi supermarkets offer such a wide variety of delicious and attractive foods at real money-saving prices? Coupon specials this week are King Cotton meat or beef hot dogs, 12-ounce package 9 cents, or Hunt's peach halves or slices, 2 29-ounce cans 39 cents with coupon and $15 additional purchase. Save this week at all 4 Fred Montesi supermarkets, open 24 hours a day except Sunday. Why go anywhere else?
Here at Dobbs Ford, we're having a snow and sleet sale. Because of all the bad weather, many of you haven't been out of your homes for anything, much less to buy a new car. So at Dobbs Ford, we're offering our lowest prices ever. The LTD, $47.96. The Granada, $44.95. And the Futura, $39.95. Bundle up. Come see us at Dobbs Ford during our snow and sleet sale. That's Dobbs Ford, 2515 Mount Moriah at I-240.
Miss Arkansas Universe pageant Saturday at 9 on Channel 3.
Here we are in the middle of the cold and flu season. Reports about flu are coming in from all over the country. It helps to know this. When it comes to flu, doctors recommend aspirin more than 2 to 1 over any other fever and pain reliever. That's right. Doctors recommend aspirin more than 2 to 1. That's good to know when you're suffering from the aches, pain, and fever that come with a cold or flu.
Bayer aspirin. It has relieved more aches, pain, and fever than any medication in history.
Hello, Karen. This is Wally.
Remember those times when everything depended on a phone call?
Good evening, Karen. Wallace here.
Chances are the phone you depended on was made by Weston Electric.
Karen, Wally.
Today, Weston Electric still makes every telephone the same way, with Weston Electric reliability, just like always.
Hello? Hi, Wally. Karen here.
For 95 years, America's depended on Bell telephones made by Weston Electric.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A call comes into the office. A woman says her husband is dead. She thinks he's been murdered. Your job? Investigate.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, July 8th. It was sunny in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 11:03 a.m. when we got to 906 South Norwood Street. Front door. Hi, Friday and Smith, homicide.
How are you? Carly, 1F14. Hi, Carly. Mrs. Pilson, the victim's wife, is back in the bedroom. Pretty broken up about it.
What about the victim?
Name's George Pilson, age 57. No children. Just he and his wife live here. That's about all I got. She cried so much I thought it might be better to let her rest until you got here.
That's a good idea. Where's the body?
In the other bedroom, I'll show you.
All right.
Because she felt so bad, I thought maybe she'd like me to call her doctor. She said she didn't want any.
Uh-huh.
Mrs. Pilson's right across the hall.
Right. That's a head wound.
Yeah. Looks like somebody was serious.
Yeah. Now we're going to need the lab and latent prints.
You want me to call him?
Yeah. Better call the coroner, too, will you, please?
Right.
Thank you. The way he's lying here, position of his hands outside the covers, doesn't look like there was much of a struggle, does it?
Oh. Could have been asleep when he got it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Better talk to his wife, huh?
Yeah.
Miss Pilson. Miss Pilson, police officers.
Who is it?
Police officers, we'd like to talk to you. Sorry to disturb you, ma'am, but we'd appreciate it if you tell us what you know about all this.
All right. You want to go in the front room?
All right, that'll be fine. You go ahead, please.
I couldn't talk to the other policeman.
We understand.
Calls are all in, Sergeant. Anything else I can do?
No, thanks, Carly. We'll handle it now.
Right, I'll shove off.
Miss Pilson, this is Frank Smith, and my name's Friday.
Uh-huh.
How you doing, ma'am?
This is like so many other mornings. Except nobody sat in his chair like you are, Mr. Friday. I used to sit here and it was quiet. I didn't want to disturb George's sleep.
Well, then your husband usually slept during the morning hours, is that
Yes.
right?
He worked nights at the Belden Aircraft Company.
All right. Would you tell us what happened?
What is it to tell? He came from shopping and found him just like he is now.
Do you remember what time it was?
I don't know for sure. 10:30. Somewhere around there.
When did you leave the house?
About the same time I usually do. I couldn't do my housework in the morning. Didn't want to disturb George.
Mm-hmm. About when would that be?
About 9 o'clock.
Was your husband asleep when you left?
Yes. He never closed the door, and I looked in before I left.
When you left the house this morning, did you lock the house?
The back door was locked. Never lock the front when I'm just going to be gone for a short while.
I see.
It doesn't take me more than 2 hours to shop at the most.
Do you know if your husband had any enemies, Miss Pilson?
Oh, not that I know of. He might have, but he never said anything to me about them.
Mm-hmm. Hope you won't take offense, but we have to ask this. How did you and your husband get along?
I guess I should have known that I'd be suspect, too.
Well, we have to ask it.
I know, Mr. Friday. You men are strangers. How could you know what our marriage was like? And how do you sum up 30 years in one or two sentences? Good, bad, happy, unhappy. It was all those.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think our life is much different than most couples. Maybe one exception. You see over there on the table?
Yes, ma'am.
My collection of elephants. I started collecting them as a little girl. I always thought that one day I'd have a little girl. I'd give them to her. We never had any children.
Mm-hmm.
So my children have been pretend. I've kept adding to the collection all these years. Each new elephant is one that my little girl, or perhaps a little boy, would have added.
I see.
I was wrong before about something I said.
How's that?
I said you were strangers.
Yes.
You're not, really. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you about the elephants.
Yes, ma'am. Then you and your husband haven't had any quarrels recently?
Usual words. Nothing serious, though.
Now, there's something else we'll have to know.
Yes.
Do you know if any personal property is missing?
Stolen, you mean?
That's right.
Well, I'd have to look first.
What if you do that for us?
Right now?
Yes, ma'am. If you feel up to it, we'd appreciate it if you could.
You want to know about the bedroom, too?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
One other thing, Miss Pilson.
Yes.
Was your husband in the habit of carrying large sums of money on his person, would you know?
Oh, no. Usually carried some cash, but never large amounts.
I see. All right. Would you like to start checking now, Miss Pilson?
Do you mind if we sit a moment longer?
No, it's all right. Take your time.
I was just remembering how like other days this is. I'd sit here reading, or maybe just looking at my elephants and thinking.
Mm-hmm.
It would be real quiet. Then the clock would strike 12. I'd go in and wake George.
Yes, ma'am.
So we go in?
Yes, if you're ready.
not quite time. That won't make any difference now.
Beg your pardon?
He won't hear us.
When we checked the bedroom, Miss Pilson told us her husband's watch and diamond ring were missing. She said as far as she could determine, nothing else had been taken from the house. In the meantime, crews from the crime lab and Leighton Prince arrived. Frank called the office, and they ran the names George and Marie Pilson through R&I. They called back later to say they could find no record on either one of them. Further questioning of the victim's wife failed to give us any definite lead as to who our suspect might be. We left the home and began to question some of the neighbors. 1:14 p.m., we rang the bell at the house directly across the street. We identified ourselves, and Sam Mordell, the occupant, admitted it. We went into the front room.
I was beginning to think I'd have to go look you fellas up.
Well, how do you mean that, sir?
Well, I saw all the cars and activity over at the Pilsons. I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought it must be trouble of some kind. Well, curiosity just about got the best of me. Grab a chair. Might as well be comfortable while you're here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Miss Mordell.
Don't mind all the wood shavings on the floor. You see, I'm a wood carver. It's not my job. It's just a hobby. I'm retired. I'm a railroad man.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I had a rug in here, but I took it out. I always like those eating places with the sawdust on the floor. You know the kind. Of course, shavings aren't sawdust, but then it's easier to save them this way, too.
Yes, sir. I wonder if you'd answer a few questions for us.
Sure thing. Anyhow, if I keep on gabbing, I won't find out what this is all about. You go ahead and ask your questions.
Thank you. Do you usually sit in that chair when you work?
Sure do. Seldom miss a day. I call this my cab window.
What's that, sir?
Cab window. I used to be an engineer. Sort of got used to looking out and enjoying the scenery as it went by.
Oh.
Of course, now the view doesn't change much, but I still like to see what's going on in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. Were you sitting here this morning, sir?
Yeah. Don't miss many days. I haven't the time. Have to get this chain finished. A lot of work to carve at the wood chain.
Yes, sir. Would you remember seeing anybody around the Pilson residence this morning?
You mean besides Mrs. Pilson?
You saw her, did you?
Sure. She went shopping. She always goes Wednesday morning, of course, unless the weather is bad.
Yes, sir. Did you see anybody else?
Yes. Saw a fella come out of there while Mrs. Pilson was at the store.
Saw a man come out of the house?
Yeah.
Would you remember what time that was?
10 o'clock sharp.
You sure of that?
That's right. You see this watch?
Yes, sir.
They gave me this when I retired. You can see what it says on the back. See? Look.
It's real nice.
Railroad watch. Doesn't vary a bit. I don't get a newspaper, so I listen to the radio news when I'm working.
Mm-hmm.
Always check the time they come on. Because I know that my watch is right. Sometimes they're a couple of seconds late or early. Mostly, though, pretty much on schedule. Make good railroad men.
Yes, sir.
It was 10 o'clock sharp by my watch. Program was 3 seconds late.
Yes, sir. Now, did you see that man go in?
No. I went out to make a pot of coffee.
How long were you out of the room?
20 minutes. Never take any more than 20 minutes. Do you mind if I carve while we talk? I've got to get this chain finished. They're going to get a new record.
Yes, sir. All right. Could you describe this man for us?
Sure, but I can give you a better clue than that.
What's that, Mr. Mordell?
He had a truck.
Go ahead, Mike.
Printing on the side.
Uh-huh.
Man's name. Said he sharpened lawnmowers.
Do you know the name?
Well, I'm not real sure. Either Ray or Gray.
Was there an address?
Yeah, it was a letter too small. Anyhow, I wasn't too interested. I sharpened my own mower.
Uh-huh. Can you tell us what kind of a truck it was?
Not the make, but it was a closed-in kind. Green color. Didn't look too new.
Uh-huh. And you say the name on the side was either Ray or Gray. Is that it?
Yeah, my eyes are good yet, but only the Ray part was real clear. It looked like there could have been another letter in the front, though.
Uh-huh.
Just thought of something.
Yes, sir.
It didn't have to be Gray. It could have been Bray or Trey.
Yes, sir. We can check that out.
Now, can I ask you something?
What's that, sir?
What's the trouble?
Well, Mr. Pilson's dead.
Well, couldn't have been a natural death, or you fellas wouldn't be asking questions. That's too bad. George is a pretty good neighbor.
Is that right, sir?
Be tough on his wife, too, being married so long and all. I went to their 25th anniversary. Isn't easy to go on alone. I lost my wife 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Not when you've been happy. It's not easy.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mordell, you said you could give us a description of the man you saw coming out of Pilsen.
Yeah, and if he had anything to do with George's death, he's going to get what I wanted for so long.
What's that, sir?
That's when you catch him, I mean.
Yeah.
He'll get his name in the paper.
How's that again?
That's why I'm carving this chain. It's going to be the longest chain ever carved out of a single piece of wood.
Oh, I see.
Almost made it a couple other times. Then I got too anxious and botched the whole thing. See there? Shavings?
Yes, sir.
When I finish, I'm going to sweep them all up and weigh them. You know, give the reporters something to write about.
Well, sir, I hope this one turns out for you.
Thanks. I'll make it this time. Maybe it won't be on the front page, but my name will be in the paper, too.
We can be sure of one thing.
Yeah?
You picked a little better way to get there. Sam Wardell gave us a description of the man that he'd seen. We called the office and got out a local broadcast, and then we went back to the Pilson house. We found a lawnmower in the backyard. Mrs. Pilson said her husband had sent the lawnmower out to be sharpened, but she didn't know who the man was that did the work. We checked the classified directory, and we found the name Gray's Lawnmower Service. The listing had been underlined in pencil. Frank and I drove to the address, 2604 Royal Street. It was a small shop set well back from the street. The place was locked. A clock sign on the door read, "We'll be back at," and the hand pointed to 4:30. We parked across the street and we waited. At 4:43 p.m., a man answering the description we'd been given unlocked the door and entered the shop. 4:45 p.m.
Oh, hiya. Either this is perfect timing or you've been waiting for me.
We're police officers.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess that writes off the timing part.
Is your name Gray?
No, it's Para.
Do you work for a man named Gray?
Uh-uh. It's my own business. I bought it from him.
I see.
He'd been here for some 20 years, so I just kept the name.
Do you pick up and deliver in your business?
Yeah?
Well, then you have a truck.
That's right.
What kind?
Panel job at Dodge.
What color?
Green. Look, I don't mind answering questions. I know you got a job to do, but the way I see it, this question and answer game plays better if we both know what counts and what doesn't. How about it?
Well, for the time being, let's just say you called it, huh?
Yeah?
We got a job to do.
That's it.
It'll have to be for now.
All right, I don't want to buck you guys. I got nothing to hide, but I get the same feeling when somebody won't cash a check for me.
Yeah.
It galls me to think I'm lined up as a bad risk.
We're not accusing you of anything. Now, we'd appreciate your cooperation, but try and keep this in mind. We'll still get what we came here for. Now, you make the choice how you want it.
Okay, what are you after? Hot lawnmowers?
You said you made deliveries, is that right?
Yeah.
Do you keep a record of the calls you make?
Sure.
Can we see the record?
Yeah, if you want, the book's over at the desk in the drawer. I'll get it.
I'll get it.
What'd you expect? I was going to pull a gun out of the drawer?
This the one?
Yeah.
Here you are, Joe.
Thanks. These all the calls for today?
That's right.
Austin, Kemper. When'd you make these calls?
What time?
That's right.
Well, Kemper this morning, Austin this afternoon.
They're the only ones you made today, huh?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me see the book a second.
All right.
It isn't here. I guess I forgot to enter it.
What's that?
Another call I made.
Where was that?
On Norwood Street, 906, I think it was.
Remember the name?
Yeah, Pilson.
What time were you there?
I'm not sure. 9:30 or so, I guess.
Who'd you talk to?
Nobody. Didn't see anyone around.
Did you go in the house?
Why?
Did you?
Yeah, I rang the bell a couple times, and I knocked.
Yeah.
Well, I thought maybe they were in the back of the house and couldn't hear me. The door was open a little, so I walked in.
Yeah.
Went in the front room, called out, didn't get any answer, so I left.
You didn't leave the front room?
That's right.
Did you see anybody?
I told you I didn't. What more do you want?
You said you called out.
Yeah?
How loud?
What do you mean?
Loud enough to wake a person sleeping in a back bedroom, maybe?
Well, I guess so. No one answered. It came out. I know that.
All right.
Well, was there someone there when I called?
That's right.
Well, ask them then. I don't know what you're getting at. I walked into a house. I didn't do anything wrong there. If there was someone there, ask them.
Be a little hard to do.
Huh?
He's dead. We took Para back to the office and questioned him further. He continued to maintain his innocence. We ran his name through R&I and found a package for him showing one arrest for suspicion of ADW as a juvenile. We booked him on suspicion of 187 PC, murder, and Frank and I went back to his shop. We thoroughly searched both the building and his truck, but we failed to turn up either the ring or the watch. Thursday morning, Leighton Prince reported that they'd found no fingerprints in the house other than those of the victim and his wife. We got a call from Ray Pinker in the crime lab. He said that George Pilson had been beaten about the head with some type of round instrument. He also substantiated our theory that there had been a little struggle on the part of the victim. We called the county morgue, and Dr. Seppel, who said he'd notify us as soon as he posted the body. 11:26 a.m.
Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Just checking over these time elements.
Yeah.
Mrs. Pilson left at 9. It's gone about an hour and a half. The neighbors saw Para leave the house at 10, right?
Yep.
And if Mordell is right about how long he was gone from his front window, Para could have been there about 20 minutes.
That's the way it checks out.
Well, give him enough time, don't you think?
Well, we still got to figure maybe he's telling us the truth.
Yeah.
And if he is, that gives us several possibilities. When Pilson didn't answer, maybe it's because he couldn't.
No, I see what you mean.
I got it. Homicide Friday. Yeah. It was, yeah. I see. Right. Be right over. It's Doc Cephalou who just finished posting the body.
Yeah?
It's possible that Pilson wasn't killed by the head blows.
What do you mean?
Might have been dead before he was hit. We went over to the morgue. Dr. Cephalou said he'd found evidence of a barbiturate in the victim's body in a quantity large enough to kill him. He also pointed out that the lack of profuse bleeding from the head wounds led him to believe that the victim was dead before the beating occurred. Frank and I drove out to the Pilson residence. We talked to the victim's wife. We explained to her that it was necessary that we know more about her husband's physical condition prior to his death. We went into the front room and sat down.
Try to answer your questions, but today I'm just beginning to realize what it's going to be like being alone.
Yes, ma'am, we can understand that. We'll try to be as brief as possible.
Thank you.
Now, had your husband been under a doctor's care recently?
No.
Had he been in good mental spirits?
Yes?
He didn't seem unusually worried about anything.
Not that I know of.
Well, now, would you tell us about yourself, Miss Pilson?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, have you been under a doctor's care recently?
No. What has all this to do with my husband's death?
Well, we'd like to know if there would be any reason for you or your husband to have a prescription for a strong barbiturate in the house.
A what?
A sedative, ma'am.
You mean to make you sleep?
That's right.
No. We did never use them.
Then you haven't had any in the house recently?
Well, I haven't. I don't think George did.
Would it be possible that your husband could have used a barbiturate and you didn't know about it?
Yes, but if he did, I'm sure he'd have told me. We didn't have secrets from each other.
I see.
I'll get it.
All right.
Oh, Marie, you poor thing. I just got back and heard the terrible news. I came right over.
Thank you, Lydia, but could you come back later?
Well, sure, dear. Is there anything I can do for you?
Maybe, but I can't talk now.
All right, Marie. Are the police here?
Yes. So won't you come back later?
Have you told them?
Yes.
You told them what George tried to do?
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Couldn't help overhearing your conversation.
Oh, you're the policeman?
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Marie's neighbor.
Yes, we understand. What did you mean about Mr. Pilson trying to do something?
Well, she didn't mean anything. She was just talking.
Now, look, let's let her tell it, shall we?
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
What did you mean, ma'am?
Maybe it's not important.
Why don't you tell us anyway?
George tried to kill Marie.
We brought the neighbor, Lydia Shires, into the house for further questioning. She explained that she was a close friend of Marie Pilson's. It was quite evident that Mrs. Pilson didn't want her friend to talk to us.
If I had any idea I was going to cause all this trouble, I'd never come over. I only meant to help Marie.
Would you tell us why you said that Mr. Pilson was trying to kill his wife?
Sure, but Marie can tell you better than I can. Oh, now, honey, don't get upset. It's going to work out all right. Well, I'll tell you what I know, but Marie will have to fill in the details.
All right, go ahead, please.
Last week it was, she came over to my house, terribly worried. She was afraid she was going to have another nervous breakdown.
Oh, please don't, Lydia, please don't.
Now, don't fret, dear. We all want to help you.
Miss Pilson, once more, had you been under a doctor's care recently?
It was George, her husband, that made her sick. He kept telling her she was going crazy, said she was going to die. Finally, she got to believe in the things he was saying.
Yeah.
That's when she had the breakdown.
How long ago was this?
About 3 weeks ago.
All right, go ahead, will you?
Well, George got these pills for her, something for her nerves to make her red.
Yeah.
That may be our office. I'll get it.
All right.
Hello? That's right. No, he isn't. You want to tell me who's calling? Would you like to leave a message? All right. No, my name's Smith. She hung up. Woman asking for Mr. Pilson.
Did she give her name?
No, said she was a friend of the family.
It was her. I know it. I wish I'd talked to her.
Who was it, Miss Pilson?
I don't know her name, but she lied. She's no friend of mine. She caused all this.
How do you mean?
That's why George was trying to kill me. With me out of the way, he could have her. She'd come and live in my home.
You never told me about her.
I still had some pride.
All right, now this medicine your husband got, was it a barbiturate?
Yes. That's how he was going to kill me.
Where did he get the pills?
I don't know. George would come in and sit on my bed in the early morning when he'd come in from work. He'd wake me up, tell me I was going to lose my mind.
Yeah.
Time after time he did it. I began to think he was right. I couldn't remember doing things.
That's when you started taking these pills, huh?
Yes, that's right.
I see.
He'd put them in my food or in my drink.
You sure he did that?
Yes. I counted the capsules in the bottle every time I took one. Got so I couldn't remember if I'd taken them or not, so I counted them.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote the number down on paper so I'd be sure. Some were always missing. I knew he'd been giving them to me.
All right, go ahead.
That's when I told Lydia about it. She said to stop.
Is that right, Miss Shire?
Yeah, I told her not to take any more.
Did you stop taking the sedative?
Yes. I told George about what Lydia said. He got mad and said I shouldn't have gone to her. Then he started telling me I'd go crazy if I didn't take them. He kept after me.
Is that why you killed him, Miss Pilson?
Can't mean Marie did it.
He kept after me. I knew he was trying to get rid of me. He'd stay out all night when he wasn't working.
Did he tell you about the other woman?
No, he didn't have to. I knew. A couple of times she called here. I answered the phone. When she heard my voice, she hung up.
Mm-hmm. So you gave him the pills you'd been taking, is that it?
To make him sleep. I always had a sandwich when he came home from work. I fixed it before I went to bed.
When'd you strike him?
When I came home from the market, I suppose. You'll want the weapon, won't you?
Yeah, and the watch and the ring, too.
All right.
Marie, how could you do it?
Had to be. He was going to kill me. She was going to live at my home with my children. Lydia.
Yeah.
I want you to take my family.
What?
My elephants. I want you to have them.
All right, Marie.
Do you want to tell us where the weapon is, Miss Pilson?
All right. I didn't believe George, that he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
He told me this would happen.
What's that?
He said I was crazy.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 3rd, trial was held in Department 97, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Marie Ellen Pilson was examined by 3 psychiatrists appointed by the state and found to be insane. She was confined to Mendocino State Hospital for the criminally insane for treatment.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
To give 100% to whatever I do. And I like a soap that does, too. That's why I use Dial. Dial soap makes me feel 100% clean all over. And Dial's special deodorant protection lets me take that clean, fresh feeling into my day. I like feeling clean and fresh. And who knows more about that than Dial?
Aren't you glad you use Dial? Aren't you glad?
Oh, yeah.
Just look at this ice now melting so nice, and see the wine you should get.
Gallo Red Rosé. Served chilled, Red Rosé has an excitement of taste white wine lovers love. A light, crisp, delightful quality, plus a blush of color. Try Red Rosé with your meals, for the parties you give, or whenever you like. Next time, instead of white wine, take home Gallo Premium Red Rosé.
I found a great way to save money, calories, and time. I use PAM, the pure vegetable spray, instead of oil for almost all my frying. PAM saves me money. This can of PAM can go as far as 3 quarts of cooking oil. PAM saves me calories. PAM isn't oily, adds no calories to this fish. You know oil adds calories. And PAM saves me cleanup time. The pan almost sponges clean. The pan with oil needs scouring. Use PAM instead of oil. Save money, calories, and time.
Barbara, you up? Barbara, you up?
I'm up now.
I don't think I can sleep with this cold. My throat's kind of sore.
All right, I'll get the aspirin and Sucrets.
Aspirin and Sucrets?
Aspirin for your other cold symptoms and for minor sore throat pain. Lots of doctors recommend Sucrets with a medicine for fast temporary relief. I'm glad one of us can sleep.
Aspirin and Sucrets, a sensible way to fight winter.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Truchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Here's a new and different way to care for your hands. It's with Truchet, the beforehand lotion. A really different idea in hand lotions. Use Truchet before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in dishwater or do light laundry. Truchet is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use Truchet as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get Truchet and get an all-around hand lotion that also gives you beforehand protection, something no ordinary lotion gives you. Get Truchet, the beforehand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? Yeah, quite a party here last night. Well, you know, it was the annual meeting of the 3rd Avenue Shillelagh Friendship Society. So around 10 o'clock, everything was going along kind of quiet. You know, a few broken windows, and some cracked skulls, a couple of fractured ribs, and then suddenly it started. The rowdy element from 2nd Avenue moved in. Well, the first thing you know, the fight was on. Duffy, you should have seen the place. There were so many teeth scattered around, the floor looked like it was smiling. What a brawl. Yeah. After the battle, just to see what happened to people, we counted noses. There was 6 missing. No, not people, noses. Well, look, I gotta hang up. I'm just checking a list of the damages here. Eddie.
Yes, Mr.
Eddie, we gotta make a list of the damages for the insurance company.
Yeah.
Now, take this down.
Okay.
13 broken legs.
13 broken legs.
Yeah, 2 chairs, 1 table, and a tourist from Hoboken. Let's see. Articles missing. 1 sterling silver beer mug, value $500.
Hey, Sergeant, we ain't never had no $500 beer mug.
I said this was for the insurance company. Say, speaking of missing articles, where was you last night while the battle was going on?
Me? Oh, I was taking a walk.
How come?
I had a sudden craving to die of old age.
A little ashamed of you, Eddie. I'm glad at least that I ain't the kind of a guy that runs away from a fight.
No, you would have to carry away.
Oh, yeah? Well, you should have been here last night.
What happened?
Well, there I was. You say you wasn't here last night?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
You ain't talked to nobody that was here?
No.
Well, sir, there I was. Me back to the wall, see, with these three tough guys closing in on me. So I think fast, and I see there's only one thing to do. So I do it.
What?
I swing from the floor and knock all three of them out with one punch.
3 with 1 punch? Now, how is that possible?
I just hit them. I don't explain them. So, the next thing I do...
Pick up the 3 guys and toss them into the gutter.
Who's telling this story?
Sorry.
So, like I was saying, I pick up these 3 guys and toss them into the gutter. Eddie, I was like a man biting a dog.
Oh, boys. Say, that must have been quite a battle last night.
Miss Duffy, all I know is any guy on 3rd Avenue that ain't got a broken nose this morning is a dame. It's a lucky thing I was here to keep things from getting out of hand.
What did you do?
What did I do? All I did was... You say you wasn't here last night?
Right.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
And you ain't talked to nobody that was here?
No.
Well, sir, there I was. Back to the wall. When these characters start rushing me, see? 6 of them.
Now, hold it. A minute ago, there was only 3.
A minute ago, I didn't know my own strength. So as I was saying, Miss Duffy, I let fly with me Sunday haymaker, see? And I knock all 6 of them into the alley.
6 men with 1 punch? Archie, that don't make sense.
In the heat of battle, who stops for logic? What a brawl, though. As I start hitting these guys, they're laying all over the place. I'm telling you, I ain't never seen such a mess. Hello, Finnegan.
Hi, I heard it was quite a shindig here last night.
Wasn't you here?
No.
Are you sure?
Sure.
You ain't talked to nobody that was here?
No.
Well, sir, here I was. Me back to the wall. 12 guys jumping me.
12?
Quiet, I'm rolling. So, anyways, I pick out this big guy. He must have been 7 feet tall, see? Well, fellas, I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, go on, Arch. Tell us.
I'd rather not. Us unsung heroes have got sort of a code, what we call false modesty.
Oh, come on now. Tell us some more.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay, have it your way.
Will you quit interrupting? So as I was saying, this 7-foot bruiser starts picking on me. So I throw him over my shoulder, see, and bounce him on the floor a couple of times.
You mean a 7 foot tall and you threw him over your shoulder?
It's an old Japanese leverage trick. What they call harry-carry. Well, to make a long story short, before the night's over, I have mayhemmed at least 12 guys, see?
Oh, boy. You know what? You always was a great fighter. I remember when you was in school, you could lick anybody in the 4th grade. No wonder. At that time, he was in the 8th grade. Well, just the same, I'll bet he's the bravest guy in the world. Right, Arch?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would.
I suppose after last night, I do have a terrific reputation.
Boy, but you're the greatest fighter in the world.
Well, now, Finnegan.
Look, Archie, I ain't the kind of guy that goes around looking for autographs, but do me a favor, will you?
What?
So I'll be able to tell me grandchildren, punch me in the nose.
Look, Finnegan, if I ever hit you, you won't have no grandchildren.
Oh, come on, Arch. You're a friend of mine. Please. Knock me out.
Sorry, Finnegan, but I got to save me strength for emergencies. Now, as I was saying, this guy was 7 feet tall.
Yeah,
see?
yeah.
So no sooner do I get through with him than his big brother comes in.
About 8 feet tall.
Give or take an inch. Well, anyway, this guy comes up to me, see?
Hey,
and
bartender, I'd like a drink.
Later, Bud, I'm telling a story. So, like I say, this 8-foot guy is toting a rod. He's standing there with his brass knuckles emptying the nickels out of the pinball machine. Well, right away, I can see that he's a troublemaker, see?
Hey, pal, I said that I would like a drink.
Look, will you stop interrupting? Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. So I goes over to him and I says, look, chum, did you come in here looking for trouble? See?
Hey, look, Doc, I am becoming iked. Am I gonna get that drink?
Quiet, will you? I'm doing the talking here.
Hey, Bud, you ain't gonna be doing the talking very long if I shove me fist down your throat.
Arch, why don't you suck this guy?
Quiet. The gentleman is talking. You were saying something, sir?
I was about to say that you are a stinking bartender.
Well, sir, I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it.
Just a minute, Bud. You better not talk to Archie that way. You know, last night he beat up 40 guys like you.
Please, leave us not bore our guest. Now, look, what kind of a drink would you like, Mr.
Magee is the name. Spike Magee. And now I don't want to drink because I don't like being ignored, and I don't like fresh bartenders, and I don't like you.
But, Mr. Magee...
You talk too much. Good night, punk.
Oh, yeah, you and who else? Funny, you never think of them clever answers until it's too late. Well, sir, as I was saying...
Don't talk to me, Arch.
What's the matter?
Letting that Magee push you around.
Well, Finnegan, you know how hot-headed I am. It took a lot of self-control to keep so cool.
Cool, you was positively shivering. But you said last night you beat up 12 guys. Arch, were you just lying?
Finnegan, you know, if I was lying, I'd have made it 14.
Well, then how come you was afraid of just one guy?
I wasn't afraid. It's just that I fight best when the odds is against me.
Well, all I know is when I stood there and saw Magee insulting you and I saw you stand there and take it, well, I hate to say it.
What?
Arch, something died inside of me. Made me feel ashamed that I was a man.
Now, look, Clifton.
I don't like to say it, but goodbye, coward.
Look like you lost a friend. Yeah, I'm really a little ashamed of myself, Eddie. I've known a guy all my life, and his friendship means a lot to me. Guess there's only one thing to do.
What?
Lick Magee.
Are you kidding? One punch on the chin and you'd be out cold.
Are you inferring I have a glass jaw?
All I'm saying is the last guy that hit you there wound up with 7 years bad luck.
Nevertheless, I gotta show Finnegan I ain't no coward. No sacrifice is too great to keep a friend's friendship. Hey, wait a minute. Here he comes back.
Now look, Arch.
Finnegan, are you still talking to me?
Sure, can't you tell?
Well, sometimes it's hard. But anyhow, I got news for you. I'm gonna fight Magee.
Well, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't let me down, Arch. Shake.
Okay, put it there. Ouch! Be careful, Finnegan. That's the hand that's gonna knock out Spike Magee.
Arch just makes me the happiest man in the world.
You see, Eddie, it don't make much to make a friend happy. All I gotta do is go out and get myself killed. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale.
What you doing?
I'm training for the fight, Eddie. I'm doing my breathing exercises.
Yeah, after Spike Magee gets through with you, you won't have to worry about breathing.
Oh, yeah? Don't be so sure about that. You know, where I come from, we chew rust and spit nails.
That man is twice as big as you.
So what? Size ain't everything. Remember the story of David and Goliath? I'm the David type.
Well, you certainly can sling it.
Eddie, stop interrupting me training, will you? Now, where'd I put that glass of carrot juice?
Carrot juice?
Yeah, it gives you calcium.
What? All you got to do is wait, man. You'll get plenty of calcium during the fight.
What do you mean?
McGurk will knock your teeth down your throat.
Eddie, brute force ain't everything. Remember, in boxing, it takes brain as well as brawn.
Okay, so you're a two-time loser.
Oh, yeah? Well, just wait till I get in condition. Now, give me another drink of that carrot juice.
Hey, Archie, what do you keep drinking that stuff for?
It's good for me, Miss Duffy. It puts hair on me chest.
Oh.
Care for some?
No, thanks.
Hey, look, don't you think you better do some boxing?
Yeah, who can I use for sparring partner? Eddie, I don't like to ask you to do this. You know, boxing is a kind of a rough sport, but how about going a couple of rounds with me?
Be happy to.
Nothing doing. You're too anxious. Let's see. Who else is there? How about you?
I happen to be a woman.
Who has to know?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's see. Who else is there?
Say, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hey, I hear you're going to fight Spike McGurk.
That's right.
Do you really want to look good against him?
Well, certainly I do.
Then, before the fight, put a little Vitalis on your hair. Because with Vitalis on the hair, everybody looks good.
Tell me, why is that, Joe?
Because Vitalis and the 60-second workout tames down dry, unruly hair and helps keep it handsome and healthy looking, and without a greasy patent leather shine. No mineral oil in Vitalis, you know.
No, just carrot juice.
No, Vitalis contains only pure vegetable oil, and the Vitalis 60-second workout refreshes and stimulates your scalp. Actually prevents hair and scalp dryness. So, Arch, take my tip. Before the fight, put a little Vitalis on your hair.
Well, why, Joe? The referee ain't going to be a dame.
I know, but at least when they carry you out of the ring, you'll be well groomed.
Miss Archie, why don't you give up this fight with McGurk?
I can't, Eddie. I told you. I got to prove to Finnegan that I ain't a coward. Besides, I'm getting in pretty good shape. Here, feel this muscle. What does it feel like?
Jello. Hey, Arch, are you getting in shape?
Never felt better in my life, Finnegan.
Good. I'll go tell McGurk you're ready for it.
Just a minute. Leave us not be in a rush about this.
What? You ain't gonna let me down again, are you?
Well, no. It's just that I feel I could use a little more training. Eddie, the carrot juice, please. 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that takes care of the chest exercises. Eddie, measure me up again, will you?
Yeah. Let's see. Neck, 15 inches. Shoulders.
Something wrong?
No, I was just wondering, what keeps your collar from sliding down over your shoulder? Hey, Arch, you look in great shape.
Well, yes.
Shall I go get McGurk?
Well, we don't have to hurry. I ain't quite finished me training yet. Eddie, pass me the carrot juice, please. Inhale. Exhale. Exhale. Inhale.
Well, how's it going, Arch?
Pretty good, Finnegan.
You had plenty of carrot juice?
Yeah, loaded with it.
Good, then you won't mind the surprise.
What's the surprise?
Well, McGurk is on his way over.
That's nice. Would you mind to repeat that?
Well, I told him you was ready, so he's on his way over for the fight. And, Arch, I want to tell you, I'm mighty proud of you. I'll go get you some more carrot juice.
McGurk is on his way over. Eddie, how am I going to get out of this? I can't fight this guy. I got my career to think of.
Your career?
Yeah, well, for fighting. Might ruin me fingers for mixing martinis.
Then maybe you should challenge him to a duel.
With swords?
Or pistol.
Eddie, you just give me an idea.
What?
How about I just challenge him to a debate?
Mr. Arch, if you want to keep Finnegan's friendship, there ain't no way you can get out of this.
But, Eddie, me nerves, they're all jittery. Look, turn on the radio. Maybe some music will relax me, huh?
Okay.
Friends, do you need accident insurance?
Dance. Eddie, I said music.
I'm trying.
All I want for Christmas is my two front teeth. My two front teeth. My two front teeth.
I'll try another station, then.
And what a fight it is at Madison Square Garden. The crowd is yelling for blood.
I'm sorry.
Leave it on. Maybe I'll get a few pointers.
What a massacre. Left him alone, lashes out, and once again, battling Donovan goes down. He gets up and runs into another slashing right, and then a left, and then another right. Donovan is now hanging onto the ropes, and, the referee is stopping the fight. It's a merciful end to a bitter battle, folks. Fight fans haven't seen a slaughter like this since that memorable night 6 years ago when Kid Hogan was so brutally beaten by that roughest fighter of all time, Spike McGurk.
Care for some carrot juice?
Did you hear that? That's the guy that's coming down here to malfeast me. Eddie, what am I going to do?
Now, Mr. Archer, you got to get hold of yourself. Get some confidence.
I got plenty of confidence, but it's all in McGurk. Maybe I should do the sportsman-like thing, huh?
What's that?
Get out of town.
It's too late.
What do you mean?
Look what just come in the door.
Spike McGurk. Oh, quick, Eddie. Eddie, we got to act fast.
What you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing we can do, Eddie.
Yeah?
You throw the bum out.
Throw him out. And I'm buying this gentleman a drink.
Oh, no.
Hey, I was tipped off that a certain party has been begging for a fight, so that I thought I would drop over and oblige the crumb.
Good evening, sir.
May I bid you good evening, Mr. McGurk?
Who are you?
Friend of the loser. Well, here he is, Judge. Go ahead. Tell him off.
Now, look, McGurk,
That's telling him.
Give me a chance, Eddie. I'll tell him.
Now, first, let me tell you what I think of you, see? I don't like the way you look. I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the way you act. In fact, I don't like anything about you.
Well, none of us is perfect.
I hope I wasn't right when I called you a coward.
Okay, McGurk, would you care to step outside?
Would you repeat that?
Would you care to step outside?
Let's go.
Okay, you go outside and I'll stay inside.
Come on, quit stalling.
But McGurk, we got a rule here at the tavern. No fighting allowed without boxing gloves. Right, Eddie?
Right.
And we don't happen to have no boxing gloves. Right, Eddie?
Right. There's boxing gloves right there on the wall.
I wonder if his friendship is worth it.
Come on, Arch. I'll help you put the gloves on.
Well, we all got to go sometime. Okay, Finnegan.
Hey, Eddie, help me with my gloves, will you?
Okay, champ. Look, Mr. McGurk, come here, sir.
Yeah?
Could you kind of take it easy on Mr. Archer? You know, sort of leave him living a little bit.
Why should I?
Well, you see, he ain't such a bad guy. You see, the reason he talked himself into this fight is on account of his friend, Mr. Finnegan. See, he didn't want him to think he was a coward.
Oh, so that's it, eh? Hey, yeah, that's funny. I can understand how the guy feels. I remember I was a little scared once before a fight. I'll never forget the look in me kid brother's eyes. Oh, he lost all his faith in me that night. Yeah, I can understand how this Archie feels. Eddie, I'll tell you what. I think I am going to let him win.
Thank you, Miss McGurk. That's nice of you.
Yes.
Well, I got the gloves on.
Well, that's good. Let's fight.
You realize, sir, this is your last chance to back out.
Cut the conversation, will you? Come on, hit me.
Just a second. Mercy me, I think I smelled something burning in the kitchen.
Come back here, I'm in a hurry. Now, look, will you just make a fist, hold out your arm, and I'll run into it.
Wait a minute, I just remembered I got to go over to the library. I got a book that's overdue.
Arch, don't be scared. Last night you beat up 12 guys.
Last night I was a much younger man.
My former friend, I'm afraid that you are a coward.
Okay. That did it. McGurk, here it comes. There!
Ouch. Please, mister, do not hit me no more. I have had enough, and you have emerged victorious.
Oh, did you hear that? Victorious. Boy, Arch, I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Well, champ, so long and congratulations.
Just a minute. Come back here.
Huh?
I ain't through with you, McGurk.
Mr. Archie, now please.
Put out of this, Eddie. Look, McGurk, I don't like your face. I don't like the way you talk. And I don't like you.
Now, look, pal, will you leave well enough alone?
Don't talk that way to me, you punk. Put up your dukes.
Ah, there's blood on the moon tonight.
Hey, pal, I am trying to be nice to you, but don't push your luck too far.
Yella, huh? Take this, McGurk.
Arch, speak to me. Oh, that dirty McGurk. Eddie, give me that bottle. Hey, look, McGurk, your shoelace is untied.
It is?
Yeah. Now, take that. That did it. Now, Eddie, let's pick Arch up.
All right. Hey, where am I?
Oh, you all right, Arch?
Oh, what happened? Hey, look at McGurk. Out cold on the floor.
That's right.
You see, fellas? That carrot juice is pretty strong stuff. And after this, Finnegan, when you talk about somebody being a coward, look the other way, will you?
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is the new wonder shave with a sensational beard softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. See for yourself. Get a tube of Benex at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless.
Or try it free. Write Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guests will be Ann Southern and Jimmy Durante. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Truchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is radio's Mr. District Attorney, friends. If you want to enjoy a real thrill, a dramatic story full of exciting action and unusual entertainment, hear the case of the Bar of Soap on Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately on NBC.
Monday on AM, hairstylist Alan Edwards previews the latest looks for your man. Sports writer Lissa Morrow makes her football bowl predictions. Actor Hardy Kruger takes us behind the scenes of his latest movie, The Wild Geese. And Dr. Edmund Hallberg explains why men fool around when they reach that male menopause age. All of that Monday at 9 here on AM Los Angeles.
Seven's the one with the Gong Show.
Yes, yes.
If you've never seen the Gong Show, then you've never really laughed.
Hot, good.
There's nothing like it under the sun. It's the 13th wonder of the world. The one and only Gong Show. Thursday at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
Channel 7 wishes you the happiest of New Year.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Roaring through the night air in their fast ship, Jimmy and Speed soon overtook Major Moto. A terrific air battle took place. Outmaneuvered, his plane evidently disabled by a burst of shots from Speed's machine guns, the Oriental pilot bailed out in his parachute and reached ground safely. His plane spun rapidly toward the earth and crashed. Speed and Jimmy landed in a nearby field and searched the wreckage thoroughly for the stolen plans of the jet-propelled super pursuit ship. But they were gone.
Speed, what in the world will we do?
Well, there's only one thing to do, Jimmy.
I know, find Moto.
Right you are, Jim. Those plans aren't in this ship, so there's only one other place they can be. That's on...
On Moto?
Right. I was willing to swear he'd put them in the luggage compartment. A complete set of those plans makes a fairly large packet.
Say, Speed, maybe he didn't have them with him at all.
What do you mean, Jimmy?
Well, just this. Perhaps he slipped them to some Confederate before he took off.
I thought of that too, Jimmy, but I don't think there's a chance. I don't think he would have entrusted them to anyone else.
Oh, gee, I hope you're right.
You know, attempting to find him out here at night will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack, at least for the two of us. I have a better plan.
What, Speed?
Get to the nearest house and call the sheriff of this county. Spread the alarm and flood the country with searching parties, and that's got to be done before he gets very far away. If it is done, I don't think you'll have a chance of escaping. He's an Oriental and easy to spot.
Hey, look, Speed. There's a light in the window of that farmhouse over there, see? And Moto must have landed just the other side of it.
Okay, let's go.
Wouldn't it be a good idea, Speed, to call Mr. Russell at Kansas City?
Well, that's a good suggestion, Jimmy. As soon as I get hold of the sheriff, we will call Russell. He'll want to come down here right away.
Oh, gee, we just can't let Moto get away.
I'll say we can't, Jimmy. But frankly, I don't think he's got a chance. By morning, we'll have thousands of men out searching every ravine and thicket like a fine tooth comb. He'd have to be better than Houdini to get out of such a trap. Well, here we are. Knock on that door there, Jimmy.
Okay, Speed.
Who's there?
Never mind that now. Just open the door, will you, please, and let us come in? We'd like to use your phone.
No, sirree. I ain't opening no doors this time of night. Respectable folks ain't using telephones in the middle of the night. Must be nigh on 2 o'clock.
Oh, please, mister, won't you let us in? We've got to use the phone right away. It's very important.
Well, now, I don't know about that. There's been a lot of holdups around here lately.
Come on now, mister. We haven't any time to waste. We'll explain everything after we use your phone.
No, sirree, you don't. You'll explain first and before I unlock this door. Who be you, anyway?
Well, my name's Robertson, and this is Jimmy Allen. I'm chief pilot of Grand National Airways. We just landed an airplane in your field.
Oh, you did you? Well, what do you mean by doing that? You should have asked me first. I'll bet you licked my alfalfa patch, and if you did, I'll have damages out of you. Don't think I won't.
We'll pay for any damage that we've done, but please open the door. I've got to get hold of the sheriff at once.
Well, wait a minute while I take a look at you. And don't forget, I got a shotgun here in my hand. Did you say one of you was Jimmy Allen? I've been reading about him in the papers.
Yes, this is Jimmy Allen right here.
Yeah, I see this young Allen's picture. Yep. I guess you're Jimmy Allen, all right. And you're Speed Robertson, eh? I read about you, too.
Yeah, that's me. Now, will you let us come in and use the phone?
Well, I guess I'll take a chance. Come on in. Here, I'll get it. You have to know just how to work this contraption.
Sure, well, get the sheriff and ask him to come over here at once.
Well, I'll try, but he ain't keen about getting up this time of night. Hello? Hello, is that you, Maggie? Well, wake up. Ring Sheriff Farrell. Maggie's sure sore. She ain't keen on having her sleep in... hello? Hello, Sheriff Farrell? Yeah, this is Mace Pickett. There's a fella here wants you to come over to my house right away. He just lit in an aeroplane. You what? No, he didn't light anything. He's dropped down out of the sky in one of them flying machines. He says his name's Robertson. He's chief something or other of the Grand National Airplanes. Here, hold the phone a minute, Sheriff. Wants to know what you want him for.
I'll tell him some government plans have been stolen.
Some plans been stolen, Sheriff. Yeah, wait, I'll ask him. Is there anything in it if these planes is found?
Not planes, plans. Yes. You can tell him there'll be a big reward if they're found.
Well, now that sure make a difference. I'll tell him. Hello, Sheriff Farrell. This feller here says there's some money in it if these planes are found. Sheriff Farrell says he'll be right over.
Now, can I call long distance to Kansas City?
No, sirree, that costs money.
Well, I've got money right here in my pocket.
Yeah, let's look at it.
Here you are.
Enough money there to choke my old horse Billy. And here, I'll just take this $5 bill, and when you get through talking, I'll find out how much it was, and then I'll give you back change.
Okay, Mr. Pickett. You don't trust people very much, do you?
Nope, but I have. That's why I'm still a poor farmer. Hello, Maggie? There's a fella here wants to call Kansas City. How much will it be? Oh, you don't know till you tell how long he talks, huh? Well, now, how long can he talk for $5? Talk quite a spell, eh? All right, go right ahead. She's going to get Kansas City operator. Here, you take the phone.
Thanks.
And don't get impatient. It'll take a little time to get that all through there. Kind of complicated.
Hello?
There you are.
Hello, Kansas City. I want Valentine 8649.
And now that other end may take a little longer, too, to get through. You know, them gals sometimes is kind of busy.
Hello? Hello, is Mr. Russell there? Well, he hadn't come in yet. Well, will you tell him Speed Robertson called from Olathe, Kansas? Tell him Major Moto's plane crashed here, but the Major got away. Tell Mr. Russell he'd better come down here as soon as possible. Well, thank you. Goodbye.
Say, mister, didn't you hear some planes flying around over here?
Yeah, a fella gets pretty sleepy when he works from sunrise to sundown in the fields.
Well, this fellow's airplane fell not far away.
It seemed like I did hear something. Sort of sounded like a bunch of boxes being broke up. Oh, that must be Sheriff Farrell. Hello there, Sheriff. Here's the two fellers I called you about.
How do you do? Well, what's the trouble? Sheriff, an Oriental spy by the name of Major Moto has stolen a valuable set of plans from the Army's experimental airplane factory at Kansas City. They were of a new airplane being built for the United States government. Now, Moto was trying to escape to the Mexican border. We flew after him, and some of our bullets disabled his plane, and he jumped. When we examined his plane, we couldn't find the plans, so we feel sure he must have them. Now, he must be captured at once. He can't be more than a mile or so away from this house right now.
Well, you'd better get hold of the state or federal authorities.
Well, I've already called Mr. Russell. He's a government agent at Kansas City. But it may take some time for him to get here. It'll take hundreds of men to find this fella.
Well, I don't know.
Now, let me tell you something, Sheriff. You've got a chance here to make yourself famous. If you catch this boy and recover these plans, your name will be on the front page in every newspaper in the United States.
The dickens, you say? Well, now, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get all my deputies out and have Magee down at the telephone office call every farmhouse within a radius of 3 miles. In a couple of hours, I'll have 1,000 men out.
That's the stuff, Sheriff. In the meantime, Jimmy and I will take off in our plane and fly over to the Olathe field. We'll go over our ship very carefully and be ready to take off at the break of dawn to help you. Oftentimes, you know, you can see things from the air that you can't from the ground.
Good. Well, I'll make the necessary calls here, and then I'll meet you over at the field right away.
Okay, come on, Jimmy. Let's go.
Hey, gosh, that feller's got a lot of change coming out of a $5 bill.
Oh, forget it, mate. That is, unless he remembers. Hello, Maggie. Say, listen, Maggie, I've got some important telephoning to do here, and I want you to pay close attention.
Well, here we are, Speed. But what in the world were you doing flying down over that highway?
Well, I thought there might be a chance, Jimmy, that Moto would get out on the highway and try to stop a car. I thought it wouldn't do any harm to fly back and forth along there for a couple of miles or so, just on the chance he might try to pull some such trick. Well, I'll cut the switches. I think the motor's cool enough now. Well, the sheriff ought to be along any minute.
Hey, there comes a car now, Speed. And boy, he's sure traveling, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the sheriff, all right.
Hello there, boys. Well, everything's all set. All my deputies are up and Maggee's aroused in the country. We'll have that fellow in a jiffy.
What's your plan, Sheriff?
Well, there isn't a chance that this fellow could have gotten more than a couple of miles away. I'm having my deputies place all the searchers on the rim of a great big circle, starting about 3 miles in every direction from Mace's farm. We can't miss.
Is there much cover in that section, Sheriff?
Oh, yes, there is, quite a bit, especially on both sides of the railroad. The creek runs through there.
All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. At dawn, Jimmy and I'll take off and scour the country from the air. I'll keep in touch with you from the plane. If we should spot this moto, that'll be a big help.
I'll say it will. Well, I'll be moving along. I've got plenty to do.
Hey, wait a second. Look at that car come up here.
Oh, that's one of my deputies, Lem Perkins. What do you have, Lem?
Say, Sheriff, I've got some news for you. The man you're looking for was just seen a few minutes ago.
Where?
Well, over there at the Honeywell station, at the urban place there. Slim Sullivan was on his way home from seeing some gal he's been dating lately, and he crossed the tracks right by the station. Yes, sir. He said the feller looked something like a Chinese or a Japanese.
How far is that from Pickett's farm, Sheriff?
About a mile. Did you check up on that call, Perkins?
Yes, sure did. Long distance said they had a call from Kansas City from that pay station.
How long ago was that call made?
Oh, at 5 minutes after 2.
Well, it's now about 2:12. So he can't be very far from Honeywell Station. Come on, boys, jump in. Let's go.
Deputy Perkins seems to have uncovered a hot trail. Does Major Moto have the plans for the new jet-propelled fighter with him? And will he be captured before he escapes from the net closing about him? Don't miss the thrilling chase in the next exciting episode of the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Hey, Gus, you special enough to skate with us? I'm an all-star skater. There's nobody greater. I score every game, but being a pepper's my fame. All right! We're peppers, too! I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, we're a pepper, she's a pepper. Would you like to be a pepper, too? Us peppers are an interesting breed. An original taste is what we need. Ask any pepper and they'll say, only Dr. Pepper did that way. I'm a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, he's a pepper.
It's all right to be dynamite, but to be a pepper is out of sight.
Would you like to be a pepper, too? We're a pepper, he's a pepper. Yabba-dabba-doo, I'm a pepper, too. If you drink Dr. Pepper, you're a pepper, too. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with those accomplished accomplices, Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and your old Racine shifter, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is done from memory by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music is dreamed up by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Why did you put that linoleum on your kitchen floor? Wasn't it to make your kitchen a brighter, more cheerful place to work in and to save yourself lots of work? Right. But if you don't take proper care of linoleum, it loses its beauty. And if you scrub it continually, it breaks down and becomes more and more difficult to keep good looking. That's why linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend that you preserve your floor coverings by applying a protective film of Johnson's Glow Coat. After that, you just wipe it off occasionally with a damp cloth, and it fairly sparkles. Glow Coat is, of course, self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing, requires practically no work at all. Simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, your floors are beautifully polished and shining, never streaked or uneven. If you want your linoleum and other floors to look lovelier and save hours of work in the bargain, by all means use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Well, it's a beautiful, cold, clear day in Wistful Vista. The kind of winter day that puts jingle bells in your arteries. The inviting, exciting, exhilarating sort of day which, if you're smart, you'll spend at home by the fireplace. Like Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, my, I don't think I've ever seen such a beautiful winter day, Magee. Is it cold out?
Cold? I had to walk down the front steps backwards because my sheepskin coat kept turning its tail into the wind.
Why did you go out?
Get the mail.
Why, the mailbox is on the front porch. Why did you have to go down the steps?
To get in that gag about the sheepskin coat. Although I could have stayed on the porch and just said that when I came back in, my wristwatch was blowing on its hands.
Ah, my, it's an awful thing when a man has to be a comic just to go out and get the gas bill. Any more evidence of ham and the meat packers will assign you a picket. Any mail for me, dearie?
Just routine stuff. Gas bill, meat bill, due bill, grocery bill, electric bill. An invitation. Oh, boy, I wish we could do it.
Do what?
Go to the Winter Sports Carnival at Petoskey, Michigan.
Oh?
Look, we got an invitation. February 1st to February 9th.
We got an invitation from the Miami Chamber of Commerce last year that was good for all winter.
But them winter sports, how I love them. The clear ring of skates on the ice, the joyous yells of the bobsledders.
And the happy crackle of ankle bones on the ski slide.
Remember what a skater I used to be, Molly? Remember how I used to take a racing start and leap over 9 empty barrels side by side?
As I remember it, you also did it end over end.
Boy, what a skater I was. Remember how Shipstead and Johnson used to come out to the rink and watch me for hours on end, getting pointers? They always said they'd learned a great deal from me.
They do burlesque comedy on skates, don't they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. When I used to go out on the ice, people would kind of gasp and say, boy, look at that figure 8.
Yeah, and then somebody else would say, and look, he can skate, too.
You know, this makes me hanker to put on my old keen cutters and go out to Dugan's Lake, Molly. What do you say we go out to Dugan's?
Oh, now, look, Pet, let us not delude ourselves. We are no longer children. Personally, I have arrived at the age where I'd rather spectate than participate.
Spectate my clavicle. Put a pair of skates on them pretty little feet of yours, and you'd make the rest of them young tomatoes look like percherons.
Go on.
Come on, Molly, what do you say? We'll rent a couple of pair of skates and we'll go out...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come in.
Hello, Molly. And how are you, Bubblegum?
Hi, Fever Chart. Hey, Doc, Molly has an idea we're a little long in years to go ice skating. What do you think, Doc? Huh?
Well, to be brutally frank, Crouch Pouch, you're too old to take up anything more violent than drawing mustaches on advertisements. If you'll take the advice of your family physician, and if you do, it'll be the first time, you'll strap nothing on your feet that hasn't got a blue jay on the container.
He has a terrible hankering to go skating, Doctor. And really, he used to be very good at it.
Good? I was terrific. Come on out to Lake Dugan with us, Doc, and I'll give you a few elementary lessons. What do you say? It'll be the first time Dugan's Lake ever had a quack on it in midwinter.
No thanks, little boy Blow. Although I may be on hand to revive you when they haul you out of a hole in the ice. If I live long enough, there are 2 phrases which will make me a rich man. 1, I drive better when I've had a few drinks. And 2, let's skate out a little farther.
You know, there's a third one, too, Doctor. A new one. And I quote, there's a storm up ahead. Let's fly through it. Unquote.
So you won't skate, eh, Aerosmith? Shall we do that again? You don't trust yourself out where you haven't got a patient's wrist to hang on to, eh?
Listen, Mouse Muscle, I haven't got time...
I'll get it.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah? Who? Sure, Doc.
Thanks. Hello? Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Doctor. You developed the x-ray plates? I see. Small gastric ulcer, Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. Well, thank you very much, Doctor. And send the bill to me. Bye.
Hey. Why send the bill to you, Doc?
Why not? It's my ulcer. Well, have fun at Dugan's Lake, stumblebum. And you too, Molly.
Well, thank you, Doctor. It might do us both good at that to get out for a little while. Say, didn't you skate when you were a boy?
He never was a boy. He was born with sideburns and a case full of sodium bicarbonate.
As a matter of fact, friends, I was a bit of a no-good when I was a boy. I thought if a man shot a good game of pool and could peddle a little bootleg hooch without getting caught, he'd really get somewhere. And when I found out where he'd get, I decided I didn't want to go there. You know what I wish?
What, Doctor?
I wish that every boy, when he reaches the age of 18, could read his own obituary and then either correct it or live up to it. See you later.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Atlanta, GA.
Come on, Molly, let's go out to Dugan's Lake. We can stop someplace, and I'll rent you a pair of skates. I might even buy you a pair.
Oh, now, please, Magee, let's not be childish. I'm in better condition than you are, and I'm much too brittle to go ice skating.
Oh, you're never no such a thing. I see guys skating out there all the time, and women, too, that are old enough to be your grandmothers. Gee whiz, don't you remember how we used to waltz together on skates?
Yes, but I'm afraid I'd sit most of them out now. The hard way. Come in.
Hello there, kids. I just seen Doc Gamble across town, and he says you were going to go skating out to Dugan's Lake. So I come busting right over.
Oh, you want to go with us, old-timer?
Nope. Just wanted to tell you I couldn't make it today. Got to get my hair done.
Oh, getting a finger wave, Mr. Blasingame?
Nope. Cooking a rabbit for supper, daughter.
You a pretty good cook, Rupert?
Hey!
I says,
I sure am, Johnny. Why, when I was in the Seabees out there in the Solomon Islands, I was made camp cook for 1,100 men. One noon, I made them an omelet that...
Oh, wait a minute there, Rupe. You made one omelet for 1,100 men? How many eggs did that take?
42 shovels full, Johnny. We used powdered egg.
How on earth did you cook an omelet that big?
Hey!
She said, how?
Well, sir, kid. I borrowed a concrete mixer, set her out on the runway, shoveled the eggs in, added 50 gallons of powdered milk, 5 pounds of salt, 2 pounds of pepper, stuck a fire hose into it, turned it on, and beat the gong for lunch. Boys said it was the best omelet they ever ate.
Yeah, but all those ingredients were cold. How did you cook it without heat?
Hey!
How did you cook
without heat? Without heat on a concrete runway in the Solomon Islands at high noon?
Were you a cook all the time you were in the Seabees?
Hey!
Were you a cook? Had a little accident. They took me off the job. Seems like I was making me a big tureen full of vegetable soup one evening, and a seaplane mistook it for a lagoon and landed in it. Would have been all right, but he cracked up on a ham bone I threw in for flavoring, and I got court-martialed for obstructing navigation.
Oh, dear. Well, they should have given you credit for designing a new airplane, a split P-38.
That's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, I see where there's a filibuster going on in Congress. What's a filibuster? Well, says t'other feller, a filibuster is where a bunch of guys that hate music gang up around the jukebox with $40 in nickels to keep you from playing America the Beautiful. See you later, kid.
Oh, dear. Well, how about it, Monty? Are you going skating with me,
Oh,
Monty?
now, please, McGee. You go if you want to.
Oh, come on. We'll take it easy. I'll build a big fire at the edge of the lake, and we can roast some weenies. What do you say?
When I was a girl and somebody had suggested such an excursion, wild horses couldn't have held me at home.
Well?
But now that both the horses and I are older and smarter, I don't think that
Hello, folks. Say, I hope you're not planning on going anywhere today. That air is sharp enough to appear on information, please.
As a matter of fact, Junior, I was trying to persuade Molly to go ice skating with me.
With, he might add, little or no success, Mr. Wilcox.
Ice skating? Aren't you being a little eccentric, pal? I'll bet you haven't been on a pair of skates for 30 years.
He's been on a lot of thin ice, however.
Junior, ice skating is an art which, once mastered, is indelibly printed on a man's mind and muckles. I could put on a pair of runners right now and make Sonia Henney look like a barefoot kid walking across a field full of hot rocks.
That's tall talk, pal. Mighty tall talk. Did you ever skate professionally?
Well, he says he had a skating act in vaudeville, Mr. Wilcox.
Why, certainly. I and a guy by the name of Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. We played every theater in the United States, almost.
Go on. With an ice skating act? What'd you do for ice?
Oh, I just give the bellboy 2 bits, and I said, oh, you mean ice for the... You mean to skate on in our act?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, McGee, how many theaters had freezing units on the stage?
None of them. We didn't use ice. We carried a huge sheet of plate glass we used to skate on.
Plate glass, eh?
Plate glass.
You skated on a sheet of plate glass with ice skates?
With ice skates. At the end of our act, we'd attach glass cutters to our skate blades and cut the words, "Thank you, folks," on the plate glass. Oh, it was a wow finish. I remember one performance in Snake Naval, Idaho.
I'll bet just a sheet of plate glass was a sensation there.
Snake Naval, Idaho?
Uh-huh.
Why, I played there myself with a road show.
No.
Well, now isn't this cozy? What did you do there, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I played the cruel overseer of the plantation in a play called The Pixie from Dixie. Or, Are You a Mason, Dixon? I walked around with a black snake whip and a big mustache, snarling at the slaves and making eyes at Miss Nancy Lou, the colonel's daughter. In the last act, I doubled as the colonel, Colonel Jefferson Clay.
That was before you went commercial, wasn't it, Junior?
No. I was working for Johnson's Wax even then.
While you were on the stage?
Sure. It was a great setup. You see, in the second act, we had an interior of the big plantation house. The curtain went up on me slashing Miss Nancy Lou across the shoulders with my bull whip and saying, "Meaning no disrespect, Miss Nancy, I can't allow you all to demean yourself by scrubbing them floors, ma'am. That there's powerful hard work." And she'd look up at me and say, "But Desmond," she'd say. Desmond, that was my name in the play.
Oh, yeah.
"But Desmond," she'd say, "polishing floors with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat ain't work. It's fun."
Sounds like, can you top this?
And then I'd throw down my black snake whip and take Nancy Lou in my arms and say, "Look, honey child, you all is quality folks. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using that Johnson's glow coat. But I hates to see my little goldy-haired lady stooping to menial work."
If that's the legitimate theater, I'd like to see the birth certificate.
And Nancy Lou would look up at me and say, "But Desmond, It's mighty easy to use Johnson's self-polish and glow coat. One just pours a little out, spreads it around, and lets it dry for 20 minutes or so. Please let me do it, Desmond. I have so little beauty in my life.
Oh, sure.
Gee, you know, when we got through with that scene, there wasn't a dry eye in the house.
Laughed till they cried, eh?
Who played the part of Nancy Lou? Marjorie Main?
No, a fellow named Charlie Krylebean. He also sold tickets, handled the baggage and scenery, threw out the drunks, and juggled in the oleo.
Well, when we had our ice skating accident...
Say, pal, we've got to get together one of these days and swap stories.
Yeah.
I'll bet we've played lots of the same towns. Well, so long now.
Oh, I'd like to have seen Mr. Wilcox in that play.
Yeah, me too. What a southern drool he's got. He makes Rhett Butler sound like a Minnesota motorman. Hey, how about it, Molly? You going ice skating with me? Come on.
Come on. Please, Magee, let's forget it. If either of us fell on that ice, we'd splintered like a plaster Kewpie.
We don't have to do anything fancy, kiddo. Just glide around, holding on to each other till we get the hang of it again.
No, thank you. No, you go on if you want to.
Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Magee.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. Hey, you care much for winter sports?
I can't say that I do, Magee. They're a noisy lot, throwing snowballs at each other and generally making a nuisance of
No, Mr. Mayor. He meant games like skating and bobsledding and skiing and so on.
Oh, I see. Well, I rather enjoyed them when I was younger. I had an ice boat at one time.
I'm talking about winter activities, Latrivia.
So am I. I said I had an ice boat one time.
What good is a boat, no matter how nice, if you can't use it in the winter?
I didn't say nice. I said ice. An ice boat.
How much did it carry?
How much what did it carry?
How much ice? Seems to me that a load of ice would be pretty hard to handle in the boat.
Just a moment, please. Are you by any chance trying to embroil me in one of those I said this, you said that bits of persiflage?
I don't know how you get any such idea as that, Latrivia. My gosh, nobody hates to argue more than we do. Shall we start all over?
If you don't mind.
Glad to, Your Honor. Now then, do you care much for outdoor activities in wintertime?
Not of late, Mrs. Magee. However, when I was a younger man, I spent quite a good deal of time in Canada on snowshoes.
What was the matter with them?
What was the matter with what?
Your snowshoes.
There was nothing the matter with them.
Well, then why did you have to spend so much time on them if there was nothing?
Because I was wearing them. I wouldn't have worn them if there'd been anything the matter with them. I merely... Shall we try again?
Certainly. You're served, Magee.
Okay. Care much for outdoor sports in wintertime, Latrivia?
No, I can't say that I do, Magee. Although when I was a young man, I did quite a bit of bobsledding.
Why didn't he do his own?
Why didn't who do his own what?
Why didn't Bob do his own sledding? You said you did a lot of bobsledding, and
I didn't say anything of the... Or did I? Of course I did. I remember now. Bob was a rather sickly lad. Pulling that heavy sled was rather a task. So I did most of his sledding for him. I remember one day we were sitting in our cabin drinking hot buttered cocoa out of Munich Braustein.
What on earth is a Munich Braustein?
Well, it's a pewter or earthenware receptacle, sort of a high mug.
Hi, Latrivia.
How's everything?
Fine, and with you?
Just great. Nice to have seen you. Good day.
So long.
And here are the King's Men with Let It Snow.
The snowman in the yard is frozen hard. He's a sorry sight to see. If he had a brain, he'd complain. Bet he wishes he were me. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful, and we've no place to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going home in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, then all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The winter wind is cold. Ooh, there's ice in the air. As long as I can hold you, then I should care about the weather, as long as we're together. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow. Oh, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Heavenly days, McGee. There's a lot of people on Dugan's Lake considering how chilly it is.
Well, when we get to skating, we won't notice the cold.
I'm afraid I'll get so cold you won't notice me skating.
Here, sit down on this stump while I fix your skates.
Okay. Not too tight now, not too loose.
Oh, don't be so fussy, Snooky. I know how to strap skates on.
Well, if I seem a little spoiled, dearie, it's because I haven't been on ice for so long. You know, it's almost... Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Who? Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
Skating, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. I just came out because Sweetie Face told me to.
What'd she tell you to do, Wimp?
Well, she told me she was going to take me outdoors and keep me out till I had roses in my cheeks.
Well, that shouldn't take long.
Oh, it didn't. I had roses in my cheeks inside of 10 minutes. But the thorns hurt my mouth, so I spit them out.
Lots of people skating out here today, Wimp. Ice must be pretty solid.
Oh, not too solid, Mr. McGee. See that sign behind you there? The one that says, danger, thin ice?
Well, what on earth is it doing up here on the bank?
Well, I put it there. It was out in the middle of the lake, but who could read it that far away?
Where's Sweetie Face now, Wimp? Gone home?
Oh, no such luck, Mr. McGee. She's skating around out there in the lake someplace.
Oh, is she a pretty good skater, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no. She's simply terrible. But I told her to go out in the middle of the lake where there was plenty of room.
Wait a minute. I thought you said it was dangerous out there. Thin ice.
Yes. Well, enjoy yourselves, folksies. Goodbye now.
See you later, Wimp. Now, there you are, Molly. How do the skates feel?
Well, I don't know, but I feel 9 feet tall.
Huh?
It's been so long since I... Oh, hold me, McGee.
I got you, kiddo. Now take it easy. Relax. Now hang on to me while we walk out onto the ice.
What do you mean, hang on to you?
Huh?
I'll bet you've got bruises on your arm now that look like you'd gone over Niagara Falls in a hairnet.
Come on. Come on.
Take it easy now.
Only a few feet farther now. You're doing fine.
I hope I haven't forgotten how to skate. My ankles feel like they were made of wet rope.
Here we are. Now, ain't this wonderful? Want to let go of me now and try a few strokes?
No, I can't say that I do, dearie. You skate around and let me hang onto your shoulders, like a slightly overaged papoose.
Now, you'll catch on to it in a minute, my God. Hey, that's it. Take it away.
How am I doing, McGee?
Swell. Now, try a 3-change-3 and an inside-back rocker.
Don't talk nonsense and throw a little sand in front of me. I've forgotten how to stop.
Well, don't stop. I'll catch up with you.
You don't know how glad I am to see you, McGee. There's nothing to grab onto out here when I feel like falling. If I ever own a skating rink, it'll have trees on it.
Oh, you're doing wonderful, Molly. Shall we cross hands and skate together? I tried it with my feet a minute ago, but I didn't like it.
All right, let's try it.
There.
Isn't this fun?
Yeah.
Let's waltz, McGee.
Okay. Boy, oh boy. Just like back in Peoria.
Sure.
Remember?
I'm all right now. You don't have to hold my hands too tight.
I don't have to, but you don't mind, do you?
Oh, not a bit.
Hey, Molly. Remember how we used to skate away from everybody else and sneak around the point and I'd kiss you?
As Mr. Wimple would say, yes.
Well, there's a point over there to the right.
Well, I must say, dearie, that you haven't changed much in all these years.
I haven't?
No. It still takes you too long to get to the point.
Take a quick look around the room you're sitting in, will you? That's right. Now, since so many of you ladies are firm believers in regular wax polishing, chances are your floors, furniture, and woodwork are beautifully clean and sparkling. But if by chance you've not yet got around to the wax method of keeping house, consider for a moment how much more attractive your home could be. All through your home, there are treasures that will become even lovelier with every application of Johnson's wax. The millions and millions of women who use this modern method of housekeeping call it protective housekeeping for 3 reasons. First, Johnson's wax beautifies your home. Second, it wax protects your treasures from wear, dirt, and spilled things. And third, Johnson's wax saves you work. A smooth, dry, waxed surface does not readily collect dust. So you have more time off to enjoy your lovelier home. Ask for genuine Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Well, they ought to be home any minute now. Let me see. Splints, liniment, hot water, bandages. Come in.
Hey, what are you doing in our house, Doc?
We saw you through the window, Doctor. Is anything wrong?
Not with me. Got any broken bones?
Nope.
Sprains, bruises, torn ligaments, frostbite?
Oh, no, Doctor. Had a wonderful time and didn't even fall down once.
No.
Well, how do you like that? If you aren't the most exasperating people.
Don't forget your earphones.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry and inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
When you have a headache, what does extra strength mean to you?
It means kissing your headache goodbye. It means Excedrin.
It means relief that comes fast. It means Excedrin.
Extra strength means that lousy headache's not going to bother you anymore. Extra strength means Excedrin.
Excedrin. With more pain reliever, more total strength than regular strength aspirin or non-aspirin tablets. For millions of people, extra strength means Excedrin.
Extra strength means Excedrin.
Clean. I mean, really clean. And it holds any set I want.
New beer-enriched shampoo, Body on Tap, gives your hair super body, super hold.
Brewed with 1/3 real beer.
Wow.
But don't drink it. Just shampoo. Whether I roll it, pin it, curl it, or blow it dry. It gives my hair super body, super hold.
And the shine of your life. It's the beer shampoo that does it in 3 bodybuilding formulas.
That's body.
On Tap.
I drink Dr. Pepper and I'm proud. I'm part of an original crowd. And if you look around these days, there seems to be a Dr. Pepper craze. I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper. If you drink Dr. Pepper, you're a pepper too. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper, drink.
Now a word from the soft drink that tastes fattening, but it's not. Sugar-free Dr. Pepper.
Gee, it's hard to face giving up taste when you give up calories.
Have a diet drink.
The taste isn't much of a treat.
This is sugar-free Dr. Pepper.
Wow!
Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Tastes fattening, but it's not. How can sugar-free taste so sugar-full? What a great taste this one's got. How do they make so few calories? Taste like such a lot. Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Tastes fattening, but it's not.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art Players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. and another group of anxious and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. The crowd is cheering Fred Allen as he leads his weekly parade at the old Town Hall. Fred's keeping the band in time with a gold baton, and the mighty Allen Hart players are following, out of step with the world. Let's join the happy throng. Everybody Here they come, home folks.
Land sakes, Paul. That tornado has blowed our house 2 miles down the road.
Hey, don't worry about the house, Ma. We still got the radio. It's Town Hall tonight.
Kiddies.
You sit right down and do your homework, Rollo Ramsbottom.
Gee, Ma, I can learn more listening to the radio. It's Town Hall tonight.
Animal trainers.
Hey, what's the idea, Mr. Bug, putting a radio in your hyena cage?
My hyenas won't laugh, but this radio will get them started. It's Town Hall tonight.
Here we are right in front of the old Town Hall, and there's Fred in the middle of his spieling bee. Let's listen.
Hickory dickory dock, why did the mouse run up the clock? To see if it was time to leave for the old Town Hall, folks. Good evening, neighbors. Pass right in.
Evening, Mr. Allen.
Hello there, Mrs. Dugan. I see you brought your opera glasses.
You bet. I want to get your actors close enough to get their autographs.
Get your autographs, folks. Get the actors' names. Know who you're throwing things at. Keep to the right, please.
Hi there, Wyndham.
Hi there, Bolivar. Say, don't clap your hands out here. Save your applause till you get inside.
Who's applauding? I'm trying to get warm.
That's what they all say, folks. Go right in, Bolivar. It's Town Hall tonight, so hurry, hurry, hurry,
Hey,
hurry.
we're all set backstage, Fred.
Okay, Harry. Peter's opening with Life Begins at Sweet 16.
Righto, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
Life begins at Sweet 16. Suddenly, every jack and gill in it finds a thrill in it. Love appears upon the scene. 1, 2, 3, and it pops your heart in two, then you started to live. Life opens up its book of mysteries deep and dark. You learn by Noah's Hook, two of everything on the ark. Life begins at Sweet 16. From then on, it's high ho, the merry on, everything is very okay. Life opens up its book of mysteries deep and dark. You learn by Noah's Hook, two of everything on the ark. Life begins at Sweet 16. From then on, it's high ho, the merry on, everything is very okay.
Presenting that affable ascendantiest of amusing, amazing absurdities and abrupt abecedarian abacadabra, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. I know that abracadabra, Harry, with his 40 thieves. I read about him. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before picking up the box and rolling out the dice of fun we've loaded for you this evening, I'll read you the Town Hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, vendor of sweetmeats at his popular goodie shop, says that lately customers have been complaining about being shortchanged. Customers walk out and leave their change on the counter, they say, and when they come back in, the money is gone. Hodge says in rebuttal, you folks forgetting your change, do so at your own risk. Now, if Hodge sees the money, he raps on the window with a wet rag. And if you folks don't hear the soggy din, Hodge says it's no fault of his. So much for consumer protection in our vicinity, and now for the Town Hall news. Say, Harry.
Yes, Fred.
What is it we never build up during the week, but it's in for an awful letdown every Wednesday?
Oh, it's the picture sheet, Fred. I'll let it down right away.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the meaning of that hog Latin phrase, auste the imgle?
Oh, yes, Fred. I've seen it in Ovid many times. It means turn out the lights. Here they go.
The projector starts. and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. New York City, New York. Dr. Leroy L. Hartman, professor of dentistry at Columbia University, discovers desensitizing formula that banishes pain for dental patients. Town Hall News shows how new desensitizer will possibly benefit the man with a toothache. The scene, a dentist's office.
No.
You wish to see the dentist, sir?
Yes, his tooth is killing me. Oh.
Dr. Bohr will take you right away.
Yes, Miss Drill?
An emergency case, Doctor.
Yes, Doc. This bicustard is murder. Oh.
Come right in. Your name, please?
Oh.
Fine. Sit down, Mr. McIntyre.
Oh, will I need a yokel anesthetic, Doc?
No. A few drops of Dr. Hartman's desensitizer here, and you'll feel nothing.
Oh, hurry, Doc.
Open wide, please.
Wow.
Now, which tooth is it?
Well,
this one?
Oh, no, it's in the back.
Fine. I'll rub this new solution on. There. Does that feel better?
Yeah, I can't feel nothing now. Who's got my tongue?
Why, here, it's hanging out on your tie.
Oh.
Now I'll extract that tooth. Ready?
Oh, whoa.
There we are. Look.
Hey, that's a front tooth, Doc. The one that aches is in the back.
I know. I just pulled out any old one to show you that it isn't going to hurt.
Well, I've taken your word for it, Doc.
Open wider, please. I'll get that one in the back.
Let me see.
It's a dandy. A lower molar.
Oh, that ain't it either. It's a wisdom tooth to take in.
The joke's on me. But you haven't felt any pain, have you?
No, but my teeth ain't no daisy petals, Doc.
Now, if I don't get it this time, the next extraction will be on me. There we are. That's the communist. Rinse your mouth, please. Now, shall I send your teeth, or will you take them with you?
Never mind. How much do I owe you, Doc?
3 teeth, $30.
$30? Will you rub some of that desensitizer on your face, Doc?
On my face? Why?
I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
Toledo, Ohio. Owens, Illinois Glass Company's research department proves that many articles of apparel can be made from spun glass. Hats and clothing will be made of this brittle substance. Town Hall News shows how glass clothing may hamper the younger generation of tomorrow. The scene, a parlor in 1950.
Oh, you do look charming, Jane.
Thank you, Mother. You like my new gown?
Oh, it's simply divine, dear. Beautiful glass. Is it shatterproof?
No, it's the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company's latest ensemble.
Your scarf's attractive, too.
Oh, it's just Dad's old windshield made over.
And new slippers.
Yes, Mother. Rupert's Brewery's new pumps.
You mean those darling slippers are just old beer bottles?
Uh-huh. With milk jar heels by Borden.
You're certainly dressed to kill.
Gerald's calling tonight, Mother.
Well, fortunately, your father's away. He doesn't approve of Gerald, you know.
That's Gerald now, Mother.
Oh, you young lovebirds. I'll go back to my work basket. I've got to putty some cracks in your father's socks.
Now, scat, Mother. I'll let Gerald in.
Well, have a good time, darling.
Jane, sweetheart.
Gerald, precious. Oh, do be careful. You bumped against this glass skirt.
You're some glass tonight, darling. Will you take my beret?
Yes, I'll hang it here. Oh, I've dropped your beret, Gerald. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Jane. I'm tired of glass hats. People are always staring in at my dandruff.
Won't you sit down on the divan?
Thank you.
I'll sit at the other end. We mustn't get too close with these glass clothes.
Oh, move over. What's a little glass among friends?
Now, Gerald, do be careful. There goes your sleeve. You naughty boy. You mustn't put your arm around me.
Oh, gosh. I've broken your bodice pulling away.
Heavens, if Father sees this, he'll be furious.
I'll pay the glazier's bill. Kiss me, dearest.
Oh, there goes your shirt front. Gerald, do be careful.
Don't worry, darling. My union suit's unbreakable.
Heavens, it's Father.
Where can I hide?
Oh, it's you, Gerald DeBerry, you snake in the glass.
Father, please.
I'll go, Jane.
I told you if I caught you with my daughter again, I'd kick you out of my house.
Well, yes,
and
but...
here goes.
Gerald, shall I get you a doctor?
No, get me a glass blower. I need a new seat for these pants.
Washington, D.C. The Weather Bureau bulletins show worst gale of the winter dropped mercury to new record lows. Town Hall News brings you flashes showing havoc wrought by blizzard from coast to coast. Chicago, Illinois. Traffic officer Quentin Blue interviewed on duty at State and Randolph Street. How cold is it, officer?
I don't know, brother. The mercury got so low here in Chicago, the underworld scrammed with it.
Detroit, Michigan. Merrill G. Clark suffers unusual accident due to severe cold. Mr. Clark.
Yeah. I went to blow my nose yesterday, and it come off in my hand. Hey, if I was Jimmy Durante, I'd have had my hands full.
Cape Elizabeth, Maine. Record snowfall hampers farmer John Dunn. Pretty cold down here in Maine, Farmer Dunn.
It's the worst snowfall I ever seen.
Really? How high is it?
Well, yesterday I seen a hen setting on the snow. I reached under her to see if she was concealing any eggs, and what do you think?
I give up.
Well, 'twa'n't no hen at all. Snow was so deep, I was groping the weather vane on the Unitarian Church.
New York City, New York. Molly Ginsburg, union picket, felt cold in city.
Cold, Gewalt. It was so cold yesterday, pickets was running up and down in front of unpaired stores. And when a picket's running, my friend, that's cold.
Bent Fork, Arkansas. Extreme cold is felt in Hillbilly Colony. Mr. and Mrs. Luther Funk interviewed in cabin. Is this the worst cold you've ever seen here in Arkansas, folks?
Lord, no. Last winter, Paul's guitar froze to his belly.
Yeah, I had to give 2 auditions playing it like a Hawaiian.
It's pretty cold here in your cabin right now.
Sure is. You hear that noise?
Yes, what is that?
Them's my false teeth are chattering in the cupboard.
Boston, Massachusetts. New England weather expert predicts that winds from Gulf Stream will eventually end cold snap. The snap. Thank you. That's all the town hall news tonight, so raise the sheet and light the light.
Say, Fred, that's a rhyme.
Say, I'd be pretty embarrassed if it wasn't, Harry. That's what I meant it to be.
Why?
Well, according to a recent checkup of the mail that's come into the station here, more people seem interested in poetry than anything else.
Say, if that's the case, maybe I'd better try my hand at it.
All right with me. Take off, Harry.
Okay, here goes. There once was a girl, quite lovely when her face was in repose, and when she smiled, no man she knew would ever dare propose. So take the tip of women from Alaska to Savannah, whose teeth are white, whose smiles are bright. Brush your teeth with Ipana.
Well, Harry, I'm afraid there's more truth than poetry in that.
Yes, and I'm afraid I agree with you, Fred, so I guess I just better forget the poetry and stick to the truth. And the truth is this. Our teeth not only need brushing, but our gums need toning and exercise. And that's something they don't get from the soft, creamy foods we eat nowadays.
Well, Harry, you don't expect everyone listening to you to stop eating things they like just because they're soft, do you?
No, of course not, Fred. They don't have to. Just massage a little Ipana toothpaste into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it. For Ipana will give your gums the toning and stimulation they need. And think toothbrush, that warning sign of tender gums, needn't upset you if you get right after it with Ipana. You'll have lovelier teeth, too. So always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
troubadours have just played Shooting High from the motion picture King of Burlesque. Now, on Saturday night, ladies and gentlemen, Admiral Byrd's personal barber will lecture here at the town hall. The Admiral's barber will talk. His talk is entitled, My 4 Years at the Pole with Strop and Lather.
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Quiet, please. If that's some stocking salesman taking out his samples, I'll be down with a sock that'll put you out of business in a minute.
Hello?
Well, sir, as I live and try to keep my garters tight so the calves in my legs can't crawl up and get at the water on my knee, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, Papa sent me out to mail a letter to our congressman, so I thought I'd stop in.
Your congressman? Has Papa got a bonus to pick with him?
No, Papa just wants to see if he can take up boondoggling.
Boondoggling, hey? Has he any special job in mind?
Well, he'd like to go in for fossil bone scraping.
You mean get right to work on your congressman?
No. A fossil bone scraper goes around to museums and fossil bone scrapes. He fossils the bones,
I know. Yes. He's sort of a prehistoric osteopath, as it were.
I don't know, but if that job's too hard, Papa wants to be an olive taxidermist.
What's an olive taxidermist?
He stuffs olives. You know, he puts those little red tail lights on the olive.
Oh, yes. There's a song about that. Red tails in the sunset or something. I've heard that.
Mama says Papa could start in as a boondoggler and work his way up to be an inventor.
What could he invent? To wit, cola.
Oh, he's got some swell ideas. He's working on a non-creep nightshirt now.
What's a non-creep nightshirt?
Well, with the old-fashioned nightshirt, when you go to bed, it's down around your feet. But when you get up in the morning, it's a lavalier.
Oh, yes. I still wear one of those. You know, when I wake up in the morning, I always feel as though I've been lassoed.
That's it. Papa's nightshirt can creep up on you. He's got stirrups in the bottom for your feet.
I hear he's worked out a new loaf of bread with a knot hole in it, too.
Yes, it's for drugstore sandwiches. If the bread has a hole in the center, you can look in and locate the meat.
Say, that's a swell idea. And speaking of meat, now, if you'll take it on the lamb...
Oh, I get it. Mrs. Crosby.
No, not anybody, but... Oh, no, don't bring...
Yes, Porty, we're right here. Come, Bedwell. Gadzooks, Mother. Lead on. I follow you blindly to my fate.
Now, listen, Portland. My quota of pests is filled.
You hear the name, Fadwell? Quote, behold, greaseball, the quality of mercy is not strange. It droppeth as the Gentile rain from heaven.
I guess that's telling you, Mr. Allen.
I don't know what this little runt is using for conversation, but if I make him eat those words, he'll have ptomaine.
There is a divinity that shapes our ends, Corsican.
I'll shape your end till you think the nub of your spine is futuristic.
Tut, tut, Gargoyle. You lay one hangnail on, Fadwell, and you'll answer to the theater guild.
Yes, you'd better fold your tongue, Mr. Allen.
Who are these people?
This is Mrs. Grundy, founder of the Kitty Shakespearean movement.
And I'm Fadwell Grundy, premier child exponent of Shakespearean roles east of the Mississippi. Fadwell is the youngest Shakespearean actor in the world.
I'll say. What part was that you played in the Midsummer Night's Dream, Fadwell?
I played Bottom the Weaver.
Well, you can't go any lower than that in Shakespeare.
Friends, Romans, and countrymen, lend me your ears.
I'll lend you my foot if you don't quit that yelling.
Yes, don't brand, Fadwell.
You might give us Hamlet's soliloquy, Fadwell. That was softer. Hamlet was talking to himself, you know.
Yes, and Hamlet's still talking to himself at most of those Shakespearean revivals. There's nobody in the audience.
What? I played to capacity in Duluth. Why, Fadwell holds an audience in the palm of his hand.
And his hand is little, isn't it?
It's big enough to hold his audiences.
I take a few liberties with the merchant in the courtroom scene.
Ah, yes, where Shylock asks for his pound of flesh.
What do? Use a phony scale?
No, meat is so high lately. Badwell gives Shylock hamburger.
Forsooth, hamburger fits the role.
Now, wait a minute. Hamburger isn't bad on bread either if you're a Shakespearean actor.
I'm at my best in Hamlet. If all the Hamlets I've played were laid end to end...
I know. You'd have a road map.
Confidentially, Tadwell's ambition is to play with Major Bowles.
Yes. The bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell. Act 2, Scene 1, Macbeth.
Now, I'm not interested, Rollo. You're not going to lay on Macduff and leave your eggs around here.
Give us a short scene, Badwell.
Very well, I never refuse a fan. A highlight from As You Like It.
Divine, Tadwell. I adore you in As You Like It.
As who likes it?
As you're going to get it whether you like it or not.
Lay on, Badwell.
Quiet, varlets. I shall try to recapture the mood. Ah, I have it. Alas, poor Colic. I knew him well.
Colic? That's the croup theater interpretation. It's the last poor garlic, as I recall.
Be still, moron. Carry on, Tadwell. Enchant us with your rhapsody of words.
Yes, bravo, Tadwell. Encore.
Wait a minute,
To me or not to me? That is the question.
No, the question is how long before I break a blood vessel around here?
Oh, you anti-Shakespearean cad.
A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
I'd like to be a horse for about 2 minutes.
You do? A half a horse is better than no horse at all.
Why, you little rat.
Run, Badwell.
Why, he better run if I...
Please, Badwell, please.
So long, Portland.
All's well that ends tally-ho.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing Sawing a Woman in Half. It's a sequel to that other sawing number, Giving My Baby a Buzz. Hack away, boys.
Magicians have done it for years and scared people out of their wits. Now at every party it fits.
Yeah, any host gets results if he only consults the magic of Herman und Bliss.
When you're sitting around in the parlor and you pose for that group photograph, when you're through playing Nola upon the Victrola, try sawing a woman in half. It's an interesting game, kind of rough on the dame. She seldom enjoys it, but then she can hardly object if she'll only reflect. There are many more women than men.
If she begs you to put her together,
just tell her you must stand the gap. Madam, I'm no physician, I'm just a magician, sawing a woman in half.
Yeah, and you don't need a carpenter's helper either. And you don't need no medical staff. You know, all you need is a tender young frail who'll surrender
to sawing a woman in half. If she starts in to moan that she don't like the tone, protesting it grates on her nerves, and she simply adore a more musical sort that sings as it's rounding the curve.
just ask her, am I a musician? Why, lady, you hand me a laugh.
I'm no Toscanini, I'm just an old meanie, sawing a woman in half.
If the lady insists that he'd rather be kissed, just tell her she's spoiling the fun. Great relief she will find if she'll just bear in mind half a woman is better than none.
It's a fad that is sweeping the nation, and you'll often see this epitaph. Madam X rests in pieces, her sudden decease is from sawing a woman in half.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine, Mr. Chappelle. Right over here, if you will, Mr. Chappelle. Thank you. I was hoping Mr. Chappelle here would be able to do one of his inimitable specialties for us this evening, but unfortunately he has a cold.
Oh, well, Fred, I'd like to suggest that Mr. Chappelle get right after that cold with sal hepatica. The way thousands of people all over the country are successfully combating colds right now.
But, Harry, just a minute.
Now, Fred, it won't even take a half a minute. You see, Mr. Chappelle, whenever you have a cold, there are usually just two things wrong with you. Two things you want to get after right away. First, the waste in your body, and second, the acid in your system that always aggravates your cold.
Well, I agree with that, Harry, but
Yes, so do authorities everywhere, Fred. That's why we suggest sal hepatica, because it's the mineral salt laxative especially designed to both rid your body of those wastes and at the same time to combat your acidity.
But listen, Harry, Mr. Chappelle here
Yes,
is...
I know, Fred, just like everyone else when they have a cold. But most people find they can throw off a nagging cold quickly if they begin fighting it by taking 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water.
Harry, I agree with everything you say, but will you let me kindly tell you what I've been trying to say? Mr. Chappelle here is French, and he doesn't even understand English.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, Mr. Chappelle, souvenez-vous de sal hepatica pour le sourire de la bonne santé.
Oui, monsieur. Merci beaucoup.
Hey, what's going on here? What is
Well, now,
this?
Fred, look. I only said something I hope everyone will remember at the very first sign of a cold. Remember sal hepatica for the smile of health.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the mighty Allen Art Players, the only hams in the world who have managed to go through life so far without mustard. Tonight, these artistic fleas, who are going to the dogs in the estimation of most drama lovers, play an English drawing room playlet entitled Lord Falconbeak's Dilemma. Or, you never hear about the Deeses and Dozes in England. It's always the Thames. Overture, Peter. I feel like a hen's appendage in the gust, floating aloft, thither and yon.
Lord Falconbeak, if you please.
Oh, I say, can't I read my Tatler here? I'm advancing for my last circular affair. I'm going to mount all the...
Will you cease vocalizing, Lord Falconbeak, and do stop smoking that beastly pipe in the drawing room?
Cease vulcanizing. Don't smoke in the drawing room. Don't smoke in the conservatory. Dash it all, where can I go to smoke?
You know where you can go, but definitely. My late lamented husband, Lord Chutney, didn't smoke.
Not in the house, no. But he smoked in the end. Chutney's cremated, isn't he?
Yes, and there he lies on the mantel in his urn, the dear boy.
I say, I've a mind to scatter Chutney about on the pavement. The walk is fearfully slippery, you know.
Don't you dare.
Pooh-pooh.
I warn you, Rancid Falconbeak, if that urn goes out of this house, I, Daphne Falconbeak, go with it.
Oh, ho, devil hum. I can't fritter the night away grousing, old girl. I'm off to bed.
Before you go, put Chutney away.
I'm not the ash man, Lady Falconbeak.
Very well, I shall ring for Chubb.
You tickled, Lady Falconbeak.
Yes, Chubb. You may put Lord Chutney back in the safe for the night.
Very good, Lady Falconbeak.
Stuff and horseradish. Putting one's first husband's ashes in the safe.
Well, but there have been several robberies about lately, and if anything happened to Chutney, I would never forgive myself.
Righto. If it'll restore peace, put the bounder away, Chubb.
Righto, sir.
And spin the combination, Chubb.
Yes, your ladyship.
And now, Chubb, let's away. You must dress me for bed.
Disturbing dreams, Lord Falconbeak.
Oh, the same to you, old girl, with knobs on. Come, Chubb.
Yes, my lord.
Here, it's dark in here. Snap on the beastly light in the chamber, Chubb.
Right, sir. What are you wearing to bed tonight, my lord?
I can't decide. I always like to dress for my dreams, you know.
You wore tails last night, my lord.
Yes, dash it, then dreamed I was at a nudist camp. A horrible faux pas.
We might anticipate your nightmares. It would help.
Rather. Oh, a happy thought. I have it. The fox hunting season opened today, Chubb. I might ride to hounds in my dreams. I shall wear my hunting suit to bed.
The red jacket.
Right you are. My checkered breeches, riding crop, and my fox horn, Chubb.
Oh, and shall I test the horn, sir?
Definitely. Have a puff at it. Remarkable lipping, Chubb. If I were a fox, I couldn't resist you. Oh, I say, what's that?
Sounded like glass, sir.
Oh, possibly Lady Falconbeak's dropped her lorgnette.
Help! What is it?
What is this dither, Daphne?
Burglars! They're ransacking the drawing room, Rancid. You must function.
But see here, I'm dressed for bed. One doesn't stalk burglars in one's fox togs.
Yes, you will have to change, my lord.
Oh,
You'll
yeah.
be laughed out of the Rotogravure.
Positively.
Oh, they're at the safe, Rancid. You must save Lord Chutney's ashes.
Yes, show the true Falconbeak spirit, my lord.
Righto. Yoits away, Chubb.
And pivot, let us face the prowlers.
Be firm, Rancid. I shall wait for news here.
The door, Chubb. Here. I see you, chaps. What's this impromptu, old boy? Two can play at bubble and squeak, you know.
Who are you, mate? This is Lord Ransom Falconbeak.
Righto. I'm the owner. The ransackee, as it were.
Well, I'm Gunner Smith. In this corner, me son Nipper.
What's the jolly old hell, Lord?
A pleasure, really. May I present my butler here, Chubb?
Any friend of Lord Falconbeak's is a friend of mine. Place it approximately here, Chubb.
John?
What are you coves up to?
Yes, if Lord Falconbeak and I are not too inquisitive.
Why, we're Jimmy in your strongbox, Governor.
Right here, when I'm helping in a small way.
But I say, isn't your son up rather late for this sort of thing, Mrs. Bill?
Oh, blimey, this is a special treat for Nipper. It's his birthday.
I'm 10 today.
Right, it's his first robbery. Sort of a birthday present, really.
Oh, just ask his fourth for sentiment, eh, what?
Oh, well then. We mustn't hamper the festivities, Chubb.
Now, I must get on with my celebration. Hand me the hammer, Peter.
Here you are, lad. Ah, look at him. This is the happiest moment of my life.
He's a credit to you, if I may say so.
Yeah. Too bad his mother ain't here to see him.
Oh, a pity. Has she passed on?
Temporarily. She's doing 2 years at Old Bailey, shoplifting.
Quiet, you blokes. I can't concentrate.
So sorry, Nipper. Carry on.
Steady now, Nipper.
Huzzah! I've opened it, Peter.
Huzzah!
Devilishly clever. You may huzzah for me, Chubb.
Huzzah!
Thank you.
Why, I'm proud of you, Nipper. As neat a job as your grandfather ever pulled.
Look at this swag, Peter.
A ripping lavalier, eh, what?
A priceless bubble, really.
I'll take it for Mater's coming out party.
Blimey, is this your stick pin, Lord Falconbeak?
Rather. Don't overlook it. A beautiful stone. 8-carat pumice.
I say, what's this bronze business, Peter?
Yeah, you can't have that urn, Nipper. I'm putting my foot down. You may not hear me on account of my slippers.
Oh, it's a ripping utensil. I've simply got to have it.
But really, here it's Lord Chutney's abode, don't you know? Lady Falconbeak's first husband, you see.
Rather, you can't take Chutney.
Oh, no.
Well, I'd like to give in, Governor, but after all, it's Nipper's birthday.
Well spoken, Peter.
But I can't acquiesce, really. I shall have to call Lady Falconbeak. I see. Daphne, old thing. Daphne.
Yes, Rancid. I've been eavesdropping.
Hi, say, who's the auntie?
Oh, chaps, 1,000 pardons. May I present the missus, Lady Falconbeak?
Oh, I'm Gunner Smith, lady.
I'm Nipper.
But really, you're not taking my urn, Mr. Smith.
Sorrow, lady.
Rancid, they're kidnapping Lord Chutney. Do something.
I've resented it, Daphne.
Jump.
I have intimated my displeasure, madam.
Oh.
Well, I'd like to rescind Lady Falconbeak, but it's up to Nipper.
Sorry, I can't budge, Peter. It's just a receptacle for my Lady Dynamite.
I warn you, if that goes, I go too.
I say.
And I say, if Lord Chutney leaves this house, so do I.
Daphne!
I'm determined, Rancid. Where's my rat?
Right here, Lady Feltonby. Well, I guess we'll pip off, Governor. Come, Nipper.
Right out,
But
Major.
see here.
Then it's goodbye, Rancid.
Oh, I say.
Ta-ta, Lord Falconby. Oh, my dear. Lady Falconby gone. Lord Chutney kidnapped.
A tragedy.
We must whip into action.
Righto.
What's our first move?
Bolt the front door securely, Chubb. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you. The mighty Allen Art players, having just escaped the curtain as it fell on them, are now, say, Harry. Harry, will you mind stop crackling that newspaper in my ear?
Well, there's something in this paper I want you to see, Fred.
What is it, your lunch?
No, it's a letter to the Aching Hearts column. Listen to this. Dear Aching Heart, up until a month or so ago, my husband had always been jovial and affectionate. Lately, he's been grouchy and irritable, especially when he gets up in the morning. And I'm beginning to worry about him. Do you think there's a blonde in his life? Signed, Anxious.
Well, no wonder.
You know, Fred, I think I could answer that letter.
Now, Harry, don't tell me you've turned Cupid all of a sudden.
No, but when a man wakes up feeling irritable and logy, there are usually only two things wrong with him. Waste in his body and too much acid in his system. Now, what's the answer? Sal Hepatica. Because it's the mineral salt laxative that both rids the body of waste and combats acidity. And that's something no ordinary laxative does. So if you should wake up tomorrow feeling grouchy and under the weather, why don't you just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it? See how soon you'll be feeling your old, normal self again. Just remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall tonight continues immediately after your station announcement.
Cause it's been so long since I held you tight when we said goodnight. It's been so long. Honey, can't you see what you've done to me? I've been in a kind of daze for days and days and days. Feeling blue, missing you in oh so many ways. Cause it was so nice when we had that date every night at 8. It was so nice. Then we said goodbye, what a fool was I. Let me get back in your arms where I belong. Cause it's been so long.
We're back in Town Hall, friends, and Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played It's Been So Long, sung by the Town Hall Quartet. Now here comes Fred with his newest group of anxious amateur acquaintances. Let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, tonight our amateurs compete for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your own winners. Your applause after each act will be recorded on the Johns Manville applause machine here on the stage, and the 3 acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later for the final vote. Now, first tonight, from Oceanside, Long Island, I am very happy to have you meet Kenneth Howard Connolly. Is that right, Kenneth?
That's right, sir.
You wanted me to get the 3 names in, I imagine.
Yes, sir.
Well, 3 names should be lucky for you if you intend to stick to music. 3 names are, well, I don't know. There seems to be some charm about them. You take that fellow John Charles Thomas and Tibbet Milton Crosby, that other fellow. I don't know. John Charles Thomas is only one man. I always get him confused with a syndicate. John has 3 first names. I've never heard what his last name really is. Do you go to school? How old are you?
I'm 17.
17, are you really? You go to school down in Oceanside?
Yes, sir. I'm a senior.
You're a senior in Oceanside, huh? Well, I seen you here tonight, and naturally Well, things are getting in that bad. We're reaching that far back in radio, Kenneth, for jokes now. It won't be long when we'll all have rock stains on our hands from getting into the Paleolithic age for material, the radio comedians. But I don't know, do you intend to take up music seriously when you graduate from school?
I'd like to.
You would, huh? What voice have you?
A tenor.
Tenor, huh? Well, you never can tell what's going to happen in music. Look, a few weeks back, did you read that in the paper about that boy who auditioned for the Metropolitan? Joseph Benton, Giuseppe Bentonelli, I think, at those prices to me. But he auditioned for the Metropolitan, and the next day, Richard Crooks had a cold, and Joseph Benton sang in the opera the following day. A great many people wait for opportunity to knock, but in that instance, opportunity coughed, and he was in the Metropolitan. In other words, through Mr. Crooks getting sick, it shows you can get into opera by hook or by crooks, in other words. Well, what are you going to sing tonight, Kenneth?
Roll Along, Prairie Moon.
Roll Along, Prairie Moon. Thank you.
Roll along, prairie moon, roll along while I croon. Shine above, lamp of love, prairie moon. Way up there in the blue, maybe you're lonely too, swinging by in the sky, prairie moon. I need your tender light to make things right. You know I'm so alone tonight. Far away, shed your beams on the girl of my dreams. Tell her true, I've been true, prairie moon.
That was Kenneth Howard Connolly from Oceanside, Long Island. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet Miss Esther Harsh of New York City. Miss Harsh by name, but not by nature, I'm quite sure. And you are a harpist?
Yes, I am.
I suspected that. I didn't think you had brought the harp here just to sort of confuse me. Have you studied music here as your home in New York?
No, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
From Cleveland, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like New York City?
Oh, I should say I do.
You do, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, if they ever get the snow cleared away, you'll see a lot more of it than you've seen up to now.
Well, I've been here since October, so
Oh, you saw it before the snow. Well, a lot of things will possibly have disappeared by the time they get it away. It was pretty cold yesterday. I saw a traffic policeman on 6th Avenue open his mouth, and it froze that way. First time I've ever seen a traffic officer with his mouth open and not saying anything. It was a pleasure. And now, Miss Harsh, I wanted to ask you some questions about, I always envy anyone who can play the harp. Because in years to come, when you go to heaven, imagine you get your wings and you go right to your instrument. You know how to play it. The rest of us will have to sit up there for months monkeying around with chopsticks until we get able to function. Now, what are you going to play on the harp tonight?
One Night of Love.
One Night of Love. Thank you very much. Miss Esther Harsh. Esther Harsh. Thank you very much, Miss Harsh. I'm surprised that some of the labor unions haven't investigated the possibilities of the hop. At least they'll be able to picket sitting down. It would be a novel arrangement. And now, ladies and gentlemen, and now I tell one for myself occasionally. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet Frank Groves from Flushing, Long Island. Is that right,
That's
Mr.
right,
Groves?
Mr. Allen.
You are from Flushing?
That's right, Mr. Allen, yes.
Mr. Groves is here attired in impeccable evening dress, I might say, wearing a monocle. I mean, the people in Flushing actually don't wear monocles.
Oh, no, not generally.
Flushing is to be the home of the next World's Fair, isn't it?
I think so, yes.
Have they started any activity over there?
Well, I believe they got some men working out there.
They started it already,
I
huh?
believe so, yes.
It's always an impressive sight to me to see a groundbreaking ceremony. I went downtown a week or so ago to see them lay the cornerstone for an apartment house. I was greatly concerned over the thing. I was standing there, and as they shoveled out the first shovelful of dirt, 4 men behind me started crying. And with each shovelful, these men cried louder. And finally, I turned around and said, "Pardon me, gentlemen, what are you crying for? They're about to open a magnificent apartment building here." And one of the 4 men said, "Yes, we're the receivers. We know how much money it's going to lose already." So it's sort of upset. And now, Mr. Groves, you have this little package here. What?
Yes, those are my spats, Mr. Allen.
Oh, you have your spats?
Oh, yes, I have my spats, yes.
What is the purpose of bringing your spats here in a little package?
Well, you see, I couldn't, I should be wearing them really, you know, but I couldn't do that with my spats on.
You couldn't do that with your spats
pray,
on?
Don, pray.
Thank you.
There are lots of things nowadays we do without. It's fashion to do so, they say. But there's one thing I'll stick to, of that there's no doubt. I'll not part with my spats, come what may. Of course, I'll admit there are drawbacks sometimes. For instance, last week on the pier, my fiancée fell over the side of the splash. Did I jump in and save her? No fear. I couldn't do that with my spats on. For really, you know, it's not done. It's all very fine, but one must draw the line. To the degree I'm sure I mustn't want. The crowd shouted, "Save her." There's time even yet. I said to them tersely, "You seem to forget. But if I jump in after her, why, I shall get wet." Oh, and I couldn't do that with my spats on.
Thank you. That was Frank Groves from Flushing, Long Island. Thank you very much, Mr. Groves. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have an unusual feature for you. Mr. Louis Miller of Brooklyn, New York City, brings to the microphone his talking dog, Pal. As I'm introducing Pal here, he has walked over to the microphone on his hind legs. Pal is sitting up on the chair.
Sit around, Pal.
What sort of...
Sit down.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
All right, Pal, open your mouth and yawn. That's a boy. Now, Pal, can you say Mama? Say Mama, Pal. Talk loud. Talk loud. Come on. All right, now talk, Pal. All right, now, come on now. Talk. Say Mama. Hurry up. Come on, talk loud. Mama. All right. Now, Pal, what did you say? Now, say it loud. All right. Now, who's Mama, Pal? Who's Mama? Come on, who's Mama? Oh, my Mama. All right, Pal. Pal, how old are you, Pal? Come on, tell her. How old are you? I'll give him a half. All right. You're 7.5. Now, Pal, 7 and how many make 10, Pal? Speak loud. Oh, 7 and 3 make 10. Divide 10 by 2, Pal. Now, Pal, I wonder if you remember the word you said. How many letters in Mama? How many letters in my mama? He's trying to say it. Pal. Divide 10 by 2. What's the answer? All right. How many letters in pal? Now, any questions you like to ask, Mr.
Well, I was going to try to get a few words in edgewise there. Pal has practically answered all of the questions I was going to ask you, Mr. Miller. What breed dog is it?
A pal is a collie. That is part collie.
Part collie, and what's the other part?
Well, I couldn't say.
Part collie and part indefinite, eh? Well, I was going to ask you before, does he count other things? I mean, are those just things that you've taught him to count?
Oh, no. He can tell you how many buttons on your vest or your name, how many letters in your name, or anything like that.
He could really? How many buttons on my vest?
All right, pal. Now, look here. Look here, pal. Look over here. How many buttons on a man's vest there? Come on, tell him. All right, now look at him, pal. How many of them buttons are look at him. How many of them are unbuttoned? How many are unbuttoned? Oh, only one, that's right.
Only one unbuttoned. I thought I detected a buttonhole creep in the counting there.
He can tell you how many letters in your name, too.
He can tell me how many letters in my name? Could you do that, pal, for an old friend?
How many letters in Fred? Four. How many letters in Alan?
That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Mr. Lewis Miller of Brooklyn with his pet trick dog, Pal. A very intelligent-looking animal, sort of showed me up here for the moment. There's one thing I wanted to ask you, Mr. Miller. Do you rent the dog out at all? You don't rent him out. I'd like to have him look over my income tax. I mean, just think. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you the Glenn S. Haber trio. Mr. Glenn Haber, Mr. George Gresson, and Mr. Arthur Gresson. Is that right?
That's right, Mr.
Are you Mr. Haber?
Yes, sir.
You come from Castleton on the Hudson. Is that right, too? Castleton on the Hudson. Where is that?
That's just 9 miles below Albany.
Below Albany. I like those sort of hyphenated names. Castleton on the Hudson. Reminds me of my summer home, Torn Sleeve on the Cuff, a little place. But Mr. Haber and the two Gresson boys have a saxophone trio. And, boys, I'm just going to ask you what you're going to play, a medley or some number of your own?
Well, we're going to play everything's been done before, like Guy Lombardo's saxophone plays.
In Guy Lombardo's style. Everything's been done before. Thank you. Saxophone trio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. I think this side is better. You can see the piano from there. I would like to have you meet Miss Helen B. Task, T-A-S-K, of the Bronx. And what are you going to sing, Miss Task?
No other one.
No other one. Thank you.
No other one, yes, no other one can ever do what you do when you do what you do, kissing me. Oh, no other one, yes, no other one can ever make me like you like I'd like to constantly. Talk about caresses with an 18-karat thrill. I don't have to make three guesses when I'm thinking of someone who can fill the bill. Oh, no other one, yes, no other one can ever make me want to say, who do I want in a great big way? No other one.
Thank you. That was Miss Helen B. Task. Thank you, Miss Task. And that concludes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And while I confer with our distinguished judge, the applause machine here, I'm going to ask Harry to orate a bit.
Thank you, Fred. You know, the famous showman George M. Cohan once said, always leave them laughing when you say goodbye. Well, we've certainly enjoyed our weekly visit with you, and we sincerely hope we've left you with a smile. We hope, too, that you'll keep smiling with the two products that make these hours with Fred Allen possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, Peter. Fred's all ready with the results. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the applause me to divulge it that your applause has been heaviest. Do you notice how I got through divulges there? There was no V in it at all as I spoke. Quite a novelty. That your applause has been heaviest for the following acts. Miss Esther Harsh, Pal, and Master Kenneth Connolly. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his sensitive hand over the heads of these boys and girls, and as I call the names, I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud just once again for your winners, if you will. Now, first, the young lady who played so well on the harp, played One Night of Love, Miss Esther Harsh. And next, Mr. Lewis Miller with his canine acquaintance, Pal, the talking dog. And then the young man from Oceanside, Long Island, who sang Roll On Prairie Moon, Master Kenneth Howard Connolly. Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
Coming right up, Fred. Here you are.
Thank you. The first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City goes to Pal, the talking dog, with a decibel rating of 84. And the second prize, $25 in cash, goes to the young lady who played the harp, Miss Esther Harsh, with a decibel rating of 83. I'm sorry that all of the boys and girls couldn't win, but thank you for coming, and better luck next time. Thank you. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and inviting you to another hour of smiles next Wednesday evening at the Old Town Hall. Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of high-test amateurs. We'll all be looking for you, so don't forget. This is Fred Allen saying good night.
Heard on this program, Shooting High from King of Burlesque, and It's Been So Long from the Great Ziegfeld. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I drink Dr. Pepper and I'm proud. I used to be alone in a crowd, but now you look around these days, there seems to be a Dr. Pepper craze. I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, if you drink Dr. Pepper, you're a pepper too. Us peppers are an interesting breed, an original taste is what we need. Ask any pepper and he'll say, only Dr. Pepper tastes that way. I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Come on! Be a pepper, drink
We really work up a thirst around here.
But we like to watch our shapes. Diet soft drinks really got us down. We didn't like the aftertaste.
But then we tried sugar-free Dr. Pepper. It tastes terrific.
Wow! Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Tastes fattening, but it's not. How can sugar-free taste so sugarful? What a great taste this one's got. Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Tastes fattening, but it's not.
Tuesday.
Give me 5.
Fonzie is secretly married.
What?
He has a kid and everything.
Fonzie a father? Find out on Happy Days.
I don't think they made up yet.
Then it's love at first bite, and Laverne and Shirley play matchmaker.
Hello, sweetie.
Then Jack takes on the neighborhood bully on Three's Company.
He's asking for it. You want to get married?
And John's surefire line backfires.
Sure.
On Taxi.
Tuesday on ABC.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Crime, delinquency, threats of war. These are the subjects that dominate our news headlines these days. Not very pleasant subjects, are they? You may say that somebody ought to do something about cutting down on crime and delinquency and in promoting peace among nations, but that there's nothing you personally can do about it. That's where you're wrong. You can wage your own fight against crime and delinquency in your own family by taking the family to the church or synagogue of your faith this week. The spiritual contact will strengthen moral background and faith. Regular attendance at religious services will help your family to work out its own problems and give them comfort in facing the tensions of our present-day life. Worshiping together brings your family closer together, too. And supporting your own religious institution provides funds to help those individuals and families who, unlike you, are unable to help themselves. Find the strength for your life. Worship together this week.
Lower it easy, boys. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure uncertain hope of the resurrection unto eternal life. Amen.
I'll see if I can't help with the spading, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester, I'm going to speak to Miss Henshaw. Miss Henshaw?
Marshal Dillon?
I just wanted to say, ma'am, if there's anything I can do,
You've done your duty, Marshal. You arrested the killer.
Yes, ma'am, I did. I was thinking more if you might be needing something.
I shall be all right.
I'm sure you will, Miss Henshaw, but if I can help you out any time.
You can't bring back my son.
No, ma'am, I can't bring back your son.
And you can't bring me any help. Don't worry about me, Marshal Dillon. I come from strong people.
You do him credit, ma'am.
We can bear things. In our way.
Lorinda,
Lorenda, I want to talk to you. I bid you good day, Marshal. Lorenda, please, wait a minute. Lorenda,
Miss Meisner, I think I'd let her go.
I just wanted to tell her I'm sorry it was my son Jake that done it.
Well, there'll be a better time.
After you've hung my boy. You mean then?
You better let me see you home, Miss Meisner.
You think I ain't good enough to talk to Lorenda Henshaw because you took in my boy?
Shall we go?
I ain't going no place with the likes of you. Lorenda Henshaw ain't got no use for talking to me, and I ain't got no use for talking to you. You ain't forcing me neither.
No, ma'am, and I'm not about to try.
Folks can just sit on a chair straight. They wouldn't be forever twisting a leg off like this. As soon as I get it fit, Doc will come in and lean back and rock and... Oh, hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
I didn't figure you'd be back so soon.
Now, that doesn't take very long to turn a prisoner over to a sheriff.
Well, no, sir, I guess not.
Anything been going on here since I left?
Well, no, sir, nothing I couldn't handle. There was a little ruckus last night.
What was that?
That old man Merton got thinking it was the 4th of July. He started out to give a few speeches.
Well, a man can still speak his mind, Chester.
Yes, sir. It wasn't the speeches, Mr. Dillon. They were stirring and patriotic enough. But he got to snorting at this whiskey bottle between talks, and next thing you know, he seen the British coming right down Front Street.
Well, how about it, Chester? Was it the British?
No, sir. It was the Calhoun brothers and me.
Master Dillon?
Oh, come in, Miss Meisner.
I want to see you alone.
Well, now, I was just... Well, I mean, I expect I could go and see if there's any mail again.
Why don't you do that, Chester?
Well, I ain't wanted no more.
Fine, Chester. Why don't you sit down, Miss Meisner?
I can say what I come to say on my feet.
All right, ma'am.
You took my boy away yesterday.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You took him away to be hanged.
The law isn't easy, Miss Meisner.
Mr. Meisner and I lived here a long time before he died. We were law-abiding people.
I know that.
My Jake has always been a good boy. You know that yourself, Marshal Dillon, a good, God-fearing boy. He worked hard on that place we got, grubbing and digging to try to make things grow after his pa died. You've been out there a time or two. You've seen the boy working.
I've seen him. Jake was my friend, yes, ma'am.
And then he come to town, and in one crazy night, it's all different. They want to hang him.
Miss Meisner, your son killed a man.
It weren't Jake that done it, Marshal. It was the drink, the evil, tempting drink. And they was brawling. Everybody says they was brawling.
They were brawling, but Jake used his gun, ma'am, and he shot an unarmed man. Now, you know that, Miss Meisner, and you know the law, too.
The law ain't merciful, Marshal, and you wasn't merciful neither.
I did what I had to do. It wasn't easy, but I had to face it. You'd be better off if you'd face it, too, ma'am.
I'm here to face it.
I think you'd feel better if you went home. Maybe Doc can give you something to help.
There's only one thing that'll help.
What's that?
The life of my boy.
I can't give you that, Miss Meisner.
Then I'll take yours.
You don't mean that.
Yes, I do, Marshal Dillon. I ain't given to saying things I don't mean.
Then you better do some more thinking, ma'am. Killing me or trying to is not going to solve anything for you.
I've done my thinking. I know it won't help Jake. It won't even help me. But I got to do something. And if you let him hang next Thursday, I'll kill you. That's all I know.
You need help, Miss Meisner, but this isn't...
I ain't looking for help. I'm looking for an end to to this. So you be thinking about it, Marshal. You be thinking good.
I'm thinking more about you, ma'am.
Don't worry none about that. I ain't been partial to firearms, but I've had to kill in my day. I can shoot, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure you can shoot.
And you be remembering, if I lose my boy next Thursday, I'll be back to end it.
I'll be here, Miss Meisner, because I want to end it, too.
Well, the conventions have come and gone. Is it all over but the voting? Hardly. In the next month till November, we're in for some hard campaigning. Details, of course, from CBS News. And your candidate, whoever he may be, is in for tough sledding before he gets into office, if at all. Your responsibility to your candidate is, of course, to give him your vote. Your voice will help, too. And there's something else that helps put across a campaign. It's money. The best candidate in the world can't get into office without incurring expenses. If you believe in your man enough to vote for him, believe in him enough to get out and work for him, then put some money on the line, too. There's the real test of your interest. We haven't covered the subject of whom to vote for, whom to support, whom to help with a contribution. That's strictly your own business. But if the people who like the other man dig in for him and you don't do likewise for your man, well, that could be the difference right there. So think it over and make sure you vote.
It just doesn't make sense, Matt.
It's not supposed to.
But Hattie Meisner, of all people, well, she's one of the steadiest, kindest women who ever lived around here.
Yeah, I know it, Kitty, but this thing has thrown her completely off balance.
It must have. Hattie's always been the first one to come when anybody needed help. First one to take in the visiting pastors. The first one to... Well, I just can't believe it.
I wish you didn't have to.
What are you going to do, Matt?
There's not much you can do.
I don't suppose there's any hope for the boy.
No, it's an open and shut case, Kitty. His mother doesn't know it, and I'm not going to tell her, but he lost his wild temper in brawls a couple of times before. There wasn't anything else the judge could do.
Seems awful hard.
Yeah. It was hard on the Henshaw boy, too.
Yeah, of course it was. Do you really expect Hattie to come after you with a gun?
And I expect she's a woman of her word.
And you'll have to handle it.
Yeah. You got any suggestions?
Well,
I could shoot her down like an outlaw when I see her coming.
Now, Matt.
Or I could let her shoot me.
You got to think of something.
Or I could leave town.
Oh, you got to get serious, Matt.
I am serious, Kitty. I don't know what to do. She's a good woman, but right now she's dangerous, and I got to protect her. I'd just as soon protect myself at the same time.
Matt.
Yeah?
Have you talked to Doc?
About this? No.
It might help. He knows Hattie real well. He might be able to talk to her.
I've heard she's not in a talking mood.
It can't hurt to try.
No, I guess not. Can't hurt to try.
Yep. Come on, get up. Get up there. Get away. Get away, dog. Hurry up. Come on. Hurry up.
Hey, Doc, hold up.
Oh, there. What's the matter, Matt? You arresting me for something?
I probably should. At the rate you were driving that buggy through town, you're a menace to life and property.
You're getting old, Matt.
Maybe. You heading for the stable?
Until you stopped me, I was.
I'll ride along with you. I want to talk to you.
So come in. Come in.
Yeah.
Get up. What's on your mind, Matt?
Hattie Meisner.
That's a sad thing, all right, but I wouldn't worry too much, Matt. She'll come through it all right. She's a strong woman.
Yeah, I'm afraid she's too strong.
What do you mean?
She says if Jake hangs, He's going to kill me.
Oh, come now, man.
That's the truth, Doc. She knows he's guilty. She knows she's wrong, but she has to get it out of her system.
That sounds like hysteria, but Hattie isn't a hysterical type of woman. I've treated her through all kinds of sickness and trouble.
Yeah. But I thought maybe you'd go out and talk to her.
Oh, she's got you buffaloed, has she?
Yeah, she's got me buffaloed, Doc. Now, do you want me to shoot her and knock her down and get the gun or lock her up? Which?
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Matt. I shouldn't have taken it lightly. Yeah, well, I'll talk to her. I'm not sure it'll do any good, but I'll talk to her.
Thanks, Doc. You want me to come along?
No, Matt. I think I'd better try this alone.
Chester, kind of early for you, isn't it?
Yeah, where's Miss Kitty? I got to see Miss Kitty.
She was here a minute ago. Oh, there she is, Chester, looking at that pair of chairs that broke up last night.
Thank you kindly. Miss Kitty? Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. What brings you?
Miss Kitty, you've got to do something.
Oh, all right, Chester. What do you have in mind?
It's about that woman and Mr. Dillon.
Well, no, I don't know about doing anything about Matt and a woman, Chester.
Miss Kitty, I ain't funning. It's that Miss Meisner I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, Chester, go ahead. Tell me about it.
Well, Doc went to see her to see if he couldn't talk some sense into her and all, and he just didn't get nowhere.
She's still determined, is she?
Yes, Miss Kitty, she is. She says she's going to walk right up and shoot Mr. Dillon after her boy is hung.
Oh, it's a shame.
It's more than a shame. Mr. Dillon's just going to sit there and let her walk in and do it, too. He ain't so much as cleaned his gun about it.
Well, it isn't that simple, Chester. She's a good woman.
Well, my goodness, I know it ain't simple. But there must be something somebody can do. We can't all sit around and let her kill him just 'cause she's a good woman.
No, we can't.
You got to think of something, Miss Kitty.
Now, Chester, you know I want to help.
Wanting just ain't enough no more. If somebody don't do something, we're going to be in an awful fix.
Now, Chester, calm down.
I ain't going to calm down, Miss Kitty, till somebody does something about this.
All right, Chester, all right. I'll think of something. Though I swear I don't know what it'll be. Mrs. Henshaw? Mrs. Henshaw?
You wish to see me?
Yes, Mrs. Henshaw, I did.
Do I know you?
I'm Kitty Russell.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to come in for a minute.
Very well, then. Come in.
Thank you.
In here. Sit down, Miss Russell, on the sofa.
Thank you.
Now, what did you wish to see me about?
Mrs. Henshaw, I'm a great one for minding my own business.
Commendable attitude.
But, well, something terrible may be going to happen, Mrs. Henshaw. I think there's a chance you can stop it.
Me? In what way?
It's about Mrs. Meisner.
Miss Russell, that name is not heard kindly in this house.
I can understand that, Mrs. Henshaw, but
I'm really not interested in anything you might have to say on the subject.
I know the loss of your boy was a bitter thing, Mrs. Henshaw, but there's no need to add more trouble to it.
It was none of my doing, Miss Russell.
Of course it wasn't, but now you can help. Mrs. Meisner says she's going to shoot Matt Dillon.
I assume the marshal can take care of himself.
Well, of course Matt can take care of himself, but he doesn't want to have to hurt Mrs. Meisner. And if you would just talk to her, maybe you could make us
I
see...
have nothing to say to Hattie Meisner. Now or ever.
Mrs. Henshaw, what's done is done. She's going to lose her boy, too. There's no need for more suffering.
Miss Russell, I can understand your concern for the Marshal. I understand he's a particular friend of yours.
Matt is a good friend.
But it is no concern of mine. He has a job to do. I see no reason to interfere with it.
Mrs. Henshaw...
I'll show you to the door.
I can find it.
I will show you to the door.
Yes, of course. Do it properly, Mrs. Henshaw. Do it all properly. But don't show a little kindness to another woman in trouble.
Good day, Miss Russell.
I'm not so sure, Mrs. Henshaw.
Hi, this is Dennis James. Say, remember way back when this melody was popular? There's something very special about a long-time favorite, isn't there? Well, folks feel the same way about one of Kellogg's favorites, Kellogg's All Brand. Going on 41 years now, it's been America's most popular good food way to fight irregularity from lack of bulk. Because it's whole brand, Kellogg's All Brand gentles away irregularity safely and reliably. And because it's deep toasted for extra crispness, it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. That's ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand.
All I can say is we're all wasting our money tonight.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I should have said everybody but you, Chester. You're the only one who's eaten with any enjoyment.
Chester can always eat, Doc.
Well, that's what a body's supposed to do. You should know that, Doc.
He knows it, Chester. He just can't put the idea across, even to himself.
Well, I'm frank to admit I'll have more appetite tomorrow night. If everything comes out all right.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, you're positive nothing can interfere with the hanging.
Nothing. Nothing but a miracle.
And you expect that Miss Meisner to come walking in, toting a gun?
That's what she says.
I never heard of two women that were so stubborn about being talked to.
Yeah, they're both a little crazed by the grief of losing their sons, and they're reacting in different ways.
Well, I could see that, but you'd think somebody could get through to at least one of them.
It's a difficult case.
Yeah, well, tell you what, why don't we leave it alone till tomorrow, huh?
Till tomorrow? But, Mr. Dillon, tomorrow will be too late.
Yes, Matt. If you're going to think of anything, you better think of it tonight.
Well, what do you want me to do, Doc? Leave town?
That might not be a bad idea.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Kitty, I'd have to come back someday, wouldn't
Well, by that time, Hattie might have cooled off. Isn't that right, Doc?
No, I don't think so. This thing is likely to stay with her until it gets out of her system some way. It'll take some kind of a trigger to let loose of her emotions.
I hope it isn't a real trigger.
Well, it's just a terrible, terrible thing. That's what it is.
All right, let's talk about something else.
Well, but maybe if we keep on studying and figuring...
Yeah. Let everybody think.
I said let's talk about something else, huh?
But, Matt, maybe if we get an idea...
I don't want to hear any more about it. Now, do you get that idea?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. I declare. It's her, Mr. Dillon. Miss Meisner is driving up in her buggy.
Huh? Oh, all right, Chester. You go on out back like I told you.
Now, are you sure, Mr. Dillon, that you don't want me to stay?
I'm sure. Go on now. I don't want her walking in here feeling she's surrounded. Now, go on. Get out.
Oh. All right.
Marshal?
Come in, Miss Meisner.
I'll come. Like I said.
Oh. think we could talk a little better if you'd put the gun
Ain't
down.
no need for talking. They hung my boy this morning.
Yes, ma'am. You can let him lie in peace.
There ain't no peace for me, Marshal Dillon.
I'd help you if I could, ma'am. I'd help Jake if I could.
There ain't no helping. For me or for you.
You're a good woman, Miss Meisner. You don't want a shooting on your conscience.
My conscience tells me to kill the man that took my boy.
I'm not going to let you kill me, ma'am.
You ain't stopping me.
I don't want to hurt you, but you put the gun down, Miss Meisner.
Stay where you are, Marshal Dillon.
I said put the gun down.
I swear I'll...
Hattie!
Hattie, let it go. Let the gun go. It's no answer. Let me take it.
All right, let me have it. I got it, Miss Henshaw.
You got no right, Loretta Henshaw. You got no right. I wasn't even good enough for you to talk to at the burying.
I was wrong, Hattie. I'm sorry.
Being sorry ain't bringing my boy back.
No. Not bringing my boy back either. But neither is being bitter, Hattie. Neither is being bitter.
You ain't no one to talk.
Maybe not. But I spent the night long on my knees about it. It's going to be hard, Hattie, without our boys. I've had hate in my heart, too.
Miranda.
But I learned in the praying that the only way to feel close to my dead son is to feel love. Love for him and love for the world. Without it, he fades away.
My Jake fades away, too. That's what I can't rightly bear. It fades away.
Then give him a chance to stay near Hattie. Let the hate out of your heart. Let him in.
I ain't been one to hate. I just didn't know nothing else to do.
That's right, Hattie. Cry.
I ain't letting myself shed no tears.
Let them come. Let them cool your grief.
Marshal, I'm sorry, Marshal. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Miss Meisner.
I'll take her home with me, Marshal Dillon.
Thank you, Miss Henshaw.
She'll be all right now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure she will.
And I'll be all right, too.
There's a man with a beard named Mitch Miller. No, not the beard, the man. There's also a man with a show named Mitch Miller. Yes, the show and the man, the same man with the beard. The same man knows all those fabulous gals and guys from the sparkling world of show business. Mitch holds open house for them and you Sunday nights on CBS Radio. That's the Mitch Miller Show, beard and all. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates and Virginia Christine. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is Bill Conrad. All of the Gunsmoke cast want to extend their congratulations to KNX Radio in Los Angeles for the observance of its 40th anniversary this week. Founded in 1920, KNX has been an important part of the CBS radio network since 1937. And important to us on Gunsmoke, too. For we broadcast our program from the CBS KNX studios in Hollywood. Again, congratulations from all of us.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
WBT Charlotte.
Out in your car, CBS Radio rolls along with you. There's more to hear. Only CBS brings you these stars.
Gary Moore and Art Linkletter, Godfrey and Bing.
Lolo Thomas, and we promise Rosie Clooney'll sing. Out in your car, roll along with the stars you can only get on CBS. CBS Radio, CBS Radio, CBS Radio, CBS Radio.
You'll hear all those stars plus many more on CBS and WBT Radio tomorrow morning. Tonight, stay tuned next for the CBS News, followed by the Kingston Trio. At 7:10, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, makes a hurried trip to Philadelphia in a desperate effort to save a longtime friend from being accused of arson. Suspense brings you another thrilling and spine-chilling story at 7:35, and Mitch Miller introduces you to some fascinating guests at 8:05.
In one of her last articles, the late anthropologist Margaret Mead examined the growing pressures on the nuclear family and suggested ways that television can help relieve those pressures. You can read her provocative ideas in TV Guide. Then a noted educator tells parents how they can make better use of television to help their children learn. Don't miss a special sports wrap-up on all the bowl games and a profile of that television staple Dick Clark in the new issue of TV Guide.
Bond's double the difference offer is your guarantee of Bond's low prices.
Well, that I'd like to see.
Buy 25 different items worth $20 or more, then check those same items at any other store. If you find their total is less, bring us the prices you found.
We offer you double the difference in cash.
It's the best offer around. It's low prices that you want. Come to Bond.
Alice, come to Bond.
Come to Bond.
We've created some very special people at First Federal Savings. These people, whose identities remain a secret, check on our teller courtesy by performing actual transactions at our teller windows. Every month, they check every First Federal branch to make sure you'll find a smile at every window. First Federal Savings. We want to give you the best service in town.
First Federal Savings of Santa Monica, offices throughout the Southland.
Oh, my, I did it far out. What a success. Fruit and oatmeal bars in a pouch. But I need a symbol to get attention. Delicious fruit fillings and whole grain goodness. And the foil pouch means everything's fresh, moist, easy to carry. Perfect for lunch boxes, for quick breakfast or snacks anytime. Now, how do I get that across? I know. I'll hire a marching band, pom-pom girls, light show, and...
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with, "We did it before and we can do it again." That was "We Did It Before and We Can Do It Again" from the Broadway show Banjo Eyes, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who gave a big party last Thursday at his home in Beverly Hills. A host whose Christmas dinner was the greatest thing since Harper's Bazaar diet, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, for a man who ate 15 stalks of celery, and heaven knows how many when I wasn't looking, you're a fine one to complain.
But after all, Jack, that's all there was to eat. Celery and ham hocks.
Ham hocks? I had turkey.
You had ham hocks. Sticking that feather duster in them didn't fool anybody.
Look, it fooled Dennis because he asked for the breast. Anyway, Don, ham hocks are marvelous. I'm crazy about them.
Well, I'm glad of that, because my wife says the next time you come to our house, that's all you're going to get.
Well, that's the cheapest thing I ever heard of. You've got a backyard full of chicken. Anyway, Don, regardless of what you say, my party was a success.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Say, Jack, you notice anything new today?
Well, let's see. Are you wearing a new dress?
No.
New shoes?
No.
New pocketbook?
No.
Well, I give up. What's new about you?
I'm wearing that lousy mascara you gave me for Christmas.
Now, just a minute, young lady. In that gorgeous hand-painted gift box, you also found a lipstick and talcum powder and bath salt and a beautiful pink and white washcloth.
The washcloth I already returned to the Ambassador Hotel.
That didn't come from the hotel. It was made by the Ambassador Knitting Mill. Read before you return. Speaking of Christmas presents, I've got a good notion to tell Don what you gave me.
What was it, Jack?
A lot of thought he put into it.
Well, it was useful. You've got to admit that.
Sure, useful.
Well, what was it, Jack? What did Mary give you for Christmas?
A nutcracker for coconut. So big I can't even lift it.
Well, I was going to get your muscles, but I didn't know where to buy them.
Very funny. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Mary. You can take that present you gave me right back to the May Company. First thing in the morning.
You take it. Every time I go there, I forget and punch the clock.
All right, I'll take it back myself. But the next time...
Hey, look at Dennis. What's the matter with him?
Where? Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Just ask me how my girl is. Go ahead, ask me.
All right, Dennis, how's your girl?
She can go sit on a tack.
What's this all about? What's wrong between you and your girl?
Well, I gave her some beautiful earrings for Christmas, and just because I swallowed one, she slapped me.
Well, for Dennis, how in the world did you happen to swallow one of your girl's earrings?
I was whispering something to her, and I got too confidential.
Oh. Well, that could happen.
But only to him.
You said it. Anyway, don't worry, Dennis. You and your girl will make up.
Oh, yeah? As soon as I get my bicycle back, I'm going to give her the air.
Well, I don't blame you.
I sold over 8,000 magazines to get that bicycle. It's mine.
All right. Forget about your girl and your bicycle. And change the subject. Say, Dennis, did you have a good time at my Christmas party?
Yeah, but gee, the turkey sure made me thirsty.
It was a little salty, but you had fun, though, didn't you, Dennis? You certainly met a lot of celebrities.
What do you mean, celebrities?
I mean movie stars. Ginger Rogers was there, wasn't she?
Ginger Rogers' car broke down, and she stopped in to use your telephone.
Whoever walks in that front door is a guest. Whether it's Ginger or Moyvin. And there were other stars there, too. Oh, say, Don, did you read any notices about my party in the society pages? I imagine all the papers covered it, huh?
No, Jack. I looked, but I didn't see a word about your party.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Oh, I saw a swell write-up, Jack.
Where? Who did it? Where? Where? Where'd you see a write-up?
In the downtown shopping news.
Oh.
I thought you'd like to read it, so I clipped it out. Get a load of this, fellas. Jack Benny's Christmas party last Thursday was one of the outstanding events of the Beverly Hills social season.
Well.
Among those present were Rodney Dangerfield, the cowboy star, Barney Dean, Stella Buggenhaven.
That's Rodney's leading lady, remember? Yeah.
And your reporter, Scoop Scoopsy.
Good old Scoop. Go on, Mary.
A delicious ham hocks a la Duster were enjoyed by all.
Ham hocks?
Quiet. Go ahead, Mary.
And the highlight of the evening was when Miss Ginger Rogers stopped in to use the telephone.
I'll never forget the look on Scoop's face.
After dinner, the guests retired to Mr. Benny's rumpus room, which was tastefully decorated with holly, mistletoe, and a huge bag.
That was the present Mr. Billingsley gave me. Boy, am I going to have flowers. What else does it say, Mary?
The party broke up around 10 p.m. when the ace of spades fell out of Barney Dean's sleeve.
For a minute there, I thought Rodney was going to shoot him. That was a lovely notice, Mary. Well, Dennis, give it to me, Mary. I'll send it to my father. He thinks I'm cheap. Well, Dennis, it's time for a song, so how about it?
Say, I thought Mr. Dangerfield did take a shot at him.
Dennis, we won't discuss those things now. Let's have your song.
Okay.
Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
A happy new year, you I wish, and season's greetings so delish. I hope your days are bright and sunny.
Well, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, honey.
Get out of here! Sing, Dennis. I must call up Barney and see if he needs another transfusion. That was Who Called, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was swell. By the way, kid, before I forget it, I want to thank you for that lovely Christmas present you sent me. Shaving cream is one thing I can always use. Yes, sir.
That wasn't shaving cream, Mr. Benny. That was a tube of anchovy paste.
Oh, anchovy paste. I was wondering why it didn't lather. Huh? And now, ladies and gentlemen, the cat kept licking my face all morning. That should have tipped me off right there. Oh, well. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hiya, fellas. Well, tomorrow's the big night. You got your reservation in, Jackson?
What reservation?
You know, me and the boys. We're opening downtown at the Biltmore Bowl.
Oh, yes, that's right. Wilshire Bowl, Biltmore Bowl. You and your orchestra have been in more bowls than a pair of chopsticks.
Hey! Yeah, that's all right. I'm going to pull that tomorrow night. Can I have that gag, Jackson?
It's yours for $2, Phil. That's what I paid for it. I'll be glad to get out from under, you know. Say, Phil, what kind of a show have you got lined up for the opening?
It's terrific. First, we're going to play some straight band numbers, and then sing a lot of novelty songs, and then Charlie Bagby's going to do a soft shoe dance.
Bagby, your piano player? Does he dance?
No, but we got to get him up. That stool needs painting.
Oh.
And then, on the late show, Frankie, my guitar player, is going to get up and do some acrobatic tricks.
Look, Phil, on the late show, if Frankie just gets up, I'll give him a hand, believe me. And don't tell us any more, you'll spoil it. Huh?
Say, Phil, your opening going to be formal? Do I have to dress?
Well, you ought to wear something. Always an answer. That Harris is a clip. A clip? That Harris is a clip. What a character.
Say, Phil, shall we tell Jack the surprise we got cooked up for the opening?
Yeah, Jackson, Mary, and me are going to do a cute little number called How About You? You know, it's the one that Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland sing in their new picture.
Hey, that ought to be good. And listen, if you want another great idea, how about, this is terrific. How about in the second chorus, if I pick up my violin and
See
play...
what I told you, Phil?
Listen, Mary, it's Phil's opening, and if he wants me to play a violin solo, that's his business. Hey, Philzy?
Them ham hocks I ate, but the violin is over my dead body.
All right.
Say, Phil, why don't you and Mary try out that song for us tonight?
All right, come on, Mary. Let's show them how it goes.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. But if you hear a violin in the second chorus, don't be surprised. Go ahead, let's have the song. Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
I was just wondering, boss, can I have tomorrow night off on account of New Year's Eve?
Rochester, New Year's Eve isn't until Wednesday night.
Well, I want to let my hair down, and it takes me 2 days to drink the curl out of it.
Now, Rochester, let me make one thing clear. You're getting New Year's Eve. You're getting New Year's Eve off, and that's all. And furthermore, I want you to be back to work at 9 a.m. the next morning.
9 a.m.?
Yes, 9 a.m.
Okay. If I ain't in the kitchen, look in the rose bushes.
I'm not going to hunt for you. Now, look, Rochester, there are a lot of things you can do on New Year's Eve besides drinking. You can throw confetti.
Uh-huh.
And you can blow horns.
Uh-huh.
And break balloons.
Uh-huh.
And when midnight comes and the old year passes out...
I want to go with it.
Rochester, believe me, I know what I'm talking about. You'll feel much better the next day if you stick to ginger ale like I do.
Okay, you're the boss.
You mean you're going to stick to ginger ale?
No, just okay, you're the boss.
Well, I don't care what you do, but I want to see you 9 o'clock the following morning on the job. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I forgot to thank you for that beautiful Christmas present you gave me.
That's all right, Rochester.
I always wanted a fountain pen.
That's good.
Now that I got that bottle of ink, I'm going to buy one.
I knew you'd like it. So long, Rochester.
So long.
So hard to figure out what to buy him. He has everything. Now, where were we?
Well, Mary and me are going to give out with that song.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Remember what I said about the second chorus. Sing, my little chickadees. My writers are working for W.C. Fields now. I like New York in June. How about you?
I like the Gershwin tune. How about you?
I love a fireside when a storm is due.
I like potato chips, moonlight, and motor trips. How about you?
I'm mad about good books, can't get my fill.
And Robert Taylor's look gives me a thrill.
Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you?
I like Fred Allen's jokes.
Yeah, to a degree.
I love the common folk.
That was How About You from the MGM picture Babes on Broadway, sung by Mickey Harris and Judy Livingston, with violin hot lick by Jivin' Jackie Benny. You see, that fiddle bit in there really helped the number, didn't it, Mary? Didn't it, Phil? Didn't it, Don? Didn't it, Dennis?
Who, me?
Thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is our custom at this time of year, tonight we are going to present our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 41, Hello 42. Now, once again, I will play the part of
Say, Mr. Benny, every year you do one of these plays and I don't understand them.
Well, you see, Dennis, these little sketches we do at the close of each year are not so much plays as they are allegorical fantasies.
Oh.
See, they, You see, they deal with the abstract and the esoteric rather than with the prosaic.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Do you understand, Dennis?
Give me that again, and if my face lights up, stop.
All right. Now, look, kid.
Ladies and
These
gentlemen,
sketches we do at the
while
close
Jack
of each
is
year
explaining tonight's play to
are not
Dennis,
plays,
let me
they're
tell you
ordinary
about
steps of
Jell-O
work.
with its new
And they're
locked-in
not
process.
satires, such as we often do in motion
Jell-O
pictures.
is not only economical and easy to make,
fantasy,
but comes in
allegorical
6
fantasy,
delicious flavors.
and they're abstract
Strawberry,
rather than
raspberry, cherry, orange,
Otherwise,
lemon,
don't pay
and
any
lime.
attention to what they're saying.
I thank you.
But listen to the thought behind it. So remember, it's nothing but abstract symbolism. Have you got it, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Rub a little on me, will you, kid? Phil, you've got an important role. You're going to be Uncle Sam, so study it. Now, in our sketch tonight, I will play the part of the old year, 1941, who has been living in a big boarding house called the United States, run by Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia. Mary, you're going to be Columbia, and you have 48 children, one for each state in the Union.
48 children. Holy smoke.
Well, you were born in 1776.
Oh, well, that's not so bad then.
Of course not. And, oh, yes, you have some adopted kids, too, like Puerto Rico, Hawaii, the Philippines, and so on. And now for our play. As the curtain rises, it is almost midnight of December 31st. And old man 1941 is up in his room, packing his bags and ready to make his exit. Curtain. Music. Oh, Columbia. Columbia, will you come up here, please?
What do you want, 41?
Give me a hand with this packing, will you? Got to get out of here before midnight and make room for the new tenant.
Oh, yes, little 42 will be here any minute.
Boy, am I a wreck. I'm glad I'm not a leap year. I couldn't stand another day.
You're telling me. If you didn't have starch in your beard, you'd topple right over.
I do look a little like a tripod. I can go along with a gag. Say, where's Sam on him?
Oh, in place? You know, he's in day.
He sure has. Like the way all your kids have pitched in and helped him, too. Here comes one of your boys now.
Yeah, that's my fattest one.
Hello, Texas.
Hello, old-timer. Hiya, Ma.
My, look at the size of that boy.
Yeah, he's getting a little plump around El Paso.
His Galveston could stand a little reducing, too, rather. Fine boy, though.
Say, Ma, have you seen Pa around? I got some new airfields I want to show him.
Oh, he's out in the yard somewhere, and he's madder than a hornet.
I'll go look for him. See you later, Mom.
You know, Columbia, I don't blame Sam for being so riled up.
You mean about our little adopted daughter, Lulu?
Yep, Lulu. Burns me up just thinking of it. There she was on a Sunday morning out in the yard picking pineapples, minding her own business, when a swarm of them darn yellow jackets flew in and stung her right in the back.
That was a low-down trick if I ever heard of one.
Well, she's got plenty of flip there now. Let 'em come back. Hey, Columbia. Columbia, hand me some of that swing music, will you? Might as well pack that. Take it along with me.
Here you are.
Thanks. Hot shut wrong, turn down the real wrong. In a brawler, suet. Boy, am I sick of that. Well, I'll just pack it in here in my grip.
You might as well take all these strikes and arguments with you, too.
Yep, you won't be needing them for a while. No siree.
Hey, old-timer, come over here by the window. Look.
Well, I'll be darned, there's that mad dog Adolf. Look at that bear chasing him.
Is that a Russian bear?
It ain't Carmichael. Look at him go. Oh, shut up, Benito. Who cares about you? Well, you gotta be out of here before long. What time is it, Columbia?
About 3 minutes to 12.
I better get finished up here.
Doggone them double-crossers. I'll get even with them if it's the last thing I do.
Here comes Sam now.
Hello, Uncle Sam.
Ain't you gone yet?
Nope, got about 2 more minutes. Now, calm down, Sam. Don't get excited.
Well, it's about time I got excited. When I think of what they're doing to my boy Manila.
Well, I don't blame you.
I'm going to kick the teeth out of them yellow devils. That's about all there is to them anyway.
Attaboy, Sam.
Well, Sam, I'll be leaving you pretty soon. Doggone, look at that clock. Just got my duds together in time. That's the first stroke of 12. Wonder what's keeping the new tenant. Little fella should be here by now.
Don't worry, he'll show up.
Now, here's a little tip for you, Sam. Just keep your shirt on, but your sleeves rolled up. Everything will be all right.
Well, when I think of what they did to Lulu...
Take it easy now. Take it easy. Time's a-fleeting. I can't leave till that little shaver gets here.
That must be him now.
Yeah. Come in. Well. Hello, young fella. You the little New Year?
This ain't a sarong I'm wearing.
That's good. You're going to need a sense of humor, kid. Come on in. Want to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you, folks. Hello, Sonny.
Hiya, Bub. Make yourself to home.
Well, son, I hope you brought some good things with you. You like staying in this house. It's the finest home on the block.
I'm glad to hear that. You better be moving along, old-timer. I've got work to do.
Yep. Might as well be moseying along. Before I go, give a little advice. Take good care of here. Ed when he wants to. He don't fly off the handle.
Damn gall darn pest.
See what? Take care of his friends and good neighbors, too. That Dutch uncle.
But to me, old-timer.
And look, may have to put out there in the house once. See that front gate is... Before I forget, Uncle Sam's got a nephew named Franklin that's taking mighty good care of the old boy. Ain't he, Sam?
You're darn tootin'.
So keep an eye on him, son, and give him all the help you can.
Franklin, huh? Well, I'll write that down.
And as long as you're writing down names, here's another one for you. Put down Winston.
Winston?
Yep.
Franklin and Winston. What are these two fellas' last names?
Ain't necessary, son. Everybody knows them.
Anyone else?
Well, let's see. You can put down Chiang Kai-shek. Nice fella. Believe me, he's just as tough as he is to pronounce. And, oh, there's a lot more of them, but Sam will give you the names later. Well, gotta be leaving. So long, Sam.
So long, old-timer.
Here we go.
So long, 41.
So long, Columbia. Keep 'em flying.
Number 1, Penn State. Number 2, Alabama. Monday, live, 2 o'clock Eastern on ABC.
Shirley, this is the last straw.
It is, huh?
Here, a 2-day trip, and you're packing enough for a 2-week cruise.
Oh, Jack.
No, look. 2 antiperspirants. Why do we need 2?
Come on, Jack. You know I can't go anywhere without my secret roll-on.
Secret. We're taking my spray. Can't you use that?
Oh, no. See, nothing beats my secret roll-on for stopping wetness. Not even your He-Man spray. That's why I always use it.
You mean to tell me that secret roll-on is that strong?
You betcha. It really helps keep me dry.
Okay, if it's that strong, let's both use it. No?
Secret's made for women. Smells pretty, see?
That does smell
And
nice.
it doesn't make me smell like one of the boys.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Huh?
Well, we can both use it as long as it's strong.
Forget it, Jack.
Secret roll-on, strong enough for a man, but made for a woman.
Hey, you know something?
What's that, Jack?
If your secret keeps you looking this good, I'm glad you're keeping it for yourself.
KLOS, LA's best rock.
Channel 7 wishes you the happiest of New Year.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire in I'll Be Seeing You. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And to those greetings, may I add our heartiest wishes for a very Merry Christmas. It's a privilege for me, for all of us, to share the enjoyment of this peacetime Christmas Eve with you. Traditionally, Christmas brings people closer together, and that's what happens in our play tonight. The poignant story of two people who find themselves very much in love, but whose Yuletide happiness is shadowed by a strange threat. It's David O. Selznick's screen hit, I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire. In true holiday spirit, one of our listeners in the East has just written me of a Christmas relief bundle that she and a group of women sent to friends and relatives in Larvik, Norway. Knowing that country hadn't received a scrap of wool in 5 years, They collected all the woolen garments they could find. Sweaters, caps, gloves, socks, dresses. Then, she adds, we knew we must send Lux Flakes to care for them. And so those cheerful blue and white packages of Lux Flakes became an important part of our Christmas bundle. To Mrs. Sorensen, the author of that kind deed, all our thanks. And I'm sure she and her friends will have the lasting thanks of Christmas-cheered Norwegians. Here's the first act of I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton as Zachary Morgan and Dorothy McGuire as Mary Marshall. On the 24th of December, just 1 year ago, a girl left the warden's office of the state prison for women. She walked across the wide courtyard to a massive iron gate.
What's your number?
40721. Here's my pass.
Mary Marshall?
Yes?
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Shelby, North Gate. 40721 with the pass.
Check. Let her out.
Okay, thanks. You're free as a bird, girlie. How long?
Till the 1st?
Remember that. Till January 1st, and don't cross the state line.
I'll remember.
And don't forget, we'll be holding that nice little room for you.
And on that same morning, in a different section of the same city...
I can't tell you how glad I am to see you getting out of the hospital, Sergeant.
Thanks, Doctor. I wish I had a little more of your confidence.
You're not entirely well, no. But the only thing that's holding you back is yourself.
I'll do my best. What if I should get one of those spells while I'm away?
It's possible you will. Call a doctor and then get in touch with us or any other Army hospital. Just avoid excitement. Don't tire yourself.
Yes, sir.
Remember, Zach, you're a normal human being. You've been sick and now you're getting well. Now, let's see. Your leave will be over when?
New Year's Day.
Just have a good time, Zach. Good luck, and I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Doctor. Quite an adventure getting out in the world again. I'll be fine. Sure, I'll be fine.
And that's how, an hour or so later, a girl named Mary Marshall and a soldier named Zachary Morgan looked at each other from opposite seats of a westbound train.
Excuse me, but you dropped your magazine.
What?
Here, your magazine. You dropped it.
Oh, thank you.
Going home on a furlough, Sergeant?
I'm on a furlough. They gave me a furlough. You?
Oh, I'm taking a vacation. Christmas vacation.
Oh. What sort of work do you do?
Well, I travel. I'm a traveling saleswoman. Sales lady.
Well, I never heard any jokes about traveling sales ladies. Guess there aren't any. You know, I would have guessed you were a secretary or a model, maybe, a school teacher.
Well, I was once a secretary, and I wanted to be a model, so that would have been pretty good guessing.
Going to Los Angeles?
Oh, no, I get off quite soon at Pine Hill.
Oh, that's your home?
No, I'm just visiting my aunt and uncle.
That's funny. I'm going to Pine Hill, too. My sister lives in Pine Hill.
Oh, I'll bet you'll be crazy to see you.
I hope so. Maybe we'll run into each other there.
Yes.
Say, is there a cup of coffee or something? A sandwich?
Well, yes, I would.
Good. I think there's a club car or something down this way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My fault. I'm pretty clumsy. I keep bumping into people all the time.
Taxi, lady. Taxi.
Oh, yes, please. Well, goodbye, Sergeant.
Goodbye. Oh, wait. If anybody tried to phone you, how could they get you?
Well, my uncle's in the book, Henry Marshall.
Henry Marshall?
Mm-hmm.
What's your name?
Mary Marshall.
Mary Marshall. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, if somebody calls and says it's Zachary Morgan, that's me.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you.
Have a good vacation.
I will. You too.
Oh, mister. Yes? You happen to know of any hotels around here?
There's just one, Sergeant, but it's filled up.
There, YMCA?
Why, yes. You see that church steeple back there? Well, that's Center Street. Just turn to your left and you run right into it.
Thanks a lot.
just one room left.
It'll do fine. I'll take it.
Staying here for long, are you?
A week or so. I'm not sure. Oh, about the rent.
No hurry, boy. Just stop at the desk sometime. And if there's anything you want, you just holler.
Thanks, I will. Don't get worried, Frank. Don't get worried. You've got a problem, sure, but it's simple. You're to hang up your coat, unpack your bag, and put everything neatly away without dropping anything or bumping into the furniture. You think you can do that? Well, let's try. That damage wound is all healed, but the wound in your mind... The wound in your mind will take a little longer. Don't get too tired. Don't give in. Then you won't get any of those things that wind up with a shot in the arm or an ice pack or that little room. What's the matter, Zach? Forgot where you were for a moment? So all right. Yeah. You'll get well. You'll get well. You'll get well.
Oh, just let me look at you, Mary. Why, you haven't changed at all, dear. Not at all.
Thank you, Aunt Sarah. Oh, it's good to be here.
We're so glad to have you. Barbara, Mary's here. You can share Barbara's room, dear.
I don't want to disturb anybody.
Oh, nonsense. Now, here, give me your coat. Barbara's 17 now. Oh. She's pretty spoiled, though. I think an older girl would be a very good thing for her right now. Well, there's a million things to talk about, but first, you want to wash up.
Hi, Mary. Barbara. Why, Aunt Sarah, she's a beauty.
Welcome home. Take Mary up to your room, dear.
If you're busy, Barbara, I can just follow me, lady, to my boudoir. Some boudoir, practically no bigger than a...
Barbara.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Now, look. We all know I've been in prison, and I'm going back to prison. So it just isn't right for anybody to try and cover up.
You're a wonderful girl, Mary. Now run on up here. Take that bag, Barbara.
Here we are, Mary. All the comforts of home. It's nice, Barbara. We have our own bathroom. See? Mm-hmm. Oh, Mary, I was just thinking that that's an awfully nice suit you have on. Well, thank you. You were thinking something else, too. Well, I guess I was. Well, I never knew they gave vacations to people. Well, I didn't know about it either, Barbara, until the warden told me. Yes. In certain states, they give special furloughs to people for good behavior.
Oh, I think it's wonderful they have that confidence in you.
Yes, I think so, too. Well, I'd better wash up.
There are 2 towel racks, Mary. Yours is on the list.
Thank you.
And the soap.
There are 2 bars here.
Yes, I thought you might like a new cake. It's right there. Mary?
Yes, I heard you. I'm not using your soap.
Well, I'll run along downstairs.
Thank you, Barbara. First, I want to hear about Uncle Henry. How is he?
Oh, fine, dear. Except he works too hard. That darn drugstore of his.
Oh, I've been so anxious to see him, Aunt Sarah. And you.
That's sweet of you, dear. But I guess you'd be happy to see, well, anybody. Has it been bad, Mary?
Oh, I've survived. It's just this feeling I get about coming out into the world again.
Now, you listen to me. You did something, and you're paying your debt to society. Most people would be willing to let it go at that.
I know, but I just don't seem to belong. I don't fit in. And the dreams I've had for the future are just impossible.
Well, most dreams are, dear.
But I'm not talking about palaces and rainbows. I'm talking about a home like this with a kitchen and a stove and an icebox. And a husband. And a child.
Yes, I have all that. But I used to dream about palaces and rainbows.
But you're happy.
Of course. Because I didn't hold out for too much. I accepted what was second best. You have to get used to accepting what you think is second best, and then you find out that it's first best after all. Oh, Barbara!
No, I don't see how that could ever work for me. Well, I've time to think about it. Lots of time.
Telephone.
Coming, dear.
It's for Mary.
For me?
Oh, it's this way, dear, in the hall.
It's the man, Mary. He sounds super.
Come along with me, Barbara. We'll set the table.
Hello? Oh, yes, Zach.
Of course I meant it. Oh, well, what about your sister? Oh, that's too bad. Well, I'd love to, Zach, but, oh, wait a minute.
Yes, dear?
It's a soldier I met on the train.
Oh?
He came to visit his sister, but he just found out she's away and he wants me to go to dinner.
But why not ask him here for dinner?
May I answer?
Why, of course. Tell him to come right over.
Hello, Zach? You ought to come here for dinner. Oh, but we want you. Oh, 617 Elm Street. That's right. Goodbye.
Is he good looking, Mary?
Why, I don't know.
Didn't you notice? Now, that's enough, Barbara. Just get the table set. Wow, a soldier for dinner. Dad, can I come in? Dad. Mother says for you to hurry. Mary Soldier will be here any minute.
Now, that's fine. Tell Mother I'll be right down.
Dad.
What?
You know, you never told me anything about Mary. Why was she sent to prison?
You can find that out some other time, when you're older.
Oh, that's what Mother says. But I still don't see why I shouldn't know.
Now, Mary made a little mistake, and that's all there is to it. Don't bother me now.
But they don't send you to prison for just doing nothing. What if my friends ask me about her?
Just tell them that Mary's your cousin. And from that point on, they can mind their own business. Seems to me that your business might be helping your mother.
Oh, Dad. Barbara! Barbara! I'll get it. I'll get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the Marshall home.
It is.
Is Miss Marshall here?
I'm Miss Marshall.
I mean, Mary Marshall.
Oh. Well, Barbara, stop teasing that young man. Oh, I'm Mary's aunt. You're Zach.
Yes.
Please come in. This is Barbara, my foolish daughter. Hi.
Hello, Zach.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Oh, well, you found it all right.
Mary, take Zach into the living room. Make him comfortable. Henry!
Here I come.
Come along, Barbara.
Oh, Mother.
This is swell, Mary. I haven't been in a real home like this in almost as long as I can remember.
Oh, it's too bad about your missing your sister.
Mary, I'm in this house under false pretenses. I really haven't a sister. I just made all that up.
Made it up?
Yes, when you said you were getting off the train at Pine Hill, I had to make some sort of excuse so I could get off, too.
Oh.
Well, good evening.
Oh, Uncle Henry, this is Sergeant Morgan, my Uncle Henry.
Happy to have you here, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Very happy. Make yourself at home. How about a little drink? I have some bourbon.
Oh, thank you. I'm not drinking just now.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. Neither am I. Funny thing, people that have it don't want it. People that can't get it. Well, you ought to see the act they put on my drugstore to get that stuff.
Dinner's ready. Come and get it. Mary, you sit over here. And Zach, down there.
Thank you.
And Dad, now, I think you can both be over there. Oh, there, dear. That's it.
Think I'll say a little blessing. We thank you, God, for our daily bread. We'll do our best to deserve it. Please look after all our dear ones, all the boys who are far from home, and all who are in the hospital. Amen.
You aren't used to saying grace, are you, Zach?
Well, in the Army, I guess you don't have time. But you said as if you meant it, sir.
I do, Sergeant.
Makes me want to say that, well, I'm grateful, too, for being here, for everything.
Oh, thank you, Zach. Hey, you must be quite a soldier.
Don't say that.
Oh, let the man eat his soup.
But look, the Good Conduct Medal. 2 campaigns in the South Pacific and the Purple Heart. For heaven's sake, where'd you learn all that? Girl gets to know medals like she does boogie-woogie. But the Purple Heart, why, that means you were wounded. Oh, come on, Zach. Tell us how you got to be a hero.
Barbara, and after dinner you take off some of that lipstick. Looks as if you fell into a pot of paint. Sergeant, you must have been disappointed not to find your sister.
Well, yes.
She had a chance to spend the holidays in California.
Oh,
it was quite
yes.
sudden. She wasn't expecting that, was she?
No, she wasn't.
Zach, are you mad at me?
Huh?
Well, for asking all those questions.
No, I'm not mad. You mad, Mary?
No, I'm not mad.
Mr. and Mrs. Marshall?
What's there to be mad
No,
about?
Barbara, I don't think anybody's mad.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, pitch in, everybody. Pitch in.
After a brief intermission, we'll bring you Act Two of I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire. Every screen picture started as an idea in the mind of a writer. Tonight, Betty Bryant, wife of Leslie Charteris, one of Hollywood's most famous writer of mystery stories, is here as our guest. Mr. Charteris wrote the famous Saint series and Universal's current thriller, Lady on a Train. Tell me, Betty, I hear Leslie writes very rapidly. What's his secret?
Well, for one thing, he never changes a word.
Sounds like genius.
He says he really doesn't like writing. He'd rather cook.
He does that, too.
Yes. And I don't mean just steaks and chops. Some of his more sensational recipes take a day to do.
The most I can handle is scrambled eggs. You know, if I didn't know Leslie had written so many exciting stories, I'd say he'd missed his vocation. Which of his mysteries is your favorite?
Well, my favorite story is Saint Overboard. But my real favorite's something the public's never read. The letter Leslie wrote asking me to marry him.
He wrote you instead of asking you in person?
Well, you see, I was singing in New York and he was working here in Hollywood.
And now you're both here. Tell me, what does Leslie do besides work?
Well, we both love to take our trailer for a quick vacation.
Doesn't that mean extra work for you?
I like it. We take a minimum of baggage and a box of trusty Lux flakes, Mr. Keeley. Lux is a wonderful fresher-upper after a dusty ride. You know, for things like underthings and blouses.
I'm sure John Kennedy likes to hear you say that, Betty.
Yes, and thousands of women all over the country agree with Mrs. Charteris. They've discovered that Lux Care keeps pretty undies, as well as other nice washables, lovely much longer. In actual tests, slips and nighties washed with strong soap, hot water, and rough handling soon looked faded and drab. But with Lux Care, the identical garments stayed lovely 3 times as long.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Kennedy. And if Santa brings me some pretty new lingerie for Christmas, you can be sure that I shall continue to use Lux Care.
Well, Betty, I hope Santa is listening in, and many thanks for being with us. We continue with Act Two of I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton as Zack and Dorothy McGuire as Mary. It's about 3 hours since dinner time, and down on Main Street, Zack and Mary are just walking out of the lobby of Pine Hills Movie Theater. Zack's face is strained and drawn as he takes Mary's arm and heads aimlessly down the street.
What's the matter, Zack? Chilly?
Oh, no, not chilly.
I don't know where you're walking. We go the other way.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Zack, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
It was the picture, wasn't it? About the war. Zack, why didn't you say something?
It wasn't such a bad picture.
Is war really like that?
I guess so.
You guess so?
Well, they have experts making those pictures. I guess that's the way they see the war. A beach a mile long and thousands of soldiers and tanks and machine guns. I guess that's the way it is.
It wasn't that way for you.
Well, it's just a difference in size. To a guy that's in it, the war is about 10 feet wide and kind of empty. It's you and a couple of fellows from your company, maybe, and the Japs. It's all kind of mixed up. Sometimes it's all full of noise, and sometimes it's quiet. It depends on what you're thinking about, I guess. How scared you are, how cold you are, and how wet you are. Mary, you know what?
What?
I mean, well, usually I don't like to talk about the fighting. I never said anything about it ever before, not to anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known.
No. I feel kind of good. Let's have a drink or something.
All right. There's a place across the street.
Yeah, well, let's see what it's like. Let's go across the street.
This booth all right, sir?
Oh, it's fine. Sure all you want's coffee?
Positive?
Oh, come on, it's Christmas. Sky's the limit. Have a piece of pie with it.
Not after Aunt Sarah's dinner.
They're nice people, Mary. You're nice people, too.
Here you are. 2 jugs of coffee.
Thank you.
Say, I'm an old army man myself.
Cream, Mary?
No, thanks.
I was in France in World War #1. And you know what? They're kidding themselves. This is exactly the same kind of war.
Sure you won't have some cream?
Thanks.
The Navy, Marines, Air Force. Okay, great. But This one's going to be just like the last one. A soldier like you or me, walking out on his own 2 feet and slugging it out with his rifle. With his bayonet.
Sugar?
Oh, thanks.
You got enough nut bolts?
Yeah, plenty.
Like I was saying, when this thing starts, I try to sign up again. I tell him I want a chance to knock a couple of Japs' heads together. I'm strong, see? Squash them like a couple of eggs, I could. But they wouldn't have me. Wouldn't let me fight. Why? On account of this. Look, my face, see?
Yeah.
Go on, look. I don't mind.
I see.
Zach, are you sure you're all right?
It's kind of a twitch, see? I got a little show shock. Well, left me with this. Nobody ever notices it, but that squirt medic turns me down. Now, tell you how I got this. Shut up. What's the matter with him?
Zach, where are you going?
Hey, what's up, sister? Hitting a bottle, huh?
Zach, please.
If we walk fast, Zach, we'll get nice and warm.
I'm glad you like walking.
Fine night.
It's Christmas Eve.
That's right, it is.
Mary, I'm all right now. Thank you. Thank you for not asking any questions.
Sometimes I don't like questions either. Let's just walk,
Let's just walk.
I'd like to ask you in, Zach, but it's late.
Mary, I think you ought to know something. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could explain it. You probably think it. Well, I look fine, don't I? Healthy, don't I? Well, I am. Look, you see this rock?
Yes?
Well, watch. Watch me hit that lamppost down there.
Oh, you're terrible. I'll bet I could do better than that. Now, watch me.
Sure. Thanks, Mary. Good night.
Zach. Zach.
Mary?
Oh, hello, Barbara. I thought you'd be asleep.
I've been writing letters. Look at them all. I'm the pinup girl for 5 fellas. I keep up their morale, maybe.
Must be nice to help somebody's morale.
Oh, you can write letters. You know, they just like to get mail from anybody. I mean, well, you don't have to know them awfully well, too.
When I was 17, I had trouble finding the right words, too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. I keep hurting you. That's all I do. I keep hurting you, and I don't want to.
I guess it's uncomfortable for you to meet somebody like me. But maybe when you get to know me, you'll feel differently.
Oh, I want to know you, Mary. Really, I do.
Barbara, how much do you know about me?
Well, not much. Mother and Dad still treat me like a child. Everything's a big secret.
I don't think it would hurt you to know. As a matter of fact, it might help. Well, Barbara, when I was 15, my mother died.
Oh, I remember her. She used to make clothes for all my dolls.
And not long after that, my father died. I finished school, and then I went to work. In a couple of years, I found myself working for a man, well, the kind of man you dream about when you're 19 and lonely. He was single, he was good-looking, and, well, I started dreaming. Bosses do marry their secretaries. Well, one night there was a party. It was the first time he'd asked me anywhere. It was at his apartment. Except that when I got there wasn't any party, only him. And then he wouldn't let me leave. He'd been drinking. And, it was all mixed up like some kind of terrible nightmare. Once I almost got away when he fell over a chair, but he caught me and dragged me back. And then I pushed him. I pushed him as hard as I could. And he fell back. There was a low window, and he crashed through, screaming and clawing for something to hold on to. His apartment was on the 14th floor.
Oh, Mary, how awful. But it's wrong. They shouldn't have sent you to prison.
If I'd been lucky enough to get away before he was killed, there wouldn't have been any crime. But the man was dead. The jury said manslaughter. That meant 5 years.
Please forgive me, Mary. Oh, please.
It's all right, darling. It's all right. Hello?
Is that you, Mary?
Yes.
This is Zach. Good morning. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Mary, I'd like to see you if I can now. It's sort of important.
Well, certainly, Zach. Do you want to come here? The family's just going to church.
Well, Mary, I want to talk to you about last night, and it may take some time.
Well, I have time, plenty of time.
There's the bus that leaves the railroad station that goes up to a lake. They say it's pretty out there, and we can be by ourselves.
That'll be fine, Jack. I'll meet you at the station in 20 minutes. All right?
Oh, that's fine, Mary. Thank you. Bye.
And just before they left the church, they insisted you come for Christmas dinner. So no arguments, please.
Now, look, they don't know me from Adam. It's Christmas.
Yes, it is Christmas, and I'd say that was the best reason of all why you should come.
Oh, well, sure, I'll be glad to.
Well, that's better. Look, there's the lake, Jack.
Not a very big lake, is it? We can sit here on this rock if it isn't too cold.
Well, let's try it out.
This reminds me of the lake I used to go to when I was a kid back in Maryland. I had a job every spring there, repairing the boats.
Oh.
Mary, I want to tell you why I got mad at that man in the coffee shop last night and why I walked away like that after I threw the rock at the lamppost and missed it.
You don't have to tell me that.
Look, I was brought up in a home, an orphan's home.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh, I'm not. It's not like being in prison or anything like that.
No.
Well, in the home, there was a janitor. He was a shell-shock case, too. Whenever we could get our hands on any firecrackers, we'd bang them off and laugh at him. The way he'd jump. Well, that fellow in the coffee shop reminded me of him, and they both made me think of what I'd be in a few years. Only the difference is that now they have a fancy word for it, neuropsychiatric.
The doctors must know a lot more about it.
Maybe they do. But they don't know something about me that I know. You see, before I went in for engineering, I was an athlete, a pretty good one. I know what my timing used to be. The doctors don't. It's gone, Mary. Why, before this happened to me, I could have hit that lamppost all day. I don't know why I'm bothering you with all this. Yes, I do. I'm bothering you because I feel so much better when I talk to you. I like to be with you.
I like to be with you.
Mary, I want to talk about you. Tell me.
What?
Well, for instance, how did you become a traveling sales lady?
Well, I started out wanting to be a model, and after that I got with this dress company, and now I travel for them.
Where? Well, after your vacation, where do you go?
Back to Dallas, and then to New Orleans, Florida.
Mary, can you make me believe in myself the way you believe in yourself?
What makes you think I do?
I can tell. The way you walk, the way you talk, the way you hold your head.
Maybe that's just pretend to impress you. Look, there's a boat down there.
Where?
Oh, not a real boat, just a toy boat. At the edge of the water, see?
Oh.
Half buried there in the mud.
Yeah, some little kid once owned that boat.
Probably thought it could take him all around the world and back.
I wish it could. I wish we could get on it and... Where would you like to go? Not Florida or New Orleans, someplace like the moon, maybe.
With a good breeze, maybe we could make it.
Mary, if it were a real boat, the moon a real place, would you go?
There's no harm in dreaming, is there, Dad? Yes, I'd go. I'd go.
I'm getting to know your Uncle's gate very well. This is where we were standing last night.
What are you doing?
Getting another stone. See how my timing is in daylight. Hey, what's the idea of knocking it out of my hand?
I'm not going to have you run out on me again. Now, come on in the house.
Here it comes, everybody. Plum pudding. I didn't think I could bring it in blazing, Henry. Well, look.
You know, I never could figure it out. If the plum pudding is on fire, why doesn't it ever get burned?
Must be the alcohol in the brandy.
I guess that's it.
Personally, I think that's a terrible waste of good cognac.
Oh, don't worry, Henry. There's lots left.
I wouldn't trust Mom with it, Dad.
Oh, now I'm not going to listen to that again.
You may not believe this about your dear Aunt Sarah, Mary, but last year she got as high as a kite.
Henry, nothing.
They're trying to drag out a family skeleton, Mrs. Marshall. I won't listen.
True as I sit here. Had a glass of sherry to bring in the new year, and by George, you should have seen her. She did about everything but hang.
Oh, now, see here, Henry. If you're in such good voice, how about a Christmas carol?
Something tells me Aunt Sarah's trying to change the subject.
Well, nothing of the sort. Christmas carols go with plum pudding, and that's what we're eating, plum pudding.
All right, darling, all right. What'll it be?
Oh,
I think I like Little Town of Bethlehem best.
Fine. A little town of Bethlehem it is. Mimi. Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie. Above thy deep and dreamlessly, the silent stars go by. Yet in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight.
Well, Jack, it's pretty good having another man around here.
I can't quite tell you how I feel. This is the best Christmas I ever had. To think that you wanted me here, that you all had presents for me. Well, yesterday I was a stranger here. I felt like a prisoner inside myself. And now, well, just to be in a home like this, maybe someplace I can come back to next month or next year.
Excuse me, please.
Did I say something?
Oh, no, Zach, no. It's just that Mary's sentimental.
Especially. Oh, I'd better. Mary.
It's all right. I'm just so silly.
Is it anything I did, Mary? Anything to do with what I talked about at the lake?
It's just a combination of things. The plum pudding and the singing and the very nice things you said.
Mary, maybe I'd better get out of here.
Oh, it isn't polite to eat.
I didn't mean just this house. I meant Pine Hill. I ought to leave you alone.
You're just fishing. You just want me to ask you to stay.
Well, ask me.
Please stay, Zach.
Mary, I'd stay forever if I could.
Forever.
Well, Mary, dear, time to go turn in, I guess. It's been a big day.
And I had to spoil it with that scene at dinner.
Now, honey, we'll have no more of that. Barbara?
Honey.
Might have happened to any girl. Could have been just Christmas sentiment. Well, good night, Mary.
Good night, Uncle Henry. Aunt Sarah.
Yes, dear.
I've been wondering if I...
Not for the world.
But why? Zach trusts me, and, well, it just doesn't seem fair.
But he'll only be here for a few days. Why, he mentioned that just now, just before he left. He's lonely. And you're making things pleasant for him.
That's not the reason I'm seeing him. I like him, Aunt Sarah. I like him a lot.
Well, I assumed that, or else you wouldn't have asked him to the New Year's dance. But it isn't as if you were going to marry him.
No. It's not as if I were going to marry him.
Oh, Mary, dear, I didn't mean it like that.
I know.
Have fun, Mary. See Zach every day if you like. Just act like any other girl.
I try, Aunt Sarah, but I just can't seem to make myself feel like any other girl. I just feel like me.
And that's pretty darn good if you ask me.
Hey, you two, what's cooking?
Just remember, Mary, I don't think so. Good night, dear.
Good
night.
She doesn't think so. What?
She doesn't think there really is a Santa Claus.
Huh? Oh.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our stars Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire will return with Act 3 of I'll Be Seeing You after a brief intermission. Let's pretend we can see into the future. It's Christmas morning at the Browns, and Betty and Jane are opening their presents. Jane reaches for a package from Aunt Sue.
Oh, let's open Aunt Sue's together, Betty. They probably both alike. Wonder what she sent this time. Oh, look, stockings. Oh, no, not nylon. No, but they're lovely and sheer. Well, I can use anything I can get my foot in. I'm down to my last pair of stockings. Look, 3 pairs. Oh, swell. I'll see me through a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks? Why, these will last me for months.
So, about a month later, the girls were dressing one morning when...
Oh, doggone it. There goes a run.
Well, there's the last of my Christmas stockings. Guess little Janie will have to go shopping for herself. Oh, look, Betty. You couldn't lend me a pair for today, could you? Guess so. Look in the top drawer. Say, aren't these your Christmas ones? Uh-huh. Well, haven't you worn them much? Of course. But I luxed them. What do you do with yours? Well, I'm not fussy like you. I used anything that happened to be handy. Well, I still have 3 pairs and no run. Okay, I guess it serves me right. Don't I get to borrow these then? Oh, sure. Look, I'll even let you keep this pair, but there's a string to it. Use Lux. If you don't get twice the wear you did from your others, you'll have to buy me a new pair. It's a deal. I'll certainly play safe and Lux them.
It's a safe bet that if Jane does Lux her stockings after every wearing, she will cut runs way down. Because strain tests have proved that with Lux, stockings retain their elasticity much longer. They don't go into runs nearly so quickly as stockings washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. For extra wear, give stockings gentle Lux care. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We bring you the third act of I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton as Zach and Dorothy McGuire as Mary. 7 days have passed since Zach Morgan and Mary Marshall stepped off a train together at Pine Hill. Christmas has come and gone, and now Pine Hill, like all the troubled world, waits with eager hope the coming of the new year. All the towns gather tonight for the annual dance at the YMCA.
My goodness, there isn't a woman here with prettier corsages.
You've thanked the man a dozen times. Let him alone.
That sounds right, Uncle Henry. You're just afraid Zach's spoiling it.
Well, maybe I am.
But flowers make you feel so like a party. Oh, there's Amy Anderson. Wait till she sees my lovely chameleon.
Well, that's my cue, Zach. I guess she wants me to leave you
alone in this crowd? How about a dance, Mary?
I'd love to, Zach.
You know, Mary, 2 weeks ago, if somebody had told me I'd be dancing with a girl like you know what I'd have said?
What would you have said?
I'd have said, I wouldn't be dancing with a girl like you. You know, I used to be pretty good at this sort of stuff. Once,
Well, what's happened to the orchestra?
somebody must have tipped them off. Confidentially, it's just 10 seconds to 1945.
New Year's.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I be the first to wish you all a very happy New Year!
Happy New Year, Mary.
Happy New Year, Zach.
I'm glad you wanted to walk home, Mary. Sure is a swell night.
So beautiful I could... Well, what in the world is that coming down the street?
Oh, just some kids in the
Oh, what a racket. They're shooting something.
firecrackers. All right, Mary. It's all right. I feel fine.
Look, they're throwing them. They're throwing them over the fence there at that dog.
Oh, that's really a dog, too, isn't it? I don't mind saying I'm glad he's chained.
Don't you believe in that saying about barking dogs?
Well-
Look at him. He's tugging at his chain.
Well, Mary, you're
Oh,
scared.
he's such a big dog. Well, maybe we better cross the street.
Now, Mary, the thing about a dog is you must never let him know you're afraid of him. You have to treat him like an old friend. Now, watch me. Here. Give away. Here. Oh, yeah, you see what I mean? Yeah, I'd hate to run into him in a dark street.
Well, what do you think this is?
Mary, look out. He's loose. He's jumping his head. Stay away, Mary. Stay away. This back. I can have me.
You hurt?
I'm all right.
Good thing you kept your wits. Wrapping that coat around your arm. That's the smartest thing you could have done, mister. I'm sure sorry, mister. You sure you're okay?
I'm okay.
Come on out.
Come along, Mary.
Oh, I can't stop shaking.
You'll be all right in a minute.
I'll be all right. I thought he'd tear you to pieces.
A few scratches from his claws. He didn't bite me.
Oh, you know something?
What?
Don't you realize what you've done?
What?
I bet you couldn't have done that a week ago.
Done what?
Oh, not just now with the dog. I mean all evening. I've watched you all the time. You've never hesitated for words, and your eyes haven't blinked. And then just now, I've never seen anyone whose reactions were so fast.
I didn't even think about what I was doing.
That's just it. And your timing. It was perfect.
I hope you're right. I believe you are. Mary, yesterday you told me that in a week's time you can do a lot of believing.
Well, you see, I'm that fellow that's on the radio that says life can be beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You're just saying that because you know I've got lots of money.
You're wonderful.
Because you know I have very influential friends.
You're wonderful.
Because of my social position.
Wonderful.
Zach, we're home.
Yes. Mary, I know now I'm going to get well. And I've got plans, lots of them. And you figure in all my plans. You've got to figure in them because without you, I'm back where I started. I'm sunk.
Zach, let's not talk about it now. I'm kind of sleepy.
All right. I'm leaving early tomorrow, Mary. Before I go, I've got a lot of things to tell you.
Yes. Good night, Zach.
Good night, Mary. I love you very much. I want to kiss you.
Zach. Oh, Zach.
Is that you, Mary? Mary, dear.
Mary, are you all right?
Oh, Aunt Sarah, I love him so.
What are you going to do, Mary?
I don't know. He's going to ask me to marry him.
Have you told him about yourself?
No.
Are you going back with him on the train tomorrow?
Oh, how can I? I'm afraid to be alone with him now. Oh, Aunt Sarah, I mustn't tell him. And I lied to him at the dance. I told him I was going to stay there a couple of extra days.
Oh, don't you think he's strong enough yet to know about you?
I don't know. And I can't take that chance. He's getting well. I want him to go back to that hospital sure of himself. Of himself. And of me.
Remember, dear, what you have to do may seem to be second best. But it may work out to be first best after all.
Oh, Aunt Sarah, I hope so.
Oh, evening, Sergeant. Should say good morning. Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
Have a good time tonight at the dance?
Oh, wonderful.
So you're checking out tomorrow, you said?
That's right, and I want to thank you. I've enjoyed my stay here very much.
That's fine, son. Fine. Well, I'll see you later on.
Good evening, room. Happy New Year, room. Happy New Year, Zach. May I have this dance with you, Sergeant? Oh, and may I be the first to... The room. It's spinning. Hold on, Zach. Hold on. It's spinning like a top. Don't let it suck you in. Hold on, Zach. You're just a little tired, that's all.
Try to avoid excitement. Don't tire yourself. Avoid excitement. Don't tire yourself.
A lot of excitement, huh? Fight for the dog took a lot out of you. That's why you're sweating. Doesn't mean anything. Sit down, Zach. Sit down, sit down, sit down, Zach. Sit down easy. Take it easy. Your heart, Zach, it's starting again. It's pounding away. Faster and faster. Don't get scared now. Don't get scared.
Call a doctor. Then get in touch with us. Any Army hospital. Call a doctor.
Just one of those things, Zach. They told you it might happen. Hang on. It's sure banging away. But, Zach, your heart doesn't really sound that loud. You're just thinking it does, that's all. The doc told you there's nothing wrong with your heart. Beating fast like that doesn't mean a thing. It doesn't. It doesn't. Stop kidding yourself. This is it. You're in for it now. You thought for a minute it wasn't, but it is. You know the next step. You know what's coming now. You better call for a doctor. Let him get that hypo ready.
downstairs. Breakfast ready?
Just a minute, dear. Barbara down here.
She's getting dressed. Where's Mary?
In the kitchen with me. 1 egg or 2, dear.
3. I'm hungry. Work on those eggs. I'll get the door.
Well, hurry, dear. They'll be ready in a minute.
Morning, Mr. Marshall.
Oh, hello, Zach. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Come on in.
Have a good time last night?
Best party I've been to since last New Year's. Had your breakfast yet?
Yes, an hour ago.
Well, here's the newspaper. Make yourself at home. Be with you in a minute.
Thank you.
I'll drive you down to the station.
Who was it, dear?
Zach. Morning, Mary.
Good morning, Uncle Henry.
He's in the living room.
Zach?
Morning.
Hello. I was just fixing some sandwiches for the train.
Wonderful.
Mary, don't you think you'd better get ready? I'll finish that.
Yes, I'd better. I'll be down in a minute.
Go sit down, Henry. Your eggs are ready.
Yes, ma'am.
We won't be long, Zach. Hope you don't mind.
Well, take your time. Besides, here comes Barbara.
Hello, Sergeant. Happy New Year.
Hello, Barbara. Oh, you look nice.
Thank you. That's your bag out there?
Uh-huh.
You sure look a lot better than you did a week ago.
Feel a lot better.
You think the Marshall food did it?
I think it was mostly your cousin Mary.
Oh, she's awfully nice.
Yeah, I've noticed that, too. You know what? I think I'll marry her.
Are you kidding?
Well, not as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, won't you mind waiting?
Well, it's up to Mary. Things have worked out so well that, well, I may not have to wait as long as I thought.
Yes, and the fact that they let her out of prison for Christmas is a pretty good sign.
What are you talking about?
You know, it wasn't until the other night when she told me how it all happened that I realized it wasn't her fault at all. She's not a criminal.
Criminal?
I mean like a real criminal. Oh, it's too bad you two can't go back on the train together. But then Mary isn't due in Easton until 9 o'clock, and she wants to spend as much time with us as she can. After all, being in that awful place for 3 whole
Come
years.
on, Zach. We're going to be late. Mary.
Well, goodbye, Zach. Zach, is there something wrong?
Wrong.
Well, have a nice trip and come back real soon. Oh, Zach.
Zach, I hate to say goodbye.
Thank you again, Mrs. Marshall.
Good luck. And here's your sandwiches.
Thank you.
Mary, honey, dear. Coming.
You've sure been quiet, Zach. But I catch on. Three's the crowd, huh?
No, I didn't mean
Now,
that.
Zach, is there any special address, or do I just write to you in care of the hospital in Easton?
Yeah, care the hospital.
Zach.
It'll get there all right.
And you can write me in care of Uncle Henry.
Sure, we'll forward it to wherever she is.
Okay.
Because I won't know what hotels I'll be stopping at.
Sure. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Zach. You will write to me.
Sure, I'll write, and thanks again, Mr. Marshall.
It was nothing, boy.
Zach, what's the matter? What's wrong?
Wrong, don't... Well, not a thing in the world.
Goodbye, Zach. Goodbye.
Good luck, Zach.
Look, he's not even waving, Uncle Henry.
Oh, what's the matter, I wonder? He acted kind of strange ever since we left the house.
I think I know. Zach! Zach!
He's gone, Mary.
Oh, he knows. He knows about me. He knows.
Turn on the coffee, Barbara. Dad will want another cup when they get back.
Mother, if you had been in Mary's place, wouldn't you have gone along with Zach?
Don't ask so many questions.
Well, as long as Zach's willing to wait until Mary's out of prison, I don't see why...
Prison? Barbara, you didn't tell him.
Well, wasn't Zach supposed to know?
Oh, Barbara.
Oh, why didn't anybody tell me? Why didn't you warn me?
I should have.
Oh, Mary's always treated me like a grown-up. I didn't want to hurt her. Now I've done something terrible again.
They're coming in. Quiet.
No, I've got to tell her. I've got to. Mary. Oh, Mary, I'm so ashamed of myself. Please forgive me. Mary, I love you. But I didn't know. I told him, Mary.
Don't cry,
I
Barbara.
told him.
Please don't cry. He had to know sometime. At least he didn't know until the last moment. That's something. Oh, please, darling, don't. Well, I'll go pack now. Come and help me, Barbara. There's a train in an hour. I think I'd like to leave as soon as I can.
Who is it?
I'm reporting back.
Oh, you. Marshall, isn't it?
That's right.
Have a good time?
Aren't you going to open the gate?
You've got a little time yet, sister.
What are you talking about?
Down at the corner. Guy's been waiting for you.
Down at... Zach.
When you're ready, just pound the bell. Mary, I didn't want to make you cry.
Well, there's nothing wrong with crying at a time like this.
The minute I got on the train, I knew why you didn't tell me.
Oh, nothing matters, except that you're here.
I'm terribly ashamed for walking out like that. I need you, Mary. I want to feel that you need me.
Oh, but I do. I do.
I'll be right here. I'll be right here waiting. I'll be all well by then and ready to make a new start, too.
I love you so much, Zach. I love you so much.
Oh, we'll get by, darling. Yes, I think we'll do just fine. Just fine.
Our stars will return in a moment for a curtain call and a word about our play for next week. Tomorrow, for the first time in 2, 3, even 4 years, millions of men throughout the country will be eating Christmas dinner with their families. The war is over for them, but their wives still have a job to do for their country.
What kind of a job, Mr. Kennedy?
A job that will help all of us during reconversion, saving used fats.
But fats aren't rationed anymore.
That's just the point. Although food fats aren't rationed, there is actually less fat than ever for industry.
But can't we import more?
Not yet. The islands in the Pacific that used to send us millions of pounds of oils a year still aren't producing. So, for example, the people who make soap have to share the available oils with other industries. That's why you can't always get all the soap you want.
Will saving used fats help?
Yes, these fats are released for all sorts of heavy industry. That means more of the fine oils can go into soap.
Looks as if I'd better start right off saving again, Mr. Kennedy.
Good for you. This week you'll have an extra supply of used fat. Start by pouring the grease from the breakfast bacon or sausage into a tin can. Then add the drippings from your Christmas turkey or goose, and don't forget to skim the giblet gravy after the dinner, and the turkey soup later in the week.
Do I get anything for these fats?
Yes, indeed. Your dealer will give you 4 cents for every pound you turn in. But more than that, if you and every housewife in the country save used fat now as you did in wartime, soap supplies will become more plentiful. You won't have to wait for your favorite brands. Here's your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Tonight we've received one Christmas present a day early, in the form of 2 superb performances by Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire.
Thank you, Bill.
And I'm sure now that you're both eager to get back to your families and those Christmas trees.
Sounds good to me, Bill. I've been away for so long on location.
How's that Technicolor epic Duel in the Sun coming, Joe?
Well, we're still working on it.
You, Jennifer Jones, Gregory Peck, and half of Hollywood.
You don't actually fight a duel in that picture, do you, Joe?
Well, of course not, Dorothy. You know how the early West was. Nothing more violent than harsh words at 20 paces. Tell me, Bill, what about your next play on Lux?
For New Year's Eve, next Monday night, we have what is certainly one of the most gripping pictures of the year. It's Warner Brothers' Pride of the Marines. Starring in their original screen roles, John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark. If you feel like entering the new year with an extra measure of hope and courage in your heart, you'll find it in this deeply moving drama of a wounded veteran who refuses to become a burden to the woman he loves.
That's a very timely picture, with so many of the boys coming home from overseas, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night and happy holidays. Tomorrow is our first and long-awaited post-war Christmas, with families reunited and new hope throughout the land. But with our gratitude for peace should come a new conception of that word. For peace on earth has become a challenge the like of which the world has never known before. All of the nations of the earth are seeing themselves for the first time as fellow members of the human race, who must work in peace together if they are to survive their common enemies, greed, intolerance, and pride. The future is squarely in our hands. May God guide us in its management and bless us not with wealth and ease, but with tolerance and wisdom. On behalf of our sponsor and those of us here in the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish you all a truly happy Christmas and invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark in Pride of the Marines. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
I'll Be Seeing You, produced by Dory Sherry, was presented through the courtesy of David O. Selznick, producer of Alfred Hitchcock's Spellbound. For its participation in American victory, the motion picture industry has received the official thanks of the United States government in the form of a bronze plaque detailing the industry's wartime achievements. Among these achievements is the contribution of 43,000 feature films for Army and Navy entertainment and morale. These films continue to make possible 6,000 movie shows a night, covering every region where our men in uniform are stationed. Radio, too, continues to serve as a medium of entertainment and morale. And these Lux Radio Theater plays are broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Pride of the Marines with John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry Christmas cookies, tender, full-flavored cookies made quickly and easily with new Easy Mix Spry. Keep the cookie jar full during the holidays. Remember, for digestible, full-flavored foods, you need pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Pride of the Marines with John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark. And why not tune in a half hour early to hear Joan Davis over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stock up. Kraft prices are down at Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta continues to give you the edge against inflation, this time by reducing the price of over 50 Kraft food items, like Kraft macaroni and cheese dinners, Velveeta, Miracle Whip, Parquet. Over 50 Kraft food items reduced. The more you buy, the more you save. So stock up now.
And save on Kraft.
And tell a friend.
That's me and my father, Will Rogers. He taught me a lot of things when I was a boy, and I'll always remember what he said about food. Know what's in it before you eat it. I know exactly what's in Grape Nut cereal because it's so simple. Just natural wheat and barley with vitamins added, and it's baked into crunchy little nuggets that even look simple. So if you're looking for something good with breakfast, I got a simple answer for you. Grape Nuts, the simple cereal.
They were a strike force of different, daring, dangerous men who had to work together or die. No! Robert Shaw.
We're not commanders. We're deserters.
Harrison Ford.
There's no bridge in the world that can't be blown.
Barbara Bach. Edward Fox. Franco Nero. Carl Weathers. Richard Jaws Keel from Alistair MacLean's monumental bestseller, Force 10 from Navarone. Rated PG.
Now playing UA Cinema Center, Westwood, Holly Theater, Hollywood, and selected theaters.
Oh, sure you can't stay for more coffee?
It's late, and Jim never has a second coffee.
You know, I'd love another cup.
Jim never had seconds of my coffee. And I make pretty good coffee. But that night, we both discovered U-Ban.
U-Ban, special coffee, because it's made with special beans, 100% Colombian, for taste and aroma so deliciously rich.
Hey, how about seconds for me?
U-Ban, with richness worth a second cup.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's the journey you have to make, because all the other streets you ever walked never paid off. But Broadway's different. It twists you into the nighttime, and you whirl your puppet dance with the spinning lights. It rocks you and throws you up in the air and beats you against the wall. And you can't quit, because Broadway never does. That's how it is on Broadway. My beat. People go to wrestling matches for a variety of reasons. For a change of pace from their own domestic strangleholds. For laughs. And for motives which make footnotes in textbooks. And at the bout between Max Magnificent and the Panther Man, the faces and the reasons were up to par. I was there because pressure from upstairs ordered me to be there. They said a man was there who was trying to keep a big secret. They said to drop everything, to see him right now. Right now he was sitting on the aisle near the tunnel entrance. I walked up to him and nodded.
What do you want, Danny?
Just talk, Melvin, that's all.
Well, I'd like to watch this Max Magnificent, Danny.
The first fall's not due for 10 minutes yet. You'll be back before then. Come on, we can talk in the tunnel.
All right. Well, what do you want?
Julie Dixon. What about her?
What about her?
Forget you're a big criminal lawyer, Melvin. Make believe you're not quibbling in a courtroom. Make believe there's just you and me. Where's Julie?
Forget it, Danny.
You know better than that.
Forget it.
I can't do it that way. The papers are screaming about a Cinderella girl named Julie Dixon. They waste a lot of type about a poor girl getting engaged to a rich lawyer named Alex Malvern. You. Now Julie's gone. In a puff of smoke, they say. Today they've coined a new phrase, foul play.
She's around. She'll be back.
Maybe. Only the foul play phrase bothers the police department. You going to help us?
Danny, forget it, huh? Lay off. I'll find Julie. I've got friends. That's why I've got to say it again. Danny, lay off. I mean it.
Cinderella girls are always public property. And the public's screaming. I thought you'd help, Melvin. Now it's got to be done my way. My way was to a penny arcade on Broadway, and the sharpest little stool pigeon I had, named Marty. I told him to sing it around that I knew a lot about Julie Dixon's disappearance, that I was primed to make an arrest, and with Marty saying the words I'd put in his mouth, someone might believe them, and that someone might make a move, and I needed that to help me find a lost, strayed, or stolen Cinderella girl. At headquarters, I waited for Marty's call, and I fell asleep waiting. And then a bell exploded. At 2 o'clock in the morning, it couldn't stand it anymore, and it exploded. Danny Clover speaking. Marty?
No, it's not Marty. I'm inviting you to a party, Danny. Want to come?
Who is this?
A girl. Pier 38. East River, Danny. 3 a.m. an hour from now. If you're the guest of honor, it's for Julie Dixon, the party, so you'll make it, huh, Danny? All alone?
Wouldn't go any other way. Thanks. I didn't wait for 3 o'clock. I left for the East River docks right away. Maybe I was going to be a little early, but I was being a little eager. Pier 38 occupied about 50 front feet of the darkness and lent its own quality of shadows to it. Toward the river, a couple of tugs huddled together. To my right and left, equipment shacks. I should have been looking toward the stern, because that's where it came from.
Wake up, I say there. Come out of it. I beg your pardon. Come, wake up. I say you're quite unintelligible, you know. Now, open your eyes. Now then, isn't that better? Good morning.
Huh?
I said good morning. I greeted you.
Oh, I greet you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Where's all this greeting taking place?
At the Ashton Hotel, room 312, New York City.
And you're...
Rupert.
Rupert. How did I get here, Rupert?
I found you on Pier 38.
Did you hit me first on the back of the head, Rupert?
Oh, no, but I did kick you. That is, I stumbled over you. That's what made me know you were there. I brought you here in a cab.
What were you doing on Pier 38, Rupert?
Well, sir, every night after the matches, I go to the waterfront and look toward England and make a wish. The same wish, sir, that I was back in Crofton-on-Willow.
Why aren't you back there, Rupert?
Because I'm not. Max Magnificent doesn't wrestle in England until the summer.
Max Magnificent?
Yes, of course. I'm his valet. I spray the ring for him, carry his robe. Rupert.
Where's Max?
The Magnificent is in the next room, having his hair done.
Thanks, Rupert.
Will you be staying to breakfast, sir? Kippers in 10 minutes.
Well, I see you're up and around. Glad to see it. Max Magnificent wishes he could sleep that well. How do you like it? No, I don't mean Mabel the hairdresser. I mean my hair. The flamingo bob, I call it. Fancy, huh?
Fancy.
Well, here it is. I got it all ready for you. Autographed photograph of Max Magnificent. Look what it says. To an all-American lad, from your idol, Max Magnificent.
Fancy. Can I talk to you without the hairdresser?
With my hair half up in curlers? You kidding, baby? Go ahead, talk to me. Mabel doesn't understand nothing except hair anyway. Talk to me.
Maybe I'm being coincidental, Max.
Oh! Mabel, comb the curls. Don't yank them out of my head. You're saying?
A man I know came to see you wrestle last night when he was supposed to be worried, Max. A man named Alex Malvern.
Oh, Max Magnificent welcomes him to the ever-growing list of his staunch admirers. Hey, I did that good.
Yeah, and Alex Malvern worries because his fiancée, one Julie Dixon, is missing. I talked to him.
Oh, worried, huh?
Then I got slugged. Then I wake up in the tender care of Rupert, valet for Max Magnificent.
Hey, that makes a circle, huh? Go ahead. This is real goose pimply talk.
What's with Julie Dixon, Max? You know?
Oh, asking me questions with no sense. Finish me, Mabel. This guy just got boring.
What about Julie Dixon?
Mabel, hand me the mirror.
Julie Dixon.
Oh, the flamingo bob. The fans will eat it up. You know something, you, mister, standing there? I can't hear you no more. You better go, mister. Mabel's got to scent me. The lavender, Mabel.
Max Magnificent swept up the train of his magnificent brocaded robe. With a hairy paw swept up Mabel, his lady barber. With his other hairy paw motioned me magnificently to the door. And through it all maintained the magnificent grace and delicacy of a coiffed and perfumed gorilla. All that magnificence deserved some historical research. So I put a call through to Sergeant Tartaglia to get on it, to bring me up to date on how and why and when and where Max and Rupert got so magnificent, so regally considerate of a poor beaten-up policeman. And then I went back to the beginning, and the beginning was the lawyer, Alex Malvern.
Sure I can't offer you a drink, Danny? A noon cocktail to take the bitter taste out of your mouth?
You've come a long way, Melvin. I can remember when it was a toss-up who'd get to where mayhem was first, you or me.
You mean I was a shyster, an ambulance chaser? It doesn't shame me, Danny. We all have to grub for nickels one way or another. Here's to you, Danny.
I told you at the wrestling matches. It bothers us police about Julie Dixon. Gets worse all the time.
So I see. Those black and blue marks, Danny. They hurt, don't they? I know they hurt. Because I know.
A girl you were going to marry. The papers said the brightest torch you ever carried.
The paper said true.
She disappears. You don't even cry. You don't even ask for help. Is that how it gets when you're big, Malvern?
You see the walnut paneling in my office, Danny? It cost a fortune. This private bar upholstered in Florentine leather. A fortune. Those golden girls, my secretaries, who wait on me hand and foot like I was a king. Also a fortune. None of this I got by asking anybody for help. So we've got nothing more to say to each other, huh, Danny? Glad you dropped in, though.
I enjoyed that, Melvin. I speak only as a jury of one, but it was very impressive. I really enjoyed it.
Out, Danny. I'm busy.
You're going to throw me out, Melvin? Because that's how it'll have to be.
There are lots of ways. One way, I could pick up the phone, talk to a friend. This friend listens when I talk. And because he listens, they could put you in the middle of Fifth Avenue, helping visitors dodge the terrible traffic.
Do that, Maverick. Do it.
Danny.
Now you got a good reason.
Danny.
A better one. Do it.
Danny, take it easy.
Here's the phone, King. Call your friend.
Forget it, Danny. Forget it. Forget I ever said it. I only thought it would be better if I found Julie in my own way. That's all there is to it, Danny, I swear.
When did she disappear?
5 days ago. We were in a cab going to a theater. The cab slowed down for a light, and all of a sudden Julie jumps out. I haven't seen her since.
She didn't say anything? Leave anything?
Just a bag with all her money in it. She didn't even say goodbye. She'd been acting funny for days. She was...
Where's the bag?
Here, right here, Danny. Take it if you want.
Yeah. Lipstick, compact, money. Hey.
What, Danny?
This newspaper clipping, this picture of Max Magnificent. You didn't tell me about that.
Why should I? It doesn't mean anything. Julie liked wrestling matches. Maybe Max Magnificent was a hero. She made me take her to see him once.
Yeah? Fix your $20 tie, Melvin. It got wrinkled somehow. It deserved a social call on Max Magnificent. But I was polite. I phoned first, which was the proper thing to do because he wasn't at his hotel. The Magnificent had gone to the armory early, they said. He needed time to perfume his person and his dressing room before his performance tonight, they said. However, I could talk to his valet, they said. I said, no, thanks. At the deserted armory, I followed Max's spoor down a long cavern and into a whitewashed dressing room. That brought me face to face with Rupert.
Oh, Mr. Clover, how very nice of you to be here when I need you so desperately.
Later, Rupert. Where's Max?
Magnificent. He's there. There on the floor in the corner.
He sleeps on concrete because he's so rugged?
The Magnificent is not asleep, Mr. Clover. He's dead.
What?
You see, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, I see, Rupert.
I didn't touch him, Mr. Clover, so you police would find him just as I found him only a moment ago. That is the custom, isn't it, Mr. Clover?
Yes, Rupert.
That knife in his back. That means he was...
Murdered?
Murdered. The Magnificent is dead, Mr. Clover. Long live the Magnificent.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. The cream of the fun and songs on Arthur Godfrey's daytime shows are now brought to you in a half-hour special Godfrey Digest every Saturday night on CBS. So if a date with the dentist, the hairdressers, if a traffic ticket in court kept you from hearing one of the daytime shows this week, or if you want a fast half-hour of humor and songs by Jeanette Davis, Bill Lawrence, and the Mariners, listen in this Saturday night to the Godfrey Digest on most of these same CBS stations.
Broadway is a place that can fool you. Can walk by the lost and the broken and the dying without batting an eye. But when one of its own lies dead, Broadway tears its collective breast, dons the sackcloth and ashes, and sends up a shrieking lament that can be heard round the world. And for a little while you believe it. You believe Broadway is heartbroken because death came on a man who called himself Max Magnificent and stuck a knife in his back. You believe Broadway has found torment because it lost a Cinderella girl named Julie Dixon. Then you take a good look at Broadway and you know you're out of your mind. But you stay with it because you're a cop. And as a cop, you're Broadway's conscience. And as a conscience, you've got a helper, namely Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Danny, sometimes when I can't go to sleep nights, I analyze my relationship with you.
And?
And I have come to the conclusion that I am what is technically known as a mother's helper.
And I'm very proud of you, Gino.
Ah, Danny, stop it. Well, item one. The boys in the lab say that after a detailed check of the fingerprints of Max Magnificent, he turns out to be an ordinary human being with a name as common as Clover or Tartaglia.
Oh?
Yeah, honest, Danny. Max Magnificent was none other than Joe Warner.
Joe Warner, huh? And Joe Warner was none other than who, Tartaglia?
Oh, a guy who we once picked up for attempted blackmail. Badger game.
Who was the girl?
That we don't know, but we're still working on it. Item 2, the missing girl Julie Dixon is known to have withdrawn her entire savings from the Corn Exchange Bank the day before said Julie Dixon disappeared.
How much savings?
A goodly sum, $3,000.
As you say, goodly. Maybe that explains why she didn't need her bag when she jumped out of Melbourne's cab.
Yeah, possibly, Danny. Well, may I continue?
Oh, please do.
Item 3, Detective Muggovan is even now on the tail of the famous and renowned lawyer Alex Malvern, and Detective Kenny is even now on the tail of Rupert the Valet.
And Julie Dixon's description?
Description?
Description, Tartaglia. It's out. Any reports on it?
No, Danny.
Well, get on it, Tartaglia. Check again. Every railway station, every pawn shop, everything. You'll remember, won't you, Tartaglia?
Oh, I promise, Danny. Oh, I just remembered. I forgot something.
I'm glad for you, Tartaglia.
Oh, thank you, Danny. I just remembered you got a call from someone named Sophie Wojciechowski.
Huh?
Yeah, Sophie Wojciechowski. She skates on roller skates at the roller derby at Madison Square Garden. She says come meet her at 8 tonight. There's something about Julie Dixon. She said... Danny, can I help it if I forgot? I got so much on my mind. Mrs. Tartaglia, the kids, items...
You waiting to see me?
If your name's Sophie Wojciechowski, I am.
Well, you don't have a scorecard, huh? Else you'd know. Everybody knows number 12 is Sophie Wojciechowski.
I'm Danny Clover.
Oh.
What about Julie Dixon, Sophie?
Oh, Julie and me used to borrow our skate key from the same guy.
How long ago was that?
Oh, years and years and years. I mean, we grew up together practically. Then we grew up, then she got married, then she went away, then I never heard of her. Then yesterday came.
Yesterday was something special?
Not especially special, except a guy called me upon the telephone and asked me if I knew the whereabouts of Julie. I told him no, because I don't. Then the guy said a bad word and hung up.
What guy?
The guy I was talking to upon the telephone. Oh, you mean his name? He didn't say.
Now, let's go back a little bit. You said Julie was married to a man named Joe Warner?
That I don't know. Except I heard from sources close to the roller rink that he deserted her. Ran away to Texas, I heard. This was about 3 years ago.
Then the reason you called was to tell me about the phone call.
Well, not exactly. You see, I saw Julie yesterday. Later, after the guy called upon the telephone.
Huh?
Sure, she said she was broke. She came to borrow some money.
How much did you lend her?
Not a cent, because that's how much I had at the time. She said thank you and walked out of my life again. Oh.
The woman's team will take their places. 1 minute.
Hey, look, I gotta go now. That's all I know, Mr. Clover. So long.
I watched Sophie clatter onto the track, watched her rabbit punch one of the contenders, trip another, sharp right cross to another, and then Sophie Wojciechowski had a clear field. It wasn't fun anymore, so I got out. And I began to add it up. Julie's husband had deserted her, Sophie said. And in Julie's bag had been a picture of Max Magnificent, who was Joe Warner. And Julie had gone through $3,000 fast, even for a girl like Julie. And the sum could be blackmail and murder. Except one factor was missing from the equation: Julie Dixon. And at headquarters, Sergeant Tartaglia was being Mother's helper like anything.
Danny, I think what we boys got on this Julie Dixon will help you like anything.
Oh?
Yeah. Now, sit down, Danny. Sit down. This is big. You ready? We have discovered that Julie Dixon was married to Joe Warner, later Max Magnificent, and there is no indication that a divorce happened in the family.
You're right, Tartaglia. You've made a big discovery.
Thank you, Danny, thank you. But I have here another item that is not so happy. Rupert the Valet has disappeared from the tail of Kenny the detective.
What? Don't go away, Tartaglia.
Oh, where would I go?
Danny Clover speaking.
Mr. Clover, I am Howard Jones, the mentor of a sanctuary you people call a pawn shop.
We'll try to do better. Is that all you want?
Not what I want, Mr. Clover. What you people want. Julie Dixon. She was in my place not an hour ago.
How do you know it was Julie Dixon?
She fits the description.
Lots of women might.
True. True, but she pawned a platinum and diamond bracelet with her initials on the back of it. I gave her $50, but only because I'm a friend of man.
Okay. What name did she give you?
Mary Smith.
Address?
Hotel at 2617 East 8th Street.
Thank you, Howard Jones. Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Don't go away.
I won't. Hey, Danny, don't forget your hat.
You the desk clerk?
No, I'm the scrub lady, Mac. But I got word there's no vacancy, so go try another flea bag, huh, Mac?
This one suits me fine. I'm looking for a girl.
Oh, in that case, you want the Lonely Hearts Club. 3 blocks down, up 2 flights. Tell them I recommend you for membership.
A girl, Julie Dixon. What room is she in, scrub lady?
For this, I got 2 answers. I doubt if one of our guests, if she has a name Julie Dixon, would sign this same name on the register. Answer number 2 is why should I answer you at all, Mac?
Good question. Good answer?
Plain clothes, Dick. With badge to match, huh? Oh, impresses me.
Tell me how much.
This much, Mac. I am a room clerk in this hostelry. We have a guest, a gorgeous doll occupying our diplomat suit. It's possible this girl could be the girl whom you of the gendarmerie...
What room?
Try number 18. That's the suit with the washstand. If you want room service, just scream, huh, policeman?
Get away from here.
Your name, Julie Dixon?
I said get away from here. Get away before I make it real tough for you.
Go ahead.
You asked for it, mister. Help! Help! Somebody help!
Such a pretty dress. Ripping it won't help it at all.
Somebody, please! Police! Police!
That's me, police.
What?
Badge and all. Look. Okay, let's go inside.
Police.
That's right, Julie. You want to tell me now or later? Doesn't matter a whole lot.
No. No, it doesn't. Nothing matters anymore. What do you want?
Not so much. Just fill me in. You were paying blackmail. To whom?
To a nursemaid. To a nursemaid to my husband. A nursemaid who called himself Rupert.
He had something to sell you?
Like this. My husband, Joe Warner. Joe Warner, or Max Magnificent, whatever you want to call him. I thought he was dead. We were never divorced, and I thought he was dead.
What made you think your husband was dead when he wasn't?
Papers. Joe was in Texas at the time. You know, the time the tanker blew up.
Texas City? That disaster in 47, huh?
The papers listed a man named Joe Warner dead. I was certain it was my husband. He was in Texas City then.
Yeah. They still don't know how many people died there, or who.
So I met Alex Malvern. And I fell in love with him, and he fell in love with me, and we were going to get married. That's the way I am when I fall in love with a man and he falls in love with me.
So Joe changes his name to Max Magnificent, becomes a wrestler with a hairdo, and hires himself a valet named Rupert. Max, hairdo, and valet show up in New York, right?
Yes. Rupert came to me and said he wanted money to keep my first marriage quiet.
More than that, Julie. It was the kind of marriage you had, wasn't it? A partnership for blackmail. A partnership to work the Badger game. That's why you paid him the $3,000 you drew from the bank.
That's why. It was worth that to keep Malvin from knowing what I used to be. But it was no good, so I ran away. I ran away, and I've been running ever since.
You got nothing to worry about anymore, Julie. Except one thing.
Whether Alex will have me now. That?
Maybe that. But the other thing. Your husband's been murdered. You had the motive, the opportunity, maybe. And you're running away. Murderers do that.
I've been terribly impolite. I've been listening. You don't mind that, do you, Mr. Clover?
Glad to have you aboard, Rupert. Your name was being bandied about.
I'll kill him. So help me, I'll kill him!
Take it easy, Julie.
Thank you, sir. Else I would have killed her before your very eyes.
Like you killed Max?
Yes, of course. He had the body of an ox, but his insides were not fortitudinous at all. Yellow is the word for Max Magnificent. I laugh at the name.
Why did you come here, Rupert?
I've been following you, Mr. Clover. I want you to be happy before you die. Now that you found Julie, you'd find me. Then you'd try to have me executed for murder. I just couldn't stand that.
One more thing, Rupert, just to make me a happy man. You said Max was yellow.
I said it because I meant it. He suddenly changed his mind about blackmailing Julie. Let the kid alone. She deserves a break. Those were his very words. I tried to argue him out of his faint heart. There were words. He had muscles. I had a knife. I won the argument. Julie, you have such poor taste in husbands.
You ruined it. You ruined everything!
Julie, watch out.
You fool!
No!
I told her!
Yeah, you told her. Good. Rupert crashed into the washstand. The gun clattered out of his hands. And then, like some crazed animal, he scurried for it in the half-light. So there was only one thing to do. Then I bent over Julie to try to help her, to somehow ease the pain of the wound in her shoulder. And she did something strange. She shook her head and motioned me away. And in her eyes, there was something that could have been agony or happiness or something I didn't know about. When the ambulance came, she walked into it and lay down and fell asleep. Rupert was different. He screamed and tore at my face, so I had to give him the anesthetic once more. Broadway's wearing its harlequin clothes, and it winks an eye and beckons. And a pale and hungry girl walks its pavements like a queen, because Broadway's a dream street. And a fat man stands with begging eyes because he just found out his last dream didn't come true. It's a laugh or a cry, with nothing in between. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage, and the program was produced by Elliott Lewis and directed by Gordon T. Hughes. The cast tonight included Vivi Janis, Bill Johnstone, Virginia Gregg, Jay Novello, Junius Matthews, and Larry Dobkin. Molly Goldberg's being visited tomorrow night by an old flame, and Jake's really burned up. Yes, romance has flowered in the Goldbergs' apartment this week, and this Saturday night, Jake takes action against Molly's old beau. Be listening when the Goldbergs come to you on most of these same CBS stations in their new Saturday night time tomorrow night. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you find Broadway's My Beat every Friday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Seven's the one with the Hollywood Squares. We've got the stars you want, and they've got the answers you love.
Elizabeth Taylor gave up her American citizenship after she did something. What did she do?
Yes, she went to England and converted her body into pounds.
There's nothing square about the Hollywood Squares. Tuesday night at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
Hello, this is Ben Hooks. Since 1909, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People has fought to make America live up to its promise of justice and freedom for all of its citizens. It wasn't easy then, it isn't easy now. This holiday, give your dollars to the NAACP Dollars for Christmas campaign.
Ounce for ounce and dollar for dollar, it's hard to match Victoria Station.
Victoria Station, it's just a cut above.
Think about it. Every time you mix a drink, 2/3 of what goes into your glass is mixer. That's the 2/3 that will make or break the taste. Maybe that's the reason more people mix with Canada Dry than any other brand. Canada Dry Club Soda has pinpoint carbonation for long-lasting bubbles. Canada Dry Tonic Water has a taste that's distinctively smooth. Think about it. 2/3 of your drink is mixer. So make your mixer Canada Dry.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, our postman, Mel Blanc, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For your Thursday night enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffee, skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today, more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. As we look in at the Burns home today, we find Gracie about to answer the door buzzer.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Well, Mr. Postman, how are you today?
Oh, I'm my usual magnificent self, happy as a lark. And like the lark, spring makes me want to burst into song.
Oh, well, go right ahead.
Thank you. Cement mixer, putty putty. Cement mixer, putty putty. A Rooney.
Cement mixer, putty putty? Who wrote that? The Federal Housing Administration?
I don't know who wrote it, but he must have been thinking of my wife and myself.
Really?
Yes, she's built like a cement mixer, and in her hands, I'm putty-putty.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you feel like singing. The rain didn't dampen your spirits any.
Oh, no, I love to walk along with the wind and the rain in my hair.
I don't think your hair would hold much rain.
It is a little thin on top. My wife says if I get completely bald, she's going to leave me.
Oh, well, you better get busy and do something.
I am. Whenever she's not looking, I pull out a few more. But here I stand talking when I haven't even given you your mail. I have quite a stack of it for you today.
Uh-oh, those first-of-the-month bills. I mustn't let my husband see these.
Yes, Mr. Burns might raise merry old Ned, if you'll pardon my profanity.
Well, I'll hide the bills here in my apron pocket and then rush them along to the office before he's had a chance to discover them.
When my wife doesn't want me to see something, she makes sure my eyes are closed.
Well, how does she do that?
With a left hook and a right cross. Well, good luck, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
There. George sees the bills for that Easter outfit I bought. He'll blow his top. I have to get him out of the house before...
Good morning, Gracie.
Oh, good morning, dear.
Breakfast ready?
Oh, George, you don't want to eat here. The food's terrible.
Huh?
Why don't you stop at the corner and get some of that wonderful drugstore cooked food?
But I never eat at the drugstore.
Oh, they have a nice lunch counter. You'll find it right between men's ready-to-wear and the used car section.
Gracie, why are you trying to get me out of the house? You've got something up your sleeve.
Oh, I hid them in a better place. Oh, Oh!
Hid what? Gracie, what's that bulge in your apron pocket?
Please, George, I'm sensitive about my figure.
That has nothing to do with your figure. Looks like a pocket full of letters.
That's just what it is, letters. I'm getting ready to make alphabet soup.
Let me see those. Holy smoke, look at this stack of bills.
Oh, now, George, don't get excited. They're just bills for necessary household expenses. Telephone, electricity, water.
The top one is from Saks Fifth Avenue.
That's the gas bill.
Gracie, we get our gas from the gas company.
Well, I've decided to take our business elsewhere. Did you ever smell that stuff they were sending us?
I suppose Saks has gas that smells good.
I am now cooking with Chanel.
I'd just like to ask you one question.
All right.
How does Saks Fifth Avenue get the gas into our pipes?
Well, so much for the bill.
I see. Now, just a minute. You're not fooling anybody. Here's one from my Magnum. I suppose that's the water bill.
Let me see it. Oh, no. This is a personal letter.
Personal letter from my Magnum?
Oh, we correspond all the time. He's an old sorority brother of mine.
Gracie.
Well, if you doubt me, I'll read it to you. Dear Gracie, having a wonderful time, wish you were here. Yours truly, I. Magnan.
Gracie.
Take a letter, George. Dear I.
Dear I. Look, this has gone far enough. Let me see that personal letter. I thought so. One dress, $88.
Oh, he shouldn't have done it.
Gracie, why must you always lie to me? Don't you know that if you told me the truth, you'd have my respect? You'd have my admiration?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have any clothes.
This is the limit. Gracie, this dress goes back.
Oh, I can't take it back, George.
Why?
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 Why, yeah, why?
Well, I'll tell you.
Why?
Well...
Why?
George.
Yes.
You see, the dress isn't really for me at all. It's for Bill Goodwin.
I doubt if it will fit him.
Well, what I mean is, it's for Bill's girl, Alice. He didn't have the cash, so he charged it on my account.
Bill's girl, Alice. Huh?
Oh, a lovely girl. They're engaged, you know. Bill bought her this dress for Easter.
I see.
Yes. Some girls get nice things. The rest of us, well, I'm not complaining. I have my health.
Well, hiya, Burners.
I had my health.
We were just talking about you, Bill.
Huh?
How's Alice?
Bill, let's go out to the kitchen and have a cup of Maxwell House coffee. George wants to be alone.
No, he doesn't. He wants to ask Bill a question. How's Alice, Bill?
Alice?
Yeah.
Oh, she's fine.
Oh, I'll be darned.
You mean you really have a girl named Alice?
Well, to be exact, George, I have 5 girls named Alice.
Well, I'm talking about the Alice you're engaged to.
Oh, well, that narrows it down to 3. You see, George, Alice is a very common name. Now, I have 5. Some girl collectors have even more.
Girl collectors?
Yes, it's a little hobby of mine that keeps me out of the pool room. I have one of the largest collections in Hollywood, and some of my specimens are very rare. In fact, I'm the only collector in the United States who has a genuine silver digger.
Silver digger?
That's a girl who digs you only for car fare. Of course, the fella I envy is a collector in Burbank. He has a Northern Emmy Lou.
Yes, well, they usually come from the South.
Oh, yes, sure.
South, you see. I pronounce my T's.
Uh-huh.
Now it's your turn to say something.
I offered to swap him 4 Genevieves and a pair of Helens for her, but he refused.
Bill, I'm only interested in one girl. The Alice you bought an Easter outfit for.
Oh, well, I didn't buy any Alice an outfit, George.
I thought so.
What's this all about?
Well, Gracie ordered a lot of clothes and tried to pretend she hadn't. Why didn't she come to me? I'd have bought her an Easter outfit.
Sure, an egg and a package of dye.
Bill, I think you better leave. Gracie and I are going to have a little family fight.
Okay, scream if you need help, George.
Goodbye, comedian.
So long, caveman.
So, you lied to me about the dress.
Yes, dear, I lied to you. Bill didn't buy the dress for Alice.
I thought so.
Meredith Wilson bought it.
Meredith Wilson bought a girl a dress?
Oh, he's become very worldly. The other day I heard that he went to the burlesque show.
Someone was pulling your leg.
I'll bet it was Meredith. He's become very worldly.
Oh, stop this nonsense.
You don't believe Meredith bought Alice a dress, huh?
I don't believe Meredith even knows a girl named Alice. You're lying and you know it.
George, if I'm lying, may that chandelier fall from the ceiling this very minute.
Hello, all.
Oh, let's step in the next room, shall we?
Meredith, I'm glad you dropped in. How's Alice?
Alice? You mean Alice back in Mason City?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, she's fine.
You see, George?
Funny thing you're mentioning her. I got a letter from home yesterday, and Alice just had 8 kittens.
I see.
Well, don't the darndest things happen in Iowa?
So Alice is a cat?
Oh, sure. Don't see how she could have kittens otherwise.
And as far as you know, Alice doesn't wear dresses?
Nope. Of course, I'm not home all the time.
Anyway, you didn't buy her a dress and charge it to Gracie's account.
Why, no. In the extremely unlikely event that I'd buy a cat a dress, I would gladly assume the cost of such a purchase myself.
Yes, that's what I heard. Okay.
However, if you know of some deserving puss who would like such...
We don't.
Well, don't hesitate to call on me if you happen to run across one.
We won't, Meredith. Goodbye.
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 A cat in a dress. By George. Still, I can't say it would attract me, especially.
Out. Well, I've had all of this I can stand. I'm going to the drugstore and get some breakfast.
Oh, dear, may I use the car while you're gone?
You may not. I'm punishing you for all those lies you've told.
Oh, yes, dear.
So I order you not to take the car out of the driveway.
Yeah, well, I promise, dear.
And stick to it. Goodbye.
And I won't take the car out of the driveway either. I'll take it over the lawn and across the sidewalk. How does that man put up with me?
It's Springtime in the Rockies with Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Say, Meredith, it seems to me I've heard that tune you're playing on and off now for a good many years.
Guess you have, Bill. Springtime in the Rockies was composed 23 years ago, and I think it'll always be among America's favorite songs. It's not only a sweet, singable melody, but the idea behind the song, even its title, brings to mind wonderful pictures of one of the most beautiful sections of all America.
Yes, that's true. Springtime in the Rocky Mountains is certainly one of the really great sights in this country. Cherry blossoms bloom against a green backdrop of majestic pine and hemlock, and in the distance, snow-domed peaks tower in the clouds. No wonder it's an unforgettable part of our American scene. And you know, I can't help thinking, too, how it's no wonder that Maxwell House coffee has become so much a part of the American scene. For Maxwell House is so richly mellow that its extra good flavor is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in America. You see, Maxwell House is a skillful blend of these premium Latin American coffees, each chosen for its own distinctive contributions. Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, other choice Latin American coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. The result is a blend so flavorful, so satisfying, that north, east, south, and west, coffee lovers agree Maxwell House is good to the last drop. Well, Gracie took the car out against George's orders and promptly smashed up the fender. She's at home now, dreading the return of her lord and master.
Uh-oh, here he comes. If he sees the car, I'm really in trouble.
Gracie.
Oh, hello, George. I was in the kitchen fixing you some lamb chops because I know you love lamb chops, don't you? The least I can do for my darling, handsome husband is fix him some lamb chops, isn't it? So I've been fixing lamb chops. You saw the car,
I saw
huh?
the car, yeah. I thought I told you not to take it out of the driveway.
Oh, I didn't dare.
Then how did the fender get smashed in?
Well...
And don't tell me the one about the windstorm that blew a tree over on the car. I heard that one in January.
Oh. Well...
Or the one about the aeroplane that flew too low. I heard that in November.
Oh. Well, the people next door called in a carpenter to mend their side gate,
And he was near side. Instead of hammering on the gate, he hammered on our fender.
August?
June.
No, you're right. August was the one about the earthquakes.
September. This time for a novelty, let's settle for the truth. I want to know how a fender could get that smashed up. Looks like an elephant sat on it.
It looks like it. Why, George, you saw it.
Huh?
You saw the elephant come up on our driveway and sit on the fender.
Gracie.
You know, he must have escaped from the circus that's in town. Let's sue them.
Look, I know there's a circus in town. But do you want me to believe that one of their elephants sat on our fender?
Well, I hoped you might. It was your idea originally.
This is the biggest whopper yet. An elephant sat on the fender.
Well...
Gracie, you've forgotten how to tell the truth. Lying with you has become a disease.
A disease?
Yes. Keep it up and you'll lose me. The kindest, sweetest, most generous husband a woman ever had.
Must be a contagious disease.
Oh, stop. Gracie, what's wrong with you? 3 o'clock and you've been tossing around all night. Go to sleep.
Oh, I'm afraid to. I've been having nightmares about telling lies. You scared me.
Well, I'm glad I did. Now, quiet down and go to sleep.
Yes, dear.
Gracie. Oh, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. My, but you're handsome.
That's a lie. You know I'm ugly.
Oh, but Bill, you have such lovely curls and those dimples.
That's right. Make fun of me because I'm bald-headed and have 2 warts on my face.
But, Bill, you are handsome.
Lies. Lies. Nothing but lies.
George!
Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar.
Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar.
Come in.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. I hope your wife hasn't been beating you again.
What? My beautiful, delicate, precious little bride, Bertha? Why, she's as gentle as a lamb.
But she does beat you.
That's a lie. I love my wife. Even now, my heart cries out for her.
But Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep lying.
George, I told the truth again.
Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar.
Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar.
Good morning, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith. Would you like to come to dinner tonight?
Sorry, Gracie. Errol Flynn and I are taking a couple babes out.
What?
This is my regular night to give Errol a lesson in romance.
But, Meredith, you're shy. You're bashful. You don't know anything about lovemaking.
That's a lie. Us boys from Georgia are natural-born lovers.
Well, you're not from Georgia. You were born and raised in Mason City, Iowa.
Lies, you all. Lies, you all. Nothing but lies, you all. Lies, you all.
Well, George,
Nothing but lies.
George, that time I know I told the truth. Honest, I did.
Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar.
Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar. Gracie's a liar.
Oh, George was right. Lying has become a disease with me, a terrible disease.
I'm ready to operate, Dr. Goodwin.
What's the nature of her ailment, Dr. Burns?
Enlargement of the falsehood gland. A complete prolapse of the truth. Ooh. This is going to be a very painful operation.
Your instruments are ready, Dr. Burns.
Very well. Axe. Axe. Blowtorch. Blowtorch.
No, please, stop.
Dynamite.
Dynamite.
Cement mixer.
Cement mixer.
Putty. Putty.
Oh, help, help, help. No, help, please, don't stop.
Gracie, wake up. What's wrong with you?
Oh, George, I just had the most terrible dream. I'll never tell a lie again as long as I live.
Must have been quite a dream.
Oh, it was terrible. I'm still scared. Ask me some questions right now so I can tell the truth and get rid of this awful feeling.
Okay. That delicious apple pie we had last night. You said you made it. Did you?
No, Meredith Wilson made it. Ask me another one.
I gave you $10 to pay the gas bill. Did you pay it?
No, I spent it on a permanent. Ask me another one.
How old are you?
Well, I feel much better now. Let's get up.
Okay. You're really going to keep your promise to tell the truth, huh?
Oh, you bet no more lies for me.
Well, you're not even going to flatter me anymore when you want something?
From now on, I only tell the truth.
Atta girl. Remember how you said last week that Charles Boyer was a second-rate lover compared to me? Why, Charles Boyer makes me look like a bum.
You said it.
Of course, I'm not bad, mind you. I said, of course, I'm not bad, mind you.
I heard you.
Just that I don't compare to a really great lover like Boyer.
You said it.
Atta girl, stick to the truth.
Yeah, I will.
Believe me, it's better than those lies you were telling. I'm really proud of you, Gracie.
Oh, thank you, George. And as a reward, could I take the car this morning?
I guess so. Where are you going?
Well, Bill Goodwin called last night and wants me to drive him somewhere. He said his car got out of whack.
Okay.
That's the switching. Bill's car getting out of whack. Usually it's the whack who
Getting
gets out of
his
car.
All right. Drive carefully, Gracie. And remember, no more lies.
No more lies, George. Goodbye, dear.
Gee, it'd swell of you to drive me out to the circus grounds, Gracie.
Oh, glad to do it, Bill. But what'll you do out there? The circus doesn't open until Monday.
Oh, well, they're shooting a scene from my new picture out there.
Oh, is that the one you're doing with Lana Turner?
Yes. In the picture, you see, she's madly in love with me, but for years, I won't even look at her. I think they're calling it the Green Years.
Well, are you a circus performer in the picture?
Well, I have a booth on the midway. I stick my head through a hole in the canvas, and people throw baseballs at it.
Oh, my goodness.
If you hit me once, you get $10. If you hit me twice, you get $20, and 3 times gets the grand prize.
And what's that?
A cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Oh, but Bill, if you get hit in the head with 3 baseballs, won't you be a little goofy?
Well, sure, I'd have to be to give away my Maxwell House coffee. That's the best there is, Gracie. Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow. Coffee that's full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
But, Bill, you might get a fractured skull. Can't they hire an actor to double for you? One who looks just like you?
Well, no, Gracie. Gable's busy. Besides, there's a close-up, you see, where Lana Turner kisses the lumps on my head. That's when I realize I love her. So I tell her what she's been waiting to hear.
You mean?
Yeah, that more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Oh, Bill, even Lana Turner can't make you forget Maxwell House.
Never.
Well, here's the circus lot, Bill.
Will you come in with me, Gracie, or would you rather get home to George?
Oh, well, I do enjoy seeing freaks.
Oh, rather get home to George, huh?
Oh, no, I mean, I want to come in with you.
Oh, well, you can leave the car parked right here, beside these bales of hay.
Oh, look, Bill, here comes some elephants.
Yeah. Hey, I guess they're after this hay.
My, that one's getting awfully close to the car.
Oh, well, there's nothing to worry about. They're very tame, Gracie. Get away. Get away. Hey, shoo, elephant. Shoo, get away. Get away.
Oh, Bill, the elephant sat on my fender. Oh, dear, here comes George home. My only chance is that he didn't see the car.
Gracie.
Hello, dear. Do you know what I'm doing? I'm knitting you a sweater. Isn't that nice? Because my darling and handsome husband should have a sweater to cover his glorious, brawny chest, shouldn't he? So I'm knitting you a sweater. You saw the car,
I saw
huh?
the car, yeah. Gracie, what happened to that fender? And remember, I want the truth. The absolute truth.
The truth?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'd rather not discuss it, Judge.
I want to know exactly what happened.
All right. I happened to park... Oh, no, Judge, some other time.
Gracie, I want the truth.
Well, if I tell you the truth, you won't believe it.
I certainly will believe it.
How much you want to bet?
Gracie, what happened to the fender?
An elephant sat on it.
That broken down story again?
Now, you see, I told you.
Ah, don't give me that.
Honest, George, that's what happened.
Oh, stop now. Let's have the truth. What actually happened?
Well, all right. I was driving up a one-way street the wrong way, and I stopped to look a hat in a store window, and a bus hit me in the fender.
That's more like it. That I believe.
I see.
Now, have you learned your lesson?
I certainly have. In the future, I'll know just what to do.
Atta girl.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Say, Gracie, did you hear Hedda Hopper the other night? She said some very nice things about us on her program.
Oh, yes, she took her hat off to us, and I think that we ought to take our hats off to Hedda Hopper.
So do I.
Good. Give me $20.
What for?
Well, after I take this one off, I'll need a new one.
Good night, folks.
Oh, goody, goody, Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jello's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten.
so the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or of Jell-O, and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. And now stay tuned to this station because Bird's Eye Open House starring Dinah Shore is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Groucho Marx. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Do you sit around on weekends thinking you're relaxing? Well, think about this. Recreation can be more relaxing and refreshing than sitting around. So come on, make the best of your recreation time with AMF. We make Voight balls, head, tennis rackets, skis, and sportswear. AMF bowling equipment.
I've been thinking about doing that for a long time.
AMF. We make weekends.
On business trips, years ago, we astronauts used professional Nikon. I'm Pete Conrad, and today I'm here to introduce the remarkable new Nikon EM. Remarkable because it costs about the same as other 35mm cameras. Remarkable because it's light and compact. Remarkable because anyone can use it. Just focus. The Nikon EM does almost everything automatically. The Nikon EM is practically foolproof. If it's too light or too dark, it tells you, listen. Then turn this ring until the beep stops. Or if I want, I can add this Nikon flash. It's automatic too. Remarkable, but that's Nikon, the new Nikon EM, affordable and practically foolproof.
Why just buy a camera when you can buy a Nikon?
When you shoot a lot of pool and bars, you want to stay fast and loose, and you don't want to get filled up. That's why I drink light beer from Miller. Got a third less calories than their regular beer, and it's less filling. Plus, the taste is great. And even though a lot of people don't think pool is strenuous, let me tell you something. You can work up a real good thirst, even when you're just showing off.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
May is Indy Month, the motor racing event of the year. And to help celebrate this national event, Goodyear is out to put you in the winner's circle with great tires that are going to make you and your car feel like a winner. To start off this national event, we're offering you great values on Goodyear's best-selling bias ply tire, the Power Streak. So come on in and see your Goodyear man and put yourself in the winner's circle at Goodyear.
It's something to see when the Pepsi generation plays the game. One flick of the wrist, it's a whole new twist, and football's not the same. Come on, come on, come on, and taste the Pepsi way. Generation, come on, and have a Pepsi day. All across the nation, and have a Pepsi day.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Exposed.
Extra, extra! Get all your favorite cereals! Get Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix all in one handy carton!
That's the Betty Crocker cereal tray. You can pick your pick right at the breakfast table. 10 individual-sized packages in all. Each holds just enough for one generous serving. You always have your own special package, and you always open a fresh package. Try it. The Betty Crocker cereal tray.
Get your Betty Crocker cereal tray! Get your Betty Crocker cereal tray! Get your Betty Crocker cereal tray!
Hey, Connie Burke, me and Miss Travis appreciate the lift. That's all right, Ashford. I was going past the Seminole office anyway.
Sergeant Burke drove slowly through the city street, dividing his attention between the traffic and the attractive girl who sat at his side. His pal, Michael Axford, was also in the front seat of the police car. Linda Travis had been a reporter for less than a week. She had gotten her job on merit. No one suspected that she had come from the West expressly to work for the Daily Sentinel, so she could give regular reports to Britt Reed's father, telling how Britt conducted himself as publisher of the influential newspaper.
How do you like working for the Sentinel, Miss Travis?
I like the work.
He likes the work better than the boss. Linda? You don't like Britt Reed? Why, most girls...
I didn't say that.
You see, Burke, Reed pinned her ears back a couple of times.
I don't like my ears pinned back.
He wanted to do some investigating on the Green Hornet, like I've been doing. And Reed told her to follow orders and let him worry about the Green Hornet. Oh, so that's why the two of you have been looking through all the records at Cops headquarters. Yeah, I've been sort of helping Linda.
I'm particularly interested in that
That crook?
I don't know about that.
About the Hornets being a crook? Holy crow, Linda. There's no doubt about it.
Axford, the biggest charges against the Hornet were 2 murders and extortion.
Different snakes, they don't come no bigger.
But he was cleared of 1 murder and the extortion charge when Pomeroy confessed.
Leaving the murder rap, that'll put the Hornet in the electric chair when he's caught. To say nothing of a string of robberies as long as you're armed.
Robin Hood was a bandit.
Hey, Burke, look at that lug up ahead. His license plate is dangling. I'd better speed up and warn him. That spalpeen, is he trying to race with me? Give him the siren. That I will. And you needn't tell me my business.
He's going faster.
Burke, now he can ticket him for speed. Step on it. What do you think this is? Hang on. I'll make him stop. I'll crowd him to the curb. Pull over there. Pull into the curb. Hey, it's Cliff Phelan. He's done time for counterfeit. Hey, now wait, listen. It's Cliff Phelan. How long since you got out of jail?
3 months, and you got nothing on me.
Now, take it easy. You don't have to get out of your car. I just want to know why you're running from us.
I wasn't. I was only...
Why are you so nervous, Phelan? You act like you were caught with the goods or something.
Get away from my car.
You're gone back into counterfeiting?
Keep out of there. You can't look into my car.
What you got in the back seat?
Stop it. Let me alone. You can't do that.
Hey, Burke, look. He's loaded down with labels for hair tonic and cold cream.
Let me go.
Hey, come back here. We want to talk to you.
He went into that alley.
Got away. By golly, Burke, he's guilty of something. And it must be connected with those labels for hair tonic and cold cream. There were 2 big cases full of labels in this car, Casey.
Did you tell Mr. Reed?
Sure. He's checking up with Gunnigan.
And I suppose Miss Travers is helping.
She's gone out. I don't know where she went.
Axford, you're on the track of something.
Who's that, Reed?
I think Phelan is involved in a new racket that's been operating in the city.
Yeah?
Some outfit's been making cosmetic and patent medicines, peddling them to small drugstores at very low prices.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, these crooks pay no licenses or fees. They use nationally advertised trade names and counterfeit labels.
Gosh, what a racket.
Then Cliff Phelan was counterfeiting the labels.
Oh, it wouldn't take an expert counterfeiter to do that.
No, but he'd be good at it.
Are the druggists in on the racket, Mr. Reed?
The district attorney can think so. He's questioned several of them. They buy the goods in job lots and pay cash. They thought they were buying warehouse surplus. They didn't know that the goods weren't genuine.
Is District Attorney Jordan working on the case?
Yes. Here, Miss Case, call this number, will you?
Yes, sir.
It's a cheap hotel known as Victory Arms. See if Phelan is registered there.
How'd you find out where he's living?
Checked on the registration of his car. Miss Travis has the license number.
That gal doesn't miss a trick.
What's that?
Hello? Do you have a Mr. Phelan registered there?
I got the license number, too. I suppose Burke will be checking the same as you.
He's registered, Mr. Reed, but he isn't in.
Well, thanks, Miss Case. That's all I want to know.
Thank you very much.
Reed, if the cops get Phelan, he'll probably spill everything.
The police will have a dragnet out. Axford, you cover headquarters. If Phelan is found, I want you on hand to get the story. I'll get going.
Okay, Reed. Leave it to me.
In that case, I'm going over to Phelan's hotel. I might be able to get into his room ahead of the police.
The Victory Arms was an old hotel with 3 floors and no elevators. As Britt Reed crossed the dingy linoleum-covered lobby, he saw a girl on duty at the telephone switchboard near the stairs. Much to his surprise, the girl was no stranger.
Linda, Miss Travis.
How do you do, Mr. Reed?
What are you doing here?
Running the switchboard. I gave the girl $20 to persuade me to let her take her place.
Yeah, but how did you
Your
manage...
city editor told me about Clip Phelan's racket. Are the police still looking for Phelan?
Yes. Have they been here?
Just left a little while ago. They found a lot of evidence in his room. Materials for printing labels.
I see.
I suppose you traced Phelan's car license.
Is that how you found out where he lives?
Of course. I thought I might learn about his friends or associates by taking the incoming calls.
Phelan hasn't been here?
No.
Miss Travis, did anyone give you this assignment?
No, Mr. Reed, it was my own idea. I was under the impression that an inside track might be of value in case there's a break in Phelan's case. As a matter of fact, I have a phone number for you.
You have?
The same man called 3 times since I came on the board. The last time he left a message, his name, and a number for Phelan to call as soon as he comes in. His name is Marquand.
Marquand.
Here's the number. I looked in the phone book, but there's no Marquand listed before such a number.
Oh.
There's probably a numerical phone book in the office. You can probably locate Marquand through that, if you're interested.
Did you tell the police anything about these calls?
Mr. Reed, I'm trying to work for the Sentinel. If we can locate Phelan, it should be good for a page 1 streamer in the credit line.
Travis, did you ever work for a newspaper?
No, sir.
You must have been very closely associated with a top-notch newspaperman.
That's as close to a compliment as you've come. Are you going to turn that phone number over to the police or go after circulation for the Sentinel?
I'll take charge of the phone number. You forget about it.
Mr. Reed, when I was at police headquarters, I made an interesting observation about the Green Hornet.
You did?
He's not nearly as bad as he's been painted. He's suspected of a lot of crimes, but there is really just one actual charge against him. The murder of John Stoddard.
Miss Travis, I told you not to worry about the Green Hornet.
But, Mr. Reed, I'm not worried. I'm just interested.
Britt realized that this was an exceptional girl. She was keen-minded, smart. Her interest in the Green Hornet might prove dangerous.
That when your paper offers a $25,000 reward, see how I'd like that cash.
Miss Travis, please concentrate on your newspaper job until you've mastered it. Then, if you want to go after that reward, I'll say nothing about it.
Very well. Shall I stay on this switchboard?
Yes, it's a good idea.
I'll have to bribe the relief operator when she comes on duty at 7.
You spend what's necessary and turn in an expense account. Now, if anything turns up and you can't reach me, call Axford. He'll be at police headquarters.
Yes, sir.
District Attorney Jordan is personally interested in the counterfeit cosmetic racket. He may come here to ask questions about Phelan. Don't let him know that you work for the Sentinel.
I understand.
Our next edition breaks the news that Phelan is being hunted. After that, things may happen fast.
Pittsburgh counterfeiter stopped by police. Evidence found in abandoned car. Here you are, sir. Dragnet out for Clip Phelan. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Central Express, Pittsburgh.
dirty building on the waterfront. It looked like an abandoned warehouse, but it wasn't as empty as it appeared. A large room at the rear had been equipped for the manufacture of certain items that were sold to drugstores. There were 3 men in that room, and they had seen the latest edition of the Daily Sentinel.
This headline will break things wide open.
I tell you, Marquand, it was a mistake to give that printing job to a rat like Phelan. If he's caught, he'll squeal.
Sanders right. I'll tell all he knows about it.
Boys, we have a good supply of labels. We don't need Phelan anymore.
Of course we don't.
He called me a little while ago. He knew the cops were after him. I told him to get out of town.
That's not good enough.
Hold on, Santa. Let me finish. He'll go to his room at the Victory Arms, pack his things, and clear out.
Cops are probably watching the hotel.
I warned him of that. I told him to enter his room by way of the fire escape in the window. I told him we'd meet him there to pay him off.
We owe him for that last batch of hair tonic labels.
We'll pay off with his gun. The one that killed John started.
The police have that murder charged to the Green Hornet.
Because we left a Green Hornet seal near Stoddard's body. Now, here's another seal. We'll pin Phelan's death on the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Boys and girls, we're going to town. I mean, Fun Town. Just listen to this. Each of the 10 separate boxes of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks in the Betty Crocker cereal tray is designed like a toy house or store. When you get these boxes, all you have to do is cut along the dotted lines, then fold, and presto, you've got a model toy city, complete with barbershops, drugstores, grocery stores, and houses. Not only that, but you also get cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things. Here in front of me is Baldy's Barber Shop. Next, a big grocery store and market. Down the street, the Spick Bakery. Next, a drugstore. Everything complete. Even storage sheds in back of buildings and awnings in front. All true to life in every detail. Best of all, different toy houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays. Just think of the fun you can have cutting out and setting up your own model city. Ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray. That's the handy cereal package with all 3 of your breakfast favorites. Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get yours now. Britt Reed's valet was the only living person who knew that the young publisher was also the Green Hornet. He was with Britt in the luxurious apartment.
Cato, I think this is going to be the night of nights.
Well, how is that, Mr. Britt?
There was a time when the police had a lot of crimes charged against the Green Hornet. Now, we've cleared up all but the John Stoddard murder.
Yes, sir.
Tonight, we may find the man who committed that crime.
The only clue was seal of Green Hornet.
A counterfeit seal, Cato. I think it was made by the gang that's been using counterfeit labels on fake cosmetics.
You have line on gang?
Clip Phelan was one of them. One of his pals tried to reach Clip by phone. He left a phone number. I traced that number and found an old warehouse on the waterfront. Looks deserted.
Well, you have examined the place?
I just came from there. It's not as empty as it seems. As soon as I get the mask and guns, we're going back. We're going inside and see if we can find a man named Marquand.
Britt Reed drove the Black Beauty, the sleek black car of the Green Hornet, toward the waterfront warehouse. Meanwhile, Linda Trappis was still on duty at the Victory Arms.
Victory Arms? No, sir, he hasn't been in.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, sir?
My name is Jordan. I'm the district attorney.
Oh. How do you do, sir?
I'd like to ask a few questions about Mr. Phelan.
The police have been here several times.
Yes, I know that, but I think...
Oh!
Those were shots.
What's going on upstairs?
I'll find out.
Miss, get back to your switchboard.
I was talking to you.
He's just a light clerk. There, that open door. That's Phelan's room.
He didn't come through the lobby. How did he get in?
Double crossing.
can't you see? He's been shot.
Steady, Phelan. Lean on me. I'll help you to the bed.
Oh, dear. This is terrible. Terrible. They came. That window. Fire escape.
Who? Lie down here. You, get some water.
Oh, yes, there's some right here. Get some Lambert Warehouse.
Lambert Warehouse? On Harbor Street?
Waterfront. Harbor Street.
Is he dead?
Yes, I guess so.
Look here on this table. It's the seal of the Green Hornet.
Oh,
The Green Hornet. Well, at last we have a clue, and I'm following it right away. The Lambert Warehouse.
I didn't know Phelan was in his room. Oh, the police will think I lied to
Listen
them.
to me. Call the police. Tell them Phelan is here, dead. And see that nothing is touched.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whatever you say.
Tell the police I've gone to the Lambert Warehouse to get the Green Hornet.
You, miss. You heard what he said. Get to the switchboard and call the police.
Get someone else to handle this job. I quit.
Wait, come back here. You can't quit. Come back, I tell you.
Linda Travis was outside the hotel when the district attorney got into his car and sped away. She hailed a cab.
Taxi! Take me to the waterfront as fast as possible.
Yes,
Let me out near Harbor Street.
Britt Reed didn't know that the district attorney, followed by Linda Travis, was heading for the Lambert Warehouse. He reached his destination, then backed the car of the Green Hornet into a driveway in readiness for a quick getaway. The Black Beauty faced the street and the warehouse on the opposite side.
The car will be all right here in the driveway. Won't be noticed.
The warehouse looks dark and deserted.
It's the way it's supposed to look. I'll bet we find activity inside.
The window is close to ground.
Break for us. I should open it. That does it. I'll go first.
I watch the street.
Come on, Cato. Hurry. Car's just turned into the block.
I'm in.
You're just in time. Cato, look. That car stopped at the curb just beyond the driveway. Come on this way. We got in here just in time. A little later, the man in that car would have seen us.
He getting out of car.
Great Scott. It's Jordan, the district attorney. We'd better get farther back.
Someone comes from rear building. Britt and Cato drew deeper into the dark warehouse and hid behind a crate when he heard someone come through a door. They saw shadowy forms coming from the rear as Jordan, the fighting district attorney, came through the open window. Then a flashlight beam speared Jordan.
Freeze, mister. You're covered.
It's Jordan, the DA.
Take his gun.
Yeah.
Who are you?
You'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, here's the rod. I get it.
The boss will want to talk to you, Jordan. Get going.
You got nerve forcing the window open. Didn't you ever hear of burglar alarms?
The window was wired, huh?
Sure. We knew the minute you opened it.
The minute I opened it.
I'll open the door.
We got him, Marquand. It's the DA in person.
Well, Jordan, what brings you here?
You may as well know it, Marquand. Pip Phelan lived long enough to talk. He squealed on you.
We did, eh?
Quite a place you have here. Regular cosmetic factory. Quite a racket. But hardly up to the Green Hornet. Which one of you is the Hornet?
So you sailed for that, eh? You think one of us is the Green Hornet?
You think we'd leave our trademark if that was true?
So you're not the Hornet.
We can counterfeit Hornet seals as well as cosmetic labels.
I see.
Boss, we better deal with him fast. If Phelan squealed before he died, the cops might be on the way.
All right, Gates. Take care of him. Sorry, Jordan, but you've got to go the way Phelan went.
We framed the Hornet for this murder, too?
Yeah. Here's the seal, and here's the gun. Use this pistol so the bullet will match up with the slugs that killed Phelan and John Stoddard.
You killed Stoddard?
What do you think?
And the Hornet wasn't guilty after all. I wonder how many other times he's been framed.
Not nearly as much as he's going to be in the future. Handy things, these little labels.
Where'll we do the job, Marquand?
Take him outside. Get a few blocks from here. Then shoot him.
Okay. You heard him, Jordan. We'll go out the window you came in.
No, you won't.
Huh?
Who's that mask?
A Hornet. I'll show you.
Oh, hey, he's got a pal.
Good work.
Oh, I got that one.
I'd use this gun on you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
Haymaker. You got all three of them.
That does it, Jordan.
But you... Where did you come from?
I'm the one who sounded the alarm by opening that window just ahead of you.
You saved my life.
Jordan, you heard what they said about the Stoddard murder.
Yes. And they have the murder gun. You'll be cleared, I'll promise you that. You saved my life. I've had you figured all wrong.
I wish you could plant that impression in the minds of some of the men at police headquarters.
Believe me, I'll do it.
Police are coming.
I sent word that I'd be here.
That's our cue to travel. Those are your prisoners, Jordan.
I promise you they'll get the works.
Meanwhile, Linda Travis had followed the district attorney in a taxi. She dismissed the driver, then watched as Jordan went through the warehouse window. A few moments later, she heard gunshots, then sirens. Police cars swung into the block from both sides and raced toward the place where the girl was waiting. Without thinking, she ran into the dark alley. She saw a parked car, leaped into the rear seat, and closed the door. She crouched to the floor to be out of the way of the shooting she was sure would follow. Then she heard running steps. The front door of the car jerked open.
Get in. I'll drive. Police cars are coming from both sides. We'll have to make a run for it. Hang on. The girl as she realized that she rode with the Green Hornet. There was no escape from the careening car that dashed through city streets, skidding through sharp turns. Then there was a fast, straight run and a sudden halt. The car had reached its destination. Linda heard a heavy door slide back. The car moved a short distance, halted, and the door closed. Weaponless, defenseless, the girl was trapped. How could she escape? Before she could gather her scattered senses, she heard...
I hope we have no more such close escapes.
I hope that story has been covered.
There was something familiar about that voice, but it was too incredible. Linda couldn't believe what she heard.
Axford was at headquarters. He must have gone out with the police. I'm going to... Keto, there's someone on the floor of the back seat. Come on, get out of there. Linda Travis.
And you, Britt Reed, you're the Green Hornet.
How did you find this car?
I followed the district attorney. When the police came, I thought they'd be shooting. I hid in the alley. There was a car, and I climbed in and crouched down, and then you came.
All the forces of law, the FBI, the newspapers, even Axford, I've dodged them all. And you have...
You're no more disappointed than I am. I suppose the answer is obvious. You've got to kill me.
The Green Hornet is not a murderer.
You can't let me go.
There's a $25,000 reward waiting for you. And I'm the guy who has to pay it. Ironic, isn't it?
Ironic? Yes. More ironic than you think. I can't accept the reward. I can't say a word about this.
What?
Oh, I don't know what to do. I've got to think.
What's the matter with you?
Matter? There's plenty the matter. I'm looking for your father. I've got to report to him. I've got to tell him that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
My dad sent you?
Yes. He wanted to know how you were doing. Oh, that grand, fine gentleman, when he hears...
Linda, I've got to think. I've got to figure this out, but not now. Keep this quiet for a little while.
Keep it quiet?
Just till tomorrow. Kate will take you home. We'll both think things over until morning. You see, I too think a lot of my father.
I'll say nothing to anyone until tomorrow. I'll see you at your office.
Very well. Then we'll decide what's to be done. Oh, am I in a jam now?
Let's select the Pittsburgh Green
listen. Every time you buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray, you're helping to add another stunning piece to your collection of beautiful silverware. Each Betty Crocker cereal tray gives you a valuable coupon. Save these coupons, and you're on your way to owning a complete set of the lovely Queen Vest pattern in lovely Oneida Community Silver Plate. Look for these coupons and details of this offer on the outside carton of the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Start saving silverware coupons now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. He is the champion runner of Possum Hollow. Brother, look at him go. He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats. Sure, Cheerios gives the kind of nourishment generations of Americans have grown up on. Youngsters really go for the shape of Cheerios, too. Cheerios looks like little letter O's. Remember, O stands for oats. That's what Cheerios is made from. Try Cheerios. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This is a George W. Trendle production, written by Fran Stryker and directed by Charles D. Livingston. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
VintageRadioshows.com.
VintageRadioshows.com.
If a man's favorite threads prematurely lose their threads, and the seams in his slacks seem to disappear, then he needs Panatella Clothes by Levi's Sportswear. Panatella slacks, blazers, and suits hold their great looks because they're sewn to the tough standards that made the Levi's name famous for durability. Panatella from Levi's Sportswear, where quality never goes out of style.
Hey, how'd you like some free gasoline when you fill up? I'd like it a lot. Change to Quaker State Sterling Motor Oil.
You're telling me an oil change
will get you better gas mileage.
See, Quaker State Sterling is a different kind of oil.
Specially blended to lubricate better than regular oils. Less friction, so your engine will work less hard.
And use less gasoline.
It'll be like getting extra gas for free. Change to Quaker State Sterling. It's like getting free gas with every tankful.
Simonize announces a new car wax that not only beads up the rain, but also stands up to the sun. Introducing Simonize Shines Like the Sun. The new premium car wax that starts brighter, stays brighter than the leading premium wax. Come rain or come shine. Use Simonize Shines Like the Sun. It starts brighter, stays brighter than the leading premium wax.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and the hearty Hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the Lone Ranger fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. But he did more than bring law and order to a lawless frontier. The man who needed a fresh start in life could always count on the Masked Rider's help. And from the stories that have come down to us through the generations, we know that he was the greatest champion of justice in the history of the early West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Big Pine! Oh, Silver! Away! The loungers in front of the cafe at Big Pine watched with interest while a well-dressed stranger tried to control his spirited horse.
Whoa, killer. Whoa there. Quiet down, bless you. Quiet. Whoa, killer.
Having trouble, stranger?
There's some horse you got there.
Mean-looking critter, ain't he?
Sure has got a powerful look about him.
Need some help, mister?
He's all right now. I can handle him.
What was it you called your horse, stranger?
Killer. Why?
Oh, just wondered. Kind of a funny name for a horse, ain't it?
He's earned it.
Yeah? Killed somebody, did he?
Yes. By the way, I'd advise you fellas to stay away from him. Get too close to him, there's likely to be trouble. I won't be responsible for anything that may happen.
Hey, now, mister. You take us for a bunch of greenhorns? Think we don't savvy horses?
Not this one you don't.
Just what do you mean by that?
This is a Montana horse. He doesn't like Texans. Where he comes from, he's used to men who know how to ride. Texans just irritate him.
Hey, that sounded to me like something plain insulting.
Yes?
Just what's your handle, stranger?
Palmer's my name.
Well, Palmer, was you insinuating us Texans ain't the horsemen they are up Montana way?
I thought that was well known.
Well, I'll be switched. Now, look here, mister, you can't stay out of this heat. I'll handle this, smart Alec. All right, mister. Suppose you explain yourself. Just where'd you get a fool notion like that?
So it's a fool notion, huh? Well, I can prove it.
How?
In Montana, there are half a dozen men who can ride killer here. Well, I've been in Texas almost 6 months and still haven't found anybody who can stay on top of him. What more proof do you want?
You ain't found nobody to ride this horse?
That's what I said, isn't it?
By thunder, you got any objection to me trying?
Don't be a fool, man. He'll cripple you.
Stand aside.
But I tell you, this horse...
So no Texan can ride the critter, huh? Well, I'm going to make you eat them words right now. That's talking, Sheriff. Show him he don't know what he's talking about. Ride that horse into the ground for him. Go ahead, Sheriff. Show him what riding really is. You bet I will.
I'm warning you.
Save your warnings for them as needs them. Stand still, you maverick. Here goes. Watch out! There he goes!
Catch the horse before the sheriff's trampled.
Hey, look at him rear up to get at him with his hoofs. Catch him! Hold on to him! He's a killer for sure!
Stand still, killer. Whoa, fella, whoa!
You all right, Sheriff? You get hurt? Give me a hand, will you? Up with you.
I'm sorry about this, Sheriff, but I tried to warn you.
The blazes with your warning. I was throwed, but I'm still here to say that kidder can be rode, even if I ain't the feller to do it. I ain't the best horseman around here, and I never claimed to be. There's others that'll ride him, even if I can't.
Anybody can talk big when he doesn't mean to back it up.
Huh?
Who's your best rider in this district?
The best rider? Why, let me see. If you're looking for the best bronc buster around here, that's him coming this way right now. By thunder, yes. Bill Stedman. Bill! Hi there, Bill!
Want me, Sheriff?
Come here.
Well, what's up?
Bill, here's a number that says Texans can't ride. I'm admitting this here horse of his just now throwed me. But I'm maintaining that don't prove nothing. Now, how's about it? You think you can do it?
Well, I'd be willing to try.
Then climb into the saddle and show him.
Sure, I'll ride it.
Well?
This isn't strictly fair. In the first place, my horse has carried me a long ways today. He's tired. In the second place, he's already thrown one of you. Of course he can be ridden if you're going to have one man after another try it until one of you stays on. Any horse would weaken in time.
Then what's your notion of what's fair?
How about postponing this until tomorrow sometime? Say, tomorrow afternoon.
That all right with you, Bill?
Well, sure. Why not? And how about making this interesting? In Montana, we're always willing to back up our opinions.
Meaning just what?
But I've got $1,000 that isn't doing anything just now. I'll wager all of it or any part of it that you care to cover on my horse. But, of course, if you haven't the courage of your conviction...
Well, blast you. I'll take 100 of that myself. There, you hear that? Mister, I reckon you're cold.
Or how much?
Put up your 1,000, and I'll guarantee every dollar of it will be covered.
Good enough. And the time?
Suit yourself. Any time you name is all right with us.
Right
now, if you say so.
Very well. I've got some business to attend to, so the later in the day, the better. How about 5 in the afternoon?
Bill can make it. It's all right with me.
I can be there. I suppose there'll be quite a crowd on hand to watch.
Just everybody in town, mister.
Then how about holding this contest on those flats I noticed just south of town? Any objection?
Well, that's the place I was going to suggest myself.
I won't insist this man here has to make the ride. You're free to choose anyone you wish. If he's thrown, I win. If he rides killer, you win. There's no second chance for either side.
Fair enough. By tonight, mister, I'll have your bet covered. And by tomorrow night, you're going to know there's at least one gent in Texas your horse can't throw.
Word of the coming contest circulated throughout town, and the townspeople talked of nothing else. Tonto rode into Big Pine to purchase supplies, heard the news, and repeated it to his white friend when he returned that night to their well-hidden camp.
You got look at this fellow who calls himself Palmer, Tonto?
Me get good look.
He's the same fellow who went under the name of Ridgeway at Center Springs, eh?
Not right.
And he must also be the same fellow who called himself Taylor that time over in New Mexico.
Not right.
I've been thinking back over those stories we heard, Kemosabe, and I'm glad we're here for the contest.
Why, glad?
I've got an idea that Palmer, or whatever his name is up to something more than winning bets. He does the same thing wherever he goes. It's easy to get men into arguments about horses and their ability to ride them, and it's easy to mention bets and arrange a contest.
Not right.
From what I've heard, Palmer doesn't always win. He lost that time in New Mexico.
But him win other times.
Maybe he wins more often than he loses. I couldn't say. But I do know one thing.
What that?
Every time he staged one of these contests, there's been a holdup in town.
Me not know that.
And it didn't occur to me until I started thinking back. It's true, however. Why couldn't Palmer arrange these contests not so much to win any bets that might be made, but to get everyone out of town to watch the contest?
That'd be plenty smart.
Yeah, that's what he does. Of course, those holdups may have been just coincidence, but I doubt it. A holdup every place he holds a contest is too much to blame on luck. And the fact that he changes his name each time makes it look as though he doesn't want to be traced. He always seems to travel alone, but that doesn't prove anything. He'd naturally not allow himself to be seen with the fellows who perform the actual robberies. That way, no one would ever think of connecting him up with the robbery unless they knew what had happened at the other places where he'd been. He's always careful to keep these contests spaced far enough apart, so there's little danger of that.
You tell law?
If the sheriff wouldn't believe me, I'd just be wasting my time. And if he did believe me, he'd simply call off the contest and tell Palmer to get out of town. After all, there's no proof against the fellow.
Not right.
No, Kemosabe, we'll say nothing. But if Palmer is a crook, we'll attend to him ourselves.
The following morning, the cafe was crowded with townsmen and men from the range who had come to town to witness the contest. The Lone Ranger, without his mask but wearing a disguise, circulated among them, keeping watch on Palmer, who was a center of interest.
You really think your horse can't be rode, mister? You sure made a mistake when you bet against Bill Stedman.
I've made my bet. I think that speaks plainly enough of the way I feel.
You'll be feeling a heap different tonight. Howdy, Palmer.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
Your horse feeling frisky today?
He's all right.
Too doggone bad for you that you didn't ask some questions around before you put up your cash so free and easy. If you knowed a little more about Bill Stedman, maybe you wouldn't have wanted to bet.
Yes?
Bill ain't only the best rider around Big Pine, he's one of the very best in the whole state. He's won more top honors at rodeos round and about than you could shake a stick at.
That's interesting.
Thought you'd find it so.
Nevertheless, I'm not backing out. Maybe Killer can be ridden by one of your men. I still doubt it, however. And even if I were convinced that he could be, the bet would stand. I don't renege.
Well, neither do we. What the?
Bill Stedman's been hurt.
What's that you said?
Come on outside. Stage just come in and some bum nearly walked in front of it. Bill twisted his back, throwing the fellow out of the way. Bill's right outside now.
Well, I'll
I'll be blasted. Come on, men. If Bill's hurt, there goes our $1,000.
There ain't another ride around here half as good as Bill is.
Shucks, if he can't ride, we might just as well give up.
Wouldn't that just be our luck? Wonder how bad hurt Bill is.
There he is.
Bill, did we get this straight? Did you go and hurt your back so you can't ride?
Reckon I did, Sheriff. Back aches to beat glory. I'm just sitting here till the doc can come.
But how in blazes did it happen?
I guess it was my fault, Sheriff.
Who are you?
Limpy's what they call me, Sheriff.
A hobo, huh?
Oh, I ain't no hobo.
You got a job?
No.
You got cash?
I'm flat broke just now, but I'm looking...
If you're broke and you ain't got a job, then what do you call yourself if you ain't a bum? And just cause Bill was fool enough to try to save your worthless hide, we're going to be out $1,000.
Oh, please.
My thunder, I'll help you.
But...
Oh, Sheriff, now, it wasn't his fault. Shucks, he couldn't help it none. And I couldn't just stand by and watch him get run over.
Why in blazes did you get in front of the stage?
It was my leg, Sheriff.
Huh?
Well, it goes bad on me every once in a while. That's why they call me Limpy. And, well, it's why I ain't been able to get regular work.
So you had to choose a time like this for your fool leg to go bad on you again, huh?
But honest, I didn't...
Well, there goes the contest. We might just as well call the whole thing off.
Which is just what I expected.
Huh?
I had you sized up as a bunch of cheap sports when I first came here.
As
I remember when the bet was made, nothing was said about any one particular person making the ride. I told you could choose anyone you wished. Even if the man you chose is injured, I don't see why the bet should be called off.
Who said it was?
You just now suggested
Mister,
that
when a Texan makes a bargain, he keeps it.
Neither one of us said we wanted to crawl out of it.
We'll go through with it even if we do have to lose.
Sheriff.
Well, what do you want?
I can ride. I'm a real good rider.
You? You call yourself a horseman?
I'm real good. Honest, I can...
Fellas, look at what thinks he can ride a mean horse. Look at him. He can't hardly stand up. But he figures we ought to risk our $1,000 on him.
Oh, but please, if you just give me a chance to show you. Maybe I could make up for what I'd done. You said all this was my fault.
And so it is. But you've done enough damage already.
Then just let me
There's only one thing I'll let you do, and that's clear out of town.
But...
Didn't you hear me? Get going before I jail you for being a vagrant. Go on. Get going and keep going.
You ain't wanted in Big Pine, mister.
All you mean to us is bad luck.
You heard the sheriff. Now clear out. And pronto.
Well, if you'd only give me a chance...
You've got your chance. You better take it before we make you sorry.
All right.
Limpy.
Mister, I didn't mean no harm. Honest, I didn't. I'm going if you want me to.
Don't misunderstand me. You say you can ride?
I can. I'm a real good rider.
You want to prove it?
I'll prove it. Sure I will if you give me a chance.
Then come with me. You'll get your chance. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was at noon that Palmer borrowed a horse and rode out of town. He headed west until he was sure he had not been followed. Then he left the trail and rode toward a small woods in the distance. 20 minutes later, he drew rein in a clearing.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Go, Sage Buff.
We was just staying out of sight till we were sure it was you, boys.
But we figured you ought to be coming along pretty soon.
Everything's fixed.
Yeah. What time's it to be?
At 5 o'clock. On the flats south of town. And you can take my word for it, there won't be a man, woman, or child in town who can leave.
Sounds all right.
What have you got lined up for us?
The office of the stage line. I understand there's bullion stored there, waiting for a special stage that'll leave tomorrow. We'll clean up plenty on this.
The stage office, huh? That's just fine.
At 5 o'clock, we take over.
And now then, I'll have to be getting back. Boys, when we leave Big Pine, this will be one town that's stripped clean.
In the meantime, at the camp of the Lone Ranger and Tonto, not far distant, Limpy reined in Scout.
Oh, Scout! Whoa there, boy. Whoa.
Limpy, you weren't just boasting. You can ride.
Him ride heap good. Yeah, I should be able to. I've worked around horses all my life.
Scout has never permitted anybody to ride him before unless Tonto said it was all right.
Well, I don't mind admitting he put up the best tussle I ever had with a horse, too. And if you'd asked me to ride that white horse of yours there, well, I ain't so sure but what I'd have had to back out.
How does it happen that a man who can ride like you do can't hold a job?
Well, you see, friend, it was a horse trampling me that gave me my bad leg.
No?
My home's over near the Brazos, at least the way it was. I had me place of my own over there. Raised and sold nothing but horses. Then had a lot of tough luck and lost it.
I don't like that nickname of yours.
Limpy?
Yes, what's your real name?
Sam Bowers, friend. And as for the nickname, well, I don't care so much for it myself, but it don't do no good to get mad about things like that.
Well, we'll call you Sam.
Oh, thanks.
Do you think you could ride that horse?
Say, you sure don't think he's the equal of Scout here, do you?
I know he's not.
Then you just bet I can ride him, and without half trying, neither.
Then you will.
Huh? Oh, but the sheriff said
I know what the sheriff said, but that doesn't matter. Sam, you're not only going to ride that horse and win their bet for the townspeople, you're going to help catch some crooks as well. When Palmer had said that every man, woman, and child would be on hand for the contest that afternoon, he had not been exaggerating. By hinting that Texans were not the equal of other Westerners in horsemanship, Palmer had aroused the indignation of every resident of Big Pine and the surrounding countryside. Victory became to them a matter of personal pride. Long before 5 o'clock, they began making their way to the flats where the contest was to be held. And when the time approached, the place was crowded. Sheriff! Where's the sheriff?
Here I am. What do you want?
You holding the stakes?
Sure I am. Any objection?
None at all. I just wanted it clearly understood that I expect to be paid off as soon as your man has been thrown.
You will be, mister, if he's thrown. Only don't be too doggone sure about that ahead of time. Maybe you'll get surprised.
Stedman isn't riding, is he?
Nope, but we got the next best fella.
Where is he? It's almost 5 now. I want this run off exactly on time.
He's right over there by your horse. Come along, I'll introduce you to him.
Lead the way.
Judd.
Yeah?
This here's Palmer. He owns this horse you're going to ride. Palmer, meet up with Judd Tebbets.
Howdy.
How do you do? Think you can ride Killer, huh?
Suppose we get down to business. You can tell a heap better when I make my try than you can from any talking I could do.
Well, perhaps you're right. But according to my watch, it's just 5. Ready, are you?
Just as ready as I'll ever be.
Let's get at it. I'll hold Killer while you're mounting. That's the only way you'd ever get in the saddle. And,
Yeah?
Well, all I wanted to say is that you're doing this at your own risk. I don't expect to be held responsible if you're injured.
Mister, don't you trouble to worry about me. None at all. Just grab that horse, hold on till I'm in the saddle, then get out of the way. 'Cause the fur sure be flying.
Stand back, folks. Make room so you won't be hurt. Judd's ready to ride. Get way back, everybody. That's right. Now stay like that and don't get in the way. All right, Judd, you can get in the saddle now. What's that? Well, I'll be switched. It's a masked man.
A crook.
Stand back. Make way for him. He's coming right here.
Who's that in the saddle with him?
Why, that hobo I told to leave town. Hey, rein up there and elevate your hands up.
You'll do nothing.
I'm the law here.
This man's going to ride Palmer's horse. Sam, get out of the saddle.
Yes, sure thing.
Sheriff, listen to me. This man can ride Palmer's horse. I'll guarantee it. He'll ride the horse and win your wages for you.
By thunder, you raise your hands like it was told. Where do you think you get off with any such nonsense?
I'm not raising my hand. And don't slap leather.
That's wrong.
One move toward your holster again and I shoot. Is that clear?
You got me covered, but you ain't going to get away with this.
I think I am.
Hold on. Sheriff, I protest this. this fella rides killer, the bets are off. I said... Yesterday, you were the first one to say the bet stood. When Stedman was injured, Palmer, the bet still stands, no matter who tries to ride your horse. How about it, Sheriff? Now, look here,
The masked man is right that much anyhow. You ain't going to get out of this, Palmer, no matter who rides your horse. I can't stop this fellow from trying it, so I don't intend to lose out if he can stick in the saddle.
But no arguments. You ready, Sam?
Anytime you say.
Then hold the horse for him, Palmer.
You
do
can.
as I say. I'll do it. I still protest this. Hold still, boy. Steady, fella. Steady. Into the saddle, Sam.
I'm set. Let him loose.
Right. But while Big Pine was almost deserted, Palmer's two Confederates, Buff and Osage, reined up before the office of the stage line, dismounted, and walked up the steps to the door.
We'll make this quick. Get the bullion, then make tracks. Right. But don't go for your gun till I do.
Afternoon, gents.
Afternoon.
Didn't figure anybody'd be calling here with all the doings outside town. What can I do for you?
All alone here, are you?
Yeah, but...
And stick up your hands.
Don't get no fool notions or we'll have to drill you.
What the... Reach!
This is a hold-up.
Crooks. Right. What we're after is that bullion you got stored here. Don't waste time trying to tell us there ain't none, because we know better. It's in that safe right behind you. Now get it out.
You blasted...
And
keep your mouth closed. The law will get you for this. You can't rob the stage line and get away with it. Come on, open that safe.
Quick.
All right. All right. And remember, we're watching you every second. You make the mistake of trying to... What was that?
Church. Mister, you get that gold and get it in a hurry. We're clearing out of here.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
While the crowd cheered wildly, Sam Bauer stuck to the saddle of Palmer's horse. But the same shots that Palmer's Confederates heard in town could be heard out on the flats. At the sound, the masked man shouted,
That's Tonto. Can you guide the horse, Sam?
I'm his boss, and he knows it.
Then ride for town. Follow me.
Get up there, fella. Get up.
Come on, Silver. Come on.
Hey, come back here.
Sheriff, they're stealing my horse. Take after them.
Get to your horses, men. Hurry up. Get to your horses. We're bringing them fellers back. All right, steady, fella. Yep. Come on. They're heading into town. Get up. Get up, guys. Get up. Get up. Get up.
With the sheriff and Palmer in the lead, the angry townspeople, thinking they had been tricked, followed in pursuit of the masked man and his companion. They thundered into town and down the main street toward the stage office. But as they kept the masked man in sight, they saw something that surprised them. The Lone Ranger and Sam were joined by an Indian, and the three raced on until they overtook two madly spurring strangers. Then they heard the sound of firing.
Look at there, Sheriff. What in thunder's going on? Fight of some kind. They've made them other two fellas stop. Come on, now's our chance. We'll catch up to them before they can get started again.
It don't look to me as though they're even trying to get away. Looks just as though they was waiting for us.
Holding guns on them first two gents besides. What in blazes is this all about?
We'll soon find out. Stay where you are. We got you. You tried to get away and we let you have it.
We're waiting for you, Sheriff.
Rein up, fellas, and keep these hombres covered. You're under arrest.
These are the men you want to arrest, Sheriff. They just held up and robbed the office of the stage company. You'll find the gold bullion they stole in their saddlebags.
Search them. But look here, stranger.
Tonto here fired those shots you heard a few minutes back. Those shots were a signal we've been waiting for. It meant these fellas were carrying out the holdup they had planned. Palmer one move and I fire.
Hey, what are you picking on him for?
He's the man who planned the holdup. Why, you low-down coyote. Quiet. Sheriff, we knew there'd be a holdup, because everywhere Palmer promoted one of these riding contests, there was a holdup in town at the same time. If you doubt that, I'll give you the names of half a dozen towns where you can check. And in each one of those towns, Palmer went by a different name.
That's not so. Don't believe a word he's saying. He's just trying to trick you.
Your game's up, Palmer. These fellas don't talk. It won't take the sheriff long to investigate and learn the truth.
Stay right where you are, Palmer. I reckon we can get at the truth right now. You fellas.
What?
You're caught dead to rights. Now, do you want to tell the truth about this? Or do you want me to turn you over to these fellas here to deal with you any way they want?
We ought to string them up. The Injun part is just what they got coming.
No, you can't have this. You got to give us a trial. It was Palmer planted, Sheriff. We was working with him. Give us a fair trial and we'll testify to the whole thing.
You dirty squealer! Hold on to him, man.
I got him. He makes a break for it, I'll drill him.
Take him over to the calaboose and lock him up.
There's something else, too, Sheriff.
Well, what's that?
Sam here has told me his story. He hasn't been able to get work because no one would let him prove he could handle a real job. I think after the ride he gave Palmer's horse today, he proved plenty, besides winning your bets for you.
That was as fine a piece of riding, mister, as I ever seen.
Do you think maybe somebody'd give me a job, Sheriff? I'd work real hard.
You got a job, Sam, with me. You're hired right now. Get your horse and saddle and come out to my place.
But I ain't got a horse. I had to sell it a while back.
You ain't got a horse? What's the matter with the one you're riding?
But this belongs to Palmer.
And where he'll be from now on, he won't have no more use for a horse than I'd have for a plug hat. Sam, that horse is yours. And I'm apologizing for the things I said to you yesterday in town.
Gosh.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Look! Wow! It's the Chief!
Meet the Chief, the four-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee Chief. Jeep country is where he roams.
Here he comes.
The Chief's rugged enough to handle almost any terrain.
Look at the size of him.
With huge all-terrain tires, massive frame and suspension at high ground clearance.
He's a brute.
But beautiful.
You'll know him by his markings. The Chief.
Sure seems friendly.
The Jeep Cherokee Chief. We wrote the book on four-wheel drive.
Meet the only stealer with a tougher body than mine.
You're looking at one stealer that can dish it out, and one stealer that can take it.
Uniroyal presents the Steeler Radial. It's built tough with 2 steel belts, and it's tough to beat when you look at its price, from about $45.
When it comes to keeping his feet, there's only one stealer I can't beat.
The Uniroyal Steeler. You want a tough tire at a price that's fair? You want Uniroyal there.
Wednesday, on a special 2-hour 8 is Enough, David says goodbye to Janet and Sacramento. Then, on Vegas, Dan falls for a body he's guarding.
Has to tonight.
But finds his own body on the line, right after the 8 is Enough special.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Starred Times. If you want adventure plus a little payoff, register at the Morris Hotel as John Johnson. As soon as you've done that, take a seat in the lobby and wait to be paged. Don't ask any questions. Just follow instructions and you'll find $500. Just follow instructions and you'll find $500 waiting for you. Don't ask any questions, the letter said. I didn't. Not at first. But there were plenty that needed answering before this was wrapped up.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Round Robin.
Good morning, Morris Hotel.
I'd like to make a reservation, please.
Certainly double or single room.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Holliday,
What, Susie?
do you want a double or single room at the Morris Hotel?
Oh, make it a single.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, madam.
That's a single room, please. It's for Mr. John Johnson, and he'll be in this afternoon before 2.
Thank you. We'll hold the reservation until that time.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, that's that, Mr. Holliday.
Mm-hmm. What a phony name. John Johnson. Why not Smith or Brown or Jones?
You know, Mr. Holliday, it could just be that name is genuine.
5 will get you 10. The name is a phony.
Well, maybe. Anyway, there'll be a reservation for you. Oh, do you want me to wait here till you get back?
Susie, how many times have you said that? And how many times have you waited a long, long time?
Lots of times. Oh, Mr. Holliday, I only hope that someday the wait isn't forever.
That makes 2 of us. Okay, Susie, I'm off to the Morris Hotel, thinly disguised in name only as Mr. John Johnson. I registered at the Morris Hotel, signed the card as John Johnson, picked out a nice seat in the lobby and waited. 10 minutes went by, then 15. And it was easily a half hour before I became aware that a name was being called by a bellhop.
Mr. John Johnson. Paging Mr. John Johnson. Mr. John Johnson, please.
Here you are, boy.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, that's the name I registered under, son.
Thank you, sir. A message for you.
Oh, thank you. Here you are.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Want me to wait for an answer, sir?
I don't know. I'll tell you in a minute. No, there's no answer.
Very good, sir. And thank you again, Mr. Johnson.
I was about to ask the boy who sent the message, but I figured that would be useless. What good would it do me? So I did what the note said, went to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of room 502.
Yes? Who is it?
John Johnson. It's Mr. Johnson.
I heard you the first time. Come in. You didn't waste any time, did you? Punctual to the second.
I always try to be prompt. It pays.
Yes, especially in your profession.
My profession?
What you want is on the dresser. Take it and get out before I change my mind.
On the dresser? This?
Yes. Well, aren't you going to open it?
Should I?
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you?
To tell you the truth, I'm not at all sure of anything at the moment. However, since we've apparently concluded our business, I may as well go.
Yes, please do. No. Wait. Don't go out that door.
Oh, the lady carries a Luger. Isn't that rather large for your handbag?
I'm not going to let you get away with it, no matter what the result.
Well, look, maybe we'd better get something straight.
I've just straightened things out in my own mind.
Oh, how nice. Now let's get around to my mind. What'll we do about it?
You're so sure of yourself, but I'm not going to let you do it. You wouldn't stop with the necklace. You'd hold me up again and again. Well, I'm not going to let you. I'm going to kill you.
Maybe you'd better listen first.
There's nothing you can say.
Lady, look, with the Luger muzzle putting a period right between my eyes, there's a lot I can say. I'd like to filibuster a little.
You're insane. How can you stand there and speak like that?
It's easy.
Now stay away.
Please, lower the gun just a little.
Don't come any closer. You filthy...
Don't go after it. Let it lie on the floor.
I should have killed you right away.
Please, sit down.
Get out.
Sit down. Now, here, take this package.
You're giving it back?
Yes, I'm giving it back.
Who are you?
Here, take a look at this letter. While you're reading it, I'll get out a few proofs of who I am. Driver's license, auto club card, a couple of letters.
I don't understand this.
Obviously you don't. Here. Now take the gun. Still want to use it?
Who sent this letter to you?
Apparently someone who wanted me to collect this package from you.
someone who didn't want to pick it up himself or herself.
But why?
I don't know. Maybe we'll pick up an answer to that after you've explained a few things. For example, what's in the package?
A diamond necklace.
Yours?
My husband's. It was his mother's. He gave it to me for a wedding present.
Okay. Now, who are you?
Mrs. Therese Clemens. That doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
No. But go on with your explanation.
The necklace was blackmail payment. I have no money of my own.
Blackmail, huh? And you thought I was the black sheep in the case?
Yes, the last letter I received said I was to come here and wait, then deliver the necklace to a Mr. John Johnson.
And I was to wait until someone asked me for the package.
I don't understand why there are all of these elaborate precautions.
Do you have any idea who's blackmailing you?
Of course not.
And a little delicate subject. Why?
Does that matter?
No, I suppose not. It's your business.
Mr. Holliday, I have a 16-year-old daughter. I was willing to pay for her sake.
Oh? You were also willing to kill me for her sake.
I wouldn't have done it. I was trying to frighten you into letting me alone.
Mm-hmm. Look, Mrs. Clements, I've got an idea.
An idea? What do you mean?
No one knows what has happened in this room but you and me. Now, suppose I were to walk out of here with this package. The blackmailer would assume I had the necklace. He'd come after me, wouldn't he?
You'd do that?
Why not? I don't like blackmailers. They remind me of leeches and things that crawl.
Why would you do this for me?
Let's say it's the Luger.
The Luke?
Uh-huh. I also hate pearl-handled revolvers. This one is very businesslike.
What will you do?
Walk out of here and out of the hotel without waiting for further instructions from our mysterious letter writer. Oh, meanwhile, give me your address.
Yes, here. Here's my card.
Okay. Now we'll see who puts his dirty little neck into our trap. So I walked out of the Morris Hotel with a fake package tucked under my arm. I hurried away, jumped into a cab, and had the driver double back and forth through the streets while I kept looking back. Yes, there was someone following in another cab. And whoever it was thought I was trying the old trick of shaking a shadow. Well, that was fine with me because I was going to let him keep right on me. So I got out of my cab, ducked into a coffee shop, and sat at a table, waiting. Not for long, though. My boy got out of his cab and walked in. I waited until he passed my table and... Sorry. I guess I stuck my feet out too far. Did you hurt yourself?
No, not at all. It's okay. Forget it.
But I don't want to forget it. I'm fully covered by insurance. You might have to be treated for shock.
Look, mister, I said it was okay. Let's forget the whole thing.
Have some coffee with me.
No, thanks.
But I insist. Coffee's a good stimulant. You look a little pale. Maybe you're hurt worse than you think.
What are you, a wise guy?
No, you can think of something better than that. That crack went out with high-button shoes.
Let go of my arm.
Sit down.
I'll call the cops.
Please do. Right out the window, there's a large blue policeman. Tap on the window will get his attention.
Okay, you're a lunatic. I'll sit down.
Oh, good. Cream and sugar?
What's the idea?
I was going to ask you the same thing. This what you're looking for?
I don't know what you're talking about.
This package for Mrs. Clements.
You're nuts. I gotta go now.
No, I think I'll call a cop.
Okay, mister, call a cop. That one right outside.
You wouldn't mind?
Not at all. Here, take a look at these.
What are they?
Credentials. I'm a licensed operative for a private detective agency.
Are these on the level?
Why don't you check and find out?
I will.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take off.
With me?
Why don't you get lost?
With you. Come on, lead me to your private detective agency. I'm a very curious man.
This way, Holliday. We'll see the boss.
What's his name?
Barrett. Mr. Barrett. In here. Mr. Barrett?
Yeah, Phil. Who's that?
The guy you wanted me to pick up at the Morris Hotel.
Well, why bring him here? All you had to do is pick up a package from him.
Maybe you better ask him all about it.
Okay, I'll take it from here.
That suits me. See you later.
You. Close the door and come in. I assume you meant me. Mm-hmm.
All right, let me have the package.
First, did you write this letter to me?
Yeah, I did. Now you want your 500.
No. No, you keep it.
What?
I said you keep it. As payment for giving me an answer to something.
Like what?
Did you know what was going to be in this package?
Going to be.
This one is nice and empty.
What's the double cross for?
For blackmail.
What are you yammering about?
Aren't you the nice, innocent boy?
Cut it out. I was willing to pay you for a job.
And I want to know why you had me pick up the package instead of one of your own men.
Client's instructions. Confidential.
You mean your client requested you to have the package picked up by me?
Yeah.
Who's your client?
Sure. I'd tell you, just like that. Look, I didn't like the deal in the first place, but I was getting paid and I didn't ask questions.
Can you prove what you're saying?
To you?
Yes.
I don't have to.
Yeah, that's true. But you might have to prove it to the police.
Look, I've got a license to run this agency, and I run it straight. So far, I've had no trouble with the force.
So far? So far.
What's that crack for?
I don't believe you're telling the truth.
No? Yeah, take a look at these, and then say that again. Here, a letter telling me to get you to pick up the package at the Morris Hotel. Your ad cut out of the Star-Times.
And you won't tell me who your client is?
No.
Not even if I told you that package is worth about $100,000?
Not even then.
Aren't you even curious?
I never get curious.
Not even about blackmail?
What?
Now you're going to tell me you didn't know your client was set up to squeeze a blackmail payment.
No, I didn't know.
Well, it's true. There was a diamond necklace. It was blackmail payment. Or it was to be.
Oh,
now you get hysterical. Is blackmail so funny?
No, it's not. But, brother, it's going to be.
What do you mean by that?
None of your business. Look, you got in this on a rain check. Well, the rain's over.
Meaning I'm out?
Exactly. I'll take it from here.
On what?
On what my client pays me. And something tells me the ante's going up.
Now back to Round Robin, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
This was getting to be a round robin, with me chasing the robin and getting nowhere. It was obvious that Barrett's client didn't want to come out in the open. Barrett told me he had never seen the client, but worked through mailed instructions. Well, there was another way to go at this. See Mrs. Teresa Clements and try to find a lead from there. And if there was none, to bow out and let the police take over. So later that evening, I sat with Mrs. Clements in the library of her home.
No, I don't know who it is. I've no idea who's doing it, Mr. Holliday.
Look, why don't you go to the police?
I can't. For a few moments in the hotel, I've had a little courage.
We'll have some more. Don't you see, Mrs. Clements, a blackmailer never stops. Once he gets his hooks in, he keeps them in.
What will I do?
Go to the police, I told you.
And have the whole nasty thing come out? My daughter, my husband? I can't.
It's the only way. You'll have to risk it.
Mr. Holliday, I want to tell you something. I don't love my husband, but I do love my daughter. It's only for her sake.
All right, but you're making a mistake. And I don't want to be in a...
Shh. Wait.
Who's that?
Charles, my husband.
How will you explain me here?
I'll take care of it. Now, please don't say anything, please.
All right.
Therese, where are you, dear?
We're in here, the library, Charles.
Therese, I want you to... Oh,
Charles, this is Mr. Holliday. Mr. Holliday, my husband, Charles.
how do you do?
My pleasure, Mr. Clements.
Am I intruding?
No, Mr. Holliday's an old friend.
Oh, of course. By the way, Therese, there was a letter for you on the table in the hallway. I brought it for you.
Thank you.
Here you are. Will you stay for dinner, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Clements. I dropped in for only a few minutes, just to say hello.
Well, if you'll excuse me. Glad to meet you, Holliday.
Thank you. I hope to see you again. Mrs. Clements, what's the matter?
Look, this letter, it's from...
The blackmailer.
Yes, my last chance, he says.
Mail the necklace to general delivery, box 18. Your last chance.
I've got to do it.
The envelope's postmarked 2:30 this afternoon. Sent special delivery.
What will I do?
Mail the necklace if you want to.
Is there anything left for me?
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
It has to be.
All right, Mrs. Clemens. Goodbye. Things were beginning to get a little clearer, but there was still a lot of muddy water in the way, and quite a bit of it was being stirred up by Mr. Barrett. I called his office, found out he was in, and went over to see him.
What do you want now, Holliday?
Can't you guess, Barrett?
Look, I was just getting set to leave here when you called. I'm still set to leave, get it?
Yeah, I get it. You said you ran this agency straight, didn't you?
Yeah, why?
Why don't you keep running it that way?
What are you talking about?
I think you know.
You just think. Now, look. Your part in this business is finished, over. Why don't you back out and forget all about it?
I'm only trying to keep you honest, Barrett.
Meaning?
I'll give you one more chance to tell me who your client is.
That is confidential.
That's good for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It gives you the chance to do a little squeezing yourself.
Beat it, Holliday.
Barrett, you guessed who your client was, didn't you?
Look, I'm closing the office now, Holliday. If you want to stick around here and twiddle your thumbs, okay, but I'm going.
All right. Mind if I use your phone?
Help yourself.
Mind handing me your phone directory?
You want to split the rent for this place with me. Here. Is this a private call? You want me to leave my own office?
No, stick around. Mm-hmm. Here we are.
Are you sure you don't want me to leave? After all, a man has to have some privacy, or don't you know that?
No, it's okay, Barrett. You'll enjoy this.
Hello?
Mrs. Clemens, please.
Hey, what are you doing?
You'll find out.
This is Mrs. Clemens speaking.
Oh, Mrs. Clemens, this is Dan Holliday. Did you put that in the mail?
Yes,
When?
just a few minutes ago.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Wait, is something wrong?
Oh, no. Everything's all right. Goodbye.
Well, you've made your phone call. Now will you get out?
Yeah. Now I'll get out. And Barrett.
Yes?
Here's hoping you don't end up in the red.
Well, good morning, Mr. Holliday. This is the first time you've been to the office early in weeks.
Mm-hmm. I had to make a trip to the post office, an early one.
Oh, I could have done it for you.
I don't think so, Susie. I wanted to watch for someone.
Watch for someone? Who?
Nobody.
Didn't you get up a little too early?
Thank you, Susie.
What did you mean, you watch for nobody?
Just what I said. I watched a little box at general delivery, box 18. There was nothing in it, and no one went to it.
And why'd you watch it?
For what I knew I wasn't going to see.
I'll go out and get some coffee. It is early.
Just hand me the phone book.
Oh, which one?
The yellow one.
Does all this have to do with Mr. John Johnson?
Here we are. Susie, I want you to do something for me.
What, Mr. Holliday?
Find out all you can about Mr. and Mrs. Charles Clements. Here's their card and their address.
Well, how'll I do it?
Call Lieutenant Kling at headquarters. Also these numbers.
Oh, what are they?
Places where you can lose money heavily.
Hello?
Hello, Barrett.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Holliday.
What do you want now?
Look, Barrett, you can lay off now.
I told you to keep your nose out of this.
You'd better do as I say, or that little private agency of yours will do the most beautiful and complete fold in the history of mankind.
What kind of a bluff do you think you're pulling?
It's no bluff. Just see that you lay off. Goodbye.
Want me to start calling these numbers, Mr. Holliday?
Start calling them. And if they don't want to give you any information, get Kling to do it. He owes me a couple of favors.
Where are you going now?
I'll be at the number and address on that card.
The Clements?
The Clements. I don't like what I've got to do, but maybe it'll turn out for the best. Maybe I was wrong, but I was almost sure I was right. It all depended on what Susie found out. And if she found out what I had a hunch about she would, then I'd have the whole thing wrapped up neatly. So I went to the Clements place and again sat with Mrs. Clements in the library.
But I don't understand, Mr. Holliday. I sent the package. It should have been there.
But it wasn't. I watched that box for nearly an hour. Every other box around it had mail in it. Number 18 didn't.
Well, someone got there before you did.
Oh, no, I got there before the post office opened.
Well, then what happened?
Where's your husband?
Charles? He's upstairs. What do you want with him? You're not going to tell him.
Will you get him down here?
But why?
Please do it.
No, I won't.
And I'll go up to him.
Wait. I'll get him down here.
That's better. Oh, incidentally, don't worry about Mr. Barrett anymore. That's all cleaned up.
Barrett?
Yes, that's right. Now, you go get your husband. Oh, if the phone rings, I'll answer it because it'll be for me.
All right. I'll be back in just a moment.
Please do. Hello?
Mr. Holliday?
Yeah. Oh, Susie?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's have it.
How did you know I'd find out all this?
Just a hunch? What'd you learn?
Well, there was a lot of money lost. Gambling.
Then it was suddenly paid off.
That's right.
Okay, Susie, thanks. That's all.
Oh, when will you be back?
In a little while. Goodbye.
Mr. Holliday.
Oh, hello. Good morning, Mr. Clements.
Therese said you wanted to see me.
I do. And I hope you don't mind my coming here so early in the morning.
No, of course not. What's this about, Holliday?
A diamond necklace.
What, yours, Therese?
Yes.
Oh. What about it, Holliday?
Have you still got it?
Why, of course. Why shouldn't we have it?
Because you just don't. That's all.
What the devil are you talking about? Therese, who is this man?
Let him talk, Charles.
About what?
Mr. Clements, the diamond necklace isn't here anymore.
It's in the safe.
You want to bet?
Show you?
No, Charles. It's not there. The box is empty.
Empty?
But you can get it back.
From whom? Why is it gone?
Do you want to tell him, Mrs. Clements?
Yes, I'll tell him. Charles, I sold it to pay gambling debts.
You? What? Why, Therese, you little fool.
I was afraid to come to you for money.
Yes, that's right. And what you said about your not loving your husband. It isn't true, Mrs. Clements.
Of course not.
You mind if I sit down? I seem to have lost track of things.
Mrs. Clements, you had a beautiful thing worked out. Your husband is very much in love with you, and you with him. But you were afraid to ask him for money to pay your gambling losses. So you were going to pretend the necklace was taken by a blackmailer.
A what? Oh, good heavens. Let's have some sense.
All right. I don't know what story Mrs. Clements was going to tell you about the blackmail. But she'd written herself letters. Isn't that right, Mrs. Clements?
Yes.
The blackmail gimmick would explain the loss of the necklace. And in your panic and confusion, you felt that explaining a silly, harmless, and fake indiscretion would have been more agreeable to your husband than hearing about your gambling losses.
Therese, for the love of heaven, why didn't you come to me?
I was afraid.
I think I'll leave you two to settle this. I think you will. How about it?
It's up to you, Charles.
Yes, I guess it is. Let's talk it over, Therese.
Good. Well, I'll see you around.
Mr. Holliday, how did you find out?
Mrs. Clements, I always save the explanations for my secretary.
But how'd you find out, Mr. Holliday?
Mrs. Clements told me herself.
She didn't do anything of the kind.
Well, not in so many words, Susie, but the business of getting me to pick up the necklace, that was phony.
Why?
Well, she was afraid of one of Barrett's men would recognize her. So she was going to have me pick up the package and then one of Barrett's men pick it up for me.
Oh, and the package would be returned to her.
Sure. And she'd have a witness that the necklace was picked up and taken from her.
But she stopped you with a gun before you even got out the door.
Sure. But she wouldn't have used that gun. She had to make the whole thing look real. She's a pretty good actress. Only she didn't count on my coming back into the room and offering to help her.
That must have surprised her.
Uh-huh. She had to think fast.
And you guessed about the gambling thing?
Yes, it was just a hunch. But I was sure of it when she got that special delivery letter. You see, it was postmarked 2:30, almost immediately after I'd seen her.
Oh. What about Barrett?
Oh, he guessed, too. And he was going to hold Mrs. Clements up for a little deal of his own. So that's that, Susie. A nice round robin.
Oh, yeah. I wonder how it'll all come out.
Well, unless I miss my guess, Mrs. Clements will be very, very sorry. Mr. Clements will be very, very stern. He'll get the necklace back. She'll get it back. And I'll get back to some sleep. Good night, Susie.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this week's original story was written by Arthur Bullen. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount.
I took these pictures on K2, world's second highest mountain. I was the first woman to climb that high. My professional Nikon and I made history. I'm Diane Roberts. This year, a new Nikon is making history. The new light compact Nikon EM. A Nikon anyone can afford and simple enough for anyone to use. Just focus. The Nikon EM is practically foolproof. If it's too dark or too light, it beeps. Then just turn this ring till it stops and get the picture. If I want a rapid sequence, just add this motor drive. History making, but that's Nikon. The new Nikon EM. Affordable and practically foolproof.
Why just buy a camera when you can buy a Nikon?
Hi, I'm David Hartman, the mother of Academy Award winner John Voight, tomorrow on Good Morning America.
All the guys that do commercials for light beer from Miller are big stars and guys like that. Me, I'm just a humble bartender, but I drink light too, and I'll tell you why. It's less filling, it's got a third less calories than a regular beer, and it tastes great.
Jerry, now that you're a big star, can I have your autograph?
Well, sure, Mr. Dangerfield.
Hey, would you like mine?
Not really.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
How about my initials?
Chevy's nationwide celebration is coming from May 11th to Memorial Day, so get ready, America, because you're invited to join Chevy dealers in celebrating the arrival of the first Chevy of the 80s, Chevy Citation, and see the other great Chevy cars and trucks that have made Chevrolet #1. Come on, America, get ready for Chevy's nationwide celebration, starting this Friday, May 11th at your Chevy dealers.
Chevy celebration, Chevy celebration, Chevy celebration, Chevy celebration, Chevy celebration.
You are looking at a very special place, the Bell Systems Network Operations Center in Bedminster, New Jersey. Here's where we watch the flow of nearly 40 million long-distance calls a day. If a bottleneck does develop, computer technology helps us reroute the traffic and get your call through.
Take your St. Louis traffic via Sacramento.
The Network Operations Center, helping to get your long-distance calls through quickly and easily.
The Bell System, keeping your communication system the best in the world.